Welcome everybody to the finale of the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. We are at a brand new venue, Oxford MotoParc, just outside Abingdon. I mean, will you look at this, built in a week, unbelievable effort by everybody. Sit back and watch live, uninterrupted coverage all day here on MXN-TV. You're gonna love it, I know I am. Good morning, everybody. It's a great morning. It's not sunny, but the buzz here, the vibe here at the new Oxford MotoParc is insane. My name's Jeff Perrett. I am joined by my good colleague. He always makes me laugh. He was walking around in his underpants yesterday. For what reason, I don't know. Callum Swan.
Thank you very much, mate. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, the buzz here is incredible. New circuit. Massive shout out for starters to Putnam for putting this. Like, how do you do this in a week?
Well, obviously, there's so many people involved. Neil Irwin, obviously, mostly getting the license with everything going along. Paul Irwin, the whole
dealing with the army is, you know, that's a job in itself.
The whole MX Nationals crew, just incredible effort. Alfie Smith, which we're going to be talking to, who we're going to be talking to in a minute. There is the first drawing of the new circuit.
Yep.
It was only finished last, well, it's just this week on about Thursday.
It's 2 kilometres.
Yeah.
And you said it's going to be a little bit bigger as well. They're going to do a bit more, is it? Or are we sticking with this layout? I mean, I was a bit like flipping out. I don't want this any longer. When I rode it yesterday, and it does not need to be any longer.
They were going to. Originally, it was going to be a longer lap.
I don't think it needs it.
No, not now. So basically, now it's ridden. Yesterday was a huge success. We obviously had a load of racing yesterday, everybody but the pros. And the feedback was incredible.
Yeah.
And it really was.
It takes... New tracks, new dirt takes time to settle in. There was some areas where there was some awkward little bumps coming out, which it was another challenge though. It was like you had to really be quite smart with how you were taking lines and stuff to square corners off. But that will settle down.
Yeah, because you've got first-hand experience. You raced yesterday, so obviously I haven't had the privilege.
I actually raced as well. I didn't just ride round. The second race, I genuinely raced.
So obviously, from your standpoint, brand new circuit, like everybody else, you've never ridden it.
Yeah.
Like you said, it kind of chewed out a little bit. But from a racing perspective, looked like
Great.
There was loads of line
There's
choice.
so much opportunity to pass. Like the way that they've built it. I mean, we've had the best guys in the world on the job, or some of the best guys in the world, and. Yeah, the way it's been built, there's multiple options to go into corner, and you're not going to lose time by taking another line. You know what I mean? It's not like you're taking a sub-prime line. All the corners sort of develop and you'd have 2 good race lines through most of the spots of the track, and you could put passes on people, and it was safe. Ultimately, I know.
Look at
it looks like Belgium, doesn't it, or something? But ultimately, the track was safe. We had no, serious.
No.
People were like, "Oh God, these jumps are massive. It needs taming down." I think when they actually went out there and rode it, they were like, "Oh no, hang on a minute. This is good. Plenty of run-off areas. It's just perfect."
Yeah, and on top of that, if the track's not good enough, we have got loads of hard-standing roads, a flat paddock as far as the eye can see.
Yeah.
This is. How will I word it? I could see this being a potential game changer for British motocross regards a venue, and it's definitely got that kind of AMA vibe to it, feel to it.
Well, someone messaged me yesterday, Swanee, how would you describe the track there? It looks cool on the pictures, and I'm like, well, literally, I can't describe it to anything in the UK.
Yeah.
Matterley, I suppose, but Matterley's got elevation. It's literally like rolling into an AMA National.
Does feel like it, and also we've only just started, so
it's
the potential.
It's like Parlour but mud.
Yeah,
that's what
the potential going forward is incredible. So look, let's talk to the track designer and obviously one of the track builders. As Callum's already mentioned, we also brought in Justin Barkley and Johnny Douglas Hamilton to help this man, Alfie Smith. We caught up with Alfie yesterday while he was out there keeping an eye on things. He was talking to us, but also had one eye thinking, oh, I might have to go over there and fix that jump in a minute. We caught up with Alfie yesterday, so this is what he had to say. The man who's, how was it described on social media? It was described as a kind of sick love child that you've built here, this thing, Alfie Smith. Alfie, when did you get the gig to sort of start laying out the circuit? How long ago was that?
We got here, I think we got here Wednesday. We could take machines in here last Wednesday, that was. Then me and Justin really started work last Thursday. So yeah, not a lot of time. We've had it in plan for ages, but we've had 6 months to plan it, but just wasn't actually allowed to get on here until just over a week ago. Yeah, so you drew up the track map, like you said, months ago, really, didn't you? So you've had loads of time to stew it over in your head before you started putting a blade in the ground. Yeah. Did you go over it and over it again? Did you change the design, or was pretty much the first design the one that you've put down? No, we have changed it. We have changed it ever so slightly, but it was the bulk of it. Like all these big features, they were always meant to be along the back. Yeah. So it was always designed around the concrete area, so everyone can stand on that, stay clean, and and have all the pedestrians in the middle. So everyone's got the racing going on all the way around them. They can see 90% of the track. So all the big features were going at the back, so you could see them, all the smaller stuff at the front, so you can see past them. Yeah, and then obviously it's all got the banking and stuff, so we've just put some cool sand rollers along there. They were always meant to be in there, and but we've tweaked a few little turns like this just because when we got here it worked better. So we've done that really. I mean, how many roughly tons of soil have you shifted around, do you think? I mean, it's mental, the amount of you that have been here doing it. Oh, I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't know, more than I wanted to. So tell me this then, like with the track design and moving all this soil about, we're now nearly finishing the first day of racing. Is it holding up like you thought it would, better or worse? I think it's actually better than I thought it was going to be. I was quite negative with it, if I'm honest with you, but it has broke down, and it's not 100% finished, but I think it's gone really well. The riding looks unreal. A few of the takeoffs have broke right down, but they were finished yesterday, so it was never ever settled. So I guess we need to wait for gravity to do its bit, compress it all down, because it's still loose and it's just chewing up. It's not been weathered in. It's had no rain on it. It was bone dry. We've stripped all the dirt off. It's just sat there drying all week, and then we've put it back on yesterday, and we haven't got enough water in it over the, because we just didn't have the time really. But it's held up really well. It's held up so much better than I thought it was going to. Like, there's actually a lot of lines out there, and I think it looks unreal, to be fair. Oh, mate, it looks outstanding. And when all this infield sort of grows green and all that kind of stuff, like next year, it's going to look absolutely phenomenal. My next question is, when are you going to get some sleep? I'm not sure. Hopefully tonight. But I think we've got a little bit of work tonight to do even. So. Yeah, I don't know when, but I'm excited. Once it all grasses up, we're tidy everything up. It's not tidied, so we're tidy all the infields up, and then next year, hopefully, we'll come back and it should have grass. We've got all the roads in and everything. All the infrastructure's in, pretty much. Everything that we wanted is pretty much there. Just needs to be tidied and tweaked, and a few little inside banks just to stop people cutting and stuff like that. And it's work in progress. It is a work in progress. I know Alfie won't say anything to this, but I've also heard a little birdie tells me that the MX Nationals may be doing a couple more of these next year, but we'll have to wait and see. Even more concepts. Alfie, you've absolutely smashed it out of the ballpark. Yeah, so he can't sleep yet. He's got more work to do later on, but he'll take a well-earned rest after doing all this. It's absolutely epic. Well done, mate. Thank you. There's a lot of other guys involved as well. It weren't just me. I can't take all the credit. Oh, we've got all the Clinton's boys, Jake Putnam's boys, and obviously Justin and Johnny Hamilton both come out. And they work really hard. They work long hours, and I called up on them last minute as well, so they've done me a massive favour. So big thanks to every one of them, all the Clinton's boys, and everyone that's involved really. There's a lot more. If I missed anyone, I feel like, straight up to everybody that's worked on this project, because it is immense. And as we said, we're gonna this venue's gonna hopefully be here for many years to come, and it will just evolve all the time. So nice one, mate. There you go. There's Alfie Smith, track builder supreme.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a heart. Hold back, think about it, something cool and look smooth.
Okay, we're on this really cool section where they come up over this step jump. You see them come down. Then there's just this big G out. Basically loads of compression on the suspension. And then they go over this massive booter. So in a minute, will swing round. We'll watch this next batch go over. This is a pre-jump suspension, and then look at this. This big tabletop afterwards. I haven't raced in a long time, and I'm old. But I gotta say, even that, it makes me want to ride. That is so cool. Right, now we're on the back section of the circuit. Got some amazing soil down here. Look at this prime dirt and sand. It's a mix of clay, sand, real loamy. Here's Sean Southgate. You can see, leading the expert class. It's already really roughed up. Nice jump, real nice view around here as well. Just looks like an old GP track, an amazing effort. Then it sweeps around this far straight to this massive, like 110-foot booter. It's just such a cool place here. The ambience, the trees, it's an amazing circuit. But the good thing about the whole thing here is this is just the first time we're going to use it. So there's still plenty of time for it to bed in, to like amend it, small refinements. If this is what it's like at our first ever event, I can't imagine what it's going to be like next year when we've got more time to work the soil, just make it look even better with the branding and everything. It's an amazing effort by everybody involved, and honestly, on behalf of British Motocross, I can't thank the guys enough. Unbelievable. now we're on the highest point of the circuit, which is all man-made, this amazing sand mound. You can see once again our race leader, Sean Southgate, and the experts up and over into these incredible, I mean, this is a hill. They've built this hill into an amazing sand berm with a load of braking bumps. Unbelievable. Sean has gapped them in this race, by the way. So there's that little pre-jump coming in, and they got to kind of scrub over the top of the hill. It's got such an amazing feel to it, like an American circuit. Here's Charlie Heyman taking it on. Motocross is a dangerous sport, we know that, but we wanted to talk of protective gear, and I've got absolutely the right man to talk about it. That's not because he's crashed loads, although he probably has. He is the brand manager for Liat, which make all this amazing technical kit. Dave King. Dave, Liat, I mean, it changed the face of motocross with the neck brace. Tell us more about the company. Let's start off talking about how it sort of formed and where you're at now with it.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. So back in 2001, Chris Liat, or Dr. Chris Liat, who's an orthopedic surgeon, lives in South Africa. He's a keen petrol head, likes anything with engines, cars, bikes, more of a road racer to be fair, but trained in enduro. He was at an event with his son, watching an enduro, and there was an accident. Basically, he was actually talking to a paramedic that he knew from the hospital he was working at, and the paramedic came down to ask Chris if he could help. There'd been quite a nasty accident, so Chris went with him, and sadly Chris actually knew the guy who had crashed, a guy called Alan Selby, and he'd gone over the bars. Chris suspected it was a broken neck, which it was. They tried to resuscitate him, but unfortunately they were unsuccessful. So Chris had the terrible job of telling the family, and ironically the week before, his son, who was 3 at the time, had just started riding a Pee-wee for the first time. So Chris thought he wanted to kind of eliminate this kind of injury if possible, so he tried to find a product to help reduce the risk of a neck injury, and couldn't find one. So, cut a long story very short, he quit his job and set about developing a neck brace. That was in 2001 that began. In 2004, the first neck brace was sold.
I mean, that's the thing, because time goes so quick.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem that long ago, and you just said 2001. Yeah. So you know, and of course in that time the Liat brand has grown. So it started with the neck brace. So I mean, now everything, and it's like boots all the way up now. But I guess the mantra of the company is not the whole thing of real quality protective wear is still the big thing. Like that's the mantra of the company, right?
Yeah, that's still our DNA in the company.
Yeah.
Is if I mean the natural progression, I should say, was to go into body protection that integrated with the neck brace. And then obviously then you see other brands, jerseys over the top, so all of a sudden your branding's gone.
Yeah.
So that started us thinking, well, maybe we need to start developing gear. And from then it's progressed to head to toe. So here where we are, but we take every product that we see in the market and we try and make it the best.
Yeah.
That's our goal, and the safest.
Also, obviously with protective wear, it's so much trial and error and R&D. Now, obviously, you've got now an array of top riders wearing Liat, obviously the FH team in Europe. How close do you work with them on development? I mean, they must be trying stuff for you and testing it way before it comes on the market. Am I correct in thinking that?
Yeah, I mean, if we take the boots for argument's sake, I think Johnny Walker wore the first prototype probably 2 years before. So that's how long the development process is. You know, you'll maybe see two products come out at the same time that look similar, and you'll see the comments, oh, they copied them, but what they don't realise is that development has been going on for 2 or 3 years, and it could be that the products look fairly similar, but it's just the way that the products work. But the development time, and yeah, we work with a lot of top athletes to try and improve and make the product, take the boots comfortable, safe, grippy, everything we want them to be.
You've been in with Liat from a UK standpoint right from the get-go. I guess you've seen, you know, like all big companies, they grow, and then you probably think, okay, well, it gets a bit easier, but the bigger the company, the more staff, the more things like that. So yeah. You must have seen an incredible amount of growth with Liat since the first neck brace. Yeah, for sure. I've been with a company, funny enough, it was 8 years on the 1st of September, so literally 8 years ago. And my kind of job role changed. I started as a brand manager in the UK, and then I worked into what I am today, which is the marketing manager and working with the athletes as well. So the progression of the company in the last 4 years has been tremendous. More staff, more engineers. So we have biomedical engineers in Cape Town in South Africa. So they develop all the safety products apart from the apparel. So neck braces, boots, helmets, everything is developed in-house. We don't farm anything out to a third party. Everything is developed in-house. We have a lab in Cape Town as well, so we can test everything that people see is all tested in the lab. In-house,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, yeah.
That's incredible. Well, let's start talking about some of the where we're at then, Dave. Explain, obviously, this has evolved. This is the Liat neck brace. So where are we at to now? It's got 5.5 on it. I'm guessing that means... Does it? 5.5? Tell me more about it.
Yeah, so we basically have 3.5. There will be a 4.5 actually this year, 5.5 and 6.5. So if you take Charlie Heyman for argument's sake, he wears the 6.5, which is effectively the same braces but in carbon fibre, so super lightweight, and that's what all the athletes will wear. Yeah. Adam Sterry, Ryan Sykes, people like this, they all wear the 6.5 carbon brace. Obviously the brace is designed to sit on the trapeze muscles of your neck, and then it's shaped in the torso of your body to keep it in place. The idea is that the helmet will come into contact with the brace. The forces will then go from the helmet to the brace to the body, as opposed to the very, very small and delicate bones in the neck. Okay.
Yeah, I get it. So obviously how much has that evolved? I remember the first ones being obviously a bit more bulky, kind of big lip on the back. You know, I mean, so how many versions have we had down the years? I mean, sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, you have actually.
Testing your knowledge of your branding.
I'm going to say about 6.
That's still a lot of evolution, isn't it?
The problem is the shape is the shape. Yeah. The helmet must come into contact with a striking surface, so there's very little we can do here. We're as low as we can be as well for it to be effective for riders. Yeah. The lip on the back is crucial.
That stops your neck doing that.
Exactly, the hyperextension and hyperflexion, the front and the back. So the helmet rim has to come in contact with the back. a flat back doesn't work. We know it doesn't. It may give the rider more movement, but it's ineffective.
Yeah, it doesn't do the
No,
job it's meant to
absolutely.
do.
So really, it's things like adjustment. So now, with the 5.5 and the 6.5, it has a tremendous amount of adjustment. So it's really...
yeah, I can see that.
You can see that in the back, and the front does exactly the same as well. So, and then it's locked into place with these tabs. So the Liat brace is the most adjustable, kind of custom fit brace on the market for sure.
And certainly market leaders, obviously it's been there from the get-go. Then you guys moved on recently, you know, going from neck down to the bottom end of the body, the boot. Now, you know, motocross riders in particular, we are a fashion-based industry. I know. You got basically style. It's got to look good, isn't it, as well? So how do you mix, you know, like style, you know, getting the look right without making it, you know, like people going, oh, it's a bit clumpy?
Yeah, well, this is the challenge. So, you know, we are a tech company, and that's in, you know, that's in our blood. However, input from a lot of people, including myself, who kind of grew up loving the sport, being very bad at it, but loving the sport. The appeal has to, you know, the aesthetics of the product has to be right. So, kind of, we started with the look of the boot, and it looks great.
Yeah.
And we were able to put the function and the safety that we wanted to within that. We employed a guy who's worked with a reputable brand in boots. We developed the flex lock system with the 5.5 boot, the one we've got here. So this basically allows a small amount of flex in the ankle. So if someone comes up short or over jumps, then the ankle will move very slightly and then lock. So again, reducing forces, kind of similar ethos to a neck brace.
Yeah.
So you're slowing everything down, and this reduces the forces to the ankle and knee as well.
It's pretty comprehensive, I've got to say. You know, obviously I've looked at a lot of motocross boots down my years, and this bit here, you know, it's like I said, to stop the twisting.
But this is probably the I don't know if you've seen this feature, Jeff. So I'll undo the boot quickly, and
lots of good ventilation here as well. I noticed around the side.
Is the slide lock. So you must have done a pair of boots up before in your time.
I've done, yeah, I have, yeah, I've done plenty of them, mostly, and then unleashed them at the end of the day, absolutely exhausted. It's getting out of the boot that I want to happen quicker than getting in.
So when you're doing up a boot that has Velcro, you get this annoying bunch.
You do, right?
So
don't tell me you've cured it.
Yeah, we've cured it.
Where were you like 15 years ago when that used to drive me mental?
So the Velcro, if you look, it slides and locks.
You can tell the look of utter belief on my face.
So this is a cool feature. Nobody else
Sliding Velcro.
Yeah. So it's actually the military use it.
Well, I tell you, that's a game changer as far as I'm concerned.
So slide, lock, so you don't get that bunch, so you can get the perfect seal around the top of the boot.
Right, I don't know who came up with that.
It's us, obviously.
Well, but not you personally.
No, I wish it was.
But whoever did that, shake their hand for me, please.
I will.
That's incredible. That's brilliant. God,
So-
that you said, honestly, that was a little pet hate of mine.
yeah.
You got to kind of like bend it all round. That's cool. I like that feature.
Very flat on the inside,
Yeah.
spike grip,
Yeah.
using different materials in the critical areas. The sole is replaceable.
Yeah. So you don't have to go and buy a new pair of boots.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
amazing.
yeah, lots of features.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, good stuff. Now this, crash helmets. Obviously the neck brace came first, and it was quite a while until you guys actually produced a crash helmet to sort of go with it. But now, again, I'm seeing this thing evolve quickly. So tell us more about the crash helmet.
So this is a 2023 design. This is how the 8.5, 9.5 comes in this bag. Also with a visor extender, and also a free set of goggles.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like, so it comes part of it, guaranteed. You buy, you get a goggles
Yeah.
as well.
So in the 9.5, 8.5, and 7.5, you get the goggles free. The helmet, we'll touch on the brace straight away. So you can see the profile of the shell.
Yeah.
Is designed to work with
that.
Yeah, with or without, but especially with. You'll see other brands maybe with a very flat platform. Even if you wear a brace or not, obviously they're not great for working with a brace. But even with when you don't wear a brace, you don't want a solid stop.
No, so that tapered up just a little bit helps
Again,
that movement.
What we've been kind of talking all the way through, it slows everything down as opposed to a sudden stop.
Yeah.
So the helmet is designed to integrate with a brace. Many different features. inside, can you see the blue discs inside? I don't know if they're...
I can see them. Can you get in there, Will, and see that? There you go, those little blue discs.
So this is our 360 turbine technology. So many brands have a way now of helping reduce concussion and rotational injuries, which is super serious now. And this is Liat's idea and development of this. So the EPS of a helmet, the shell, is designed for those really high impact, high energy crashes. The low speed where you tend to get a concussion is our 360 turbine technology. That's where this comes into its own. So these discs are made of an impact gel that basically compress under those light, slower, but actually high impact energy crashes to reduce the risk of concussion. And also rotational. So this is when basically you have an accident and the helmet stops. Everything stops, so your head stops, helmet stops, head stops, but your brain sits in fluid.
Yes.
So it can rotate inside your skull and you can get what they call a rotational injury, which is rarely picked up until later in life. So what this does is allows the head to move very slightly inside the shell, so the speed between your brain and the skull start to match. So again, reducing what we call rotational injuries.
That's great. That's really good.
Yeah, ventilation, obviously. This is the new EC 2206 standard as well, which is a new standard for 2022.
It's all there, isn't it? You got all, all the boxes ticked.
Yeah.
All the boxes
and great
ticked.
designs, obviously.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
I think I could have done with them when I was riding. Maybe I've had too many knocks on the head. Many people would say that. Okay, so let's talk about the body protection. Obviously, like you already kind of briefly touched on, that came first, the neck brace, and then you started to figure out a way of collaborating these. So tell us about the two items you got here.
The reason we sort of brought these two products is we have products for everyone, in effect. So this is the Airflex chest protector. This is an impact material that hardens under impact, the same as all our protectors. But this is very soft, very lightweight, very flexible. FIM approved, FFM approved, so in other words you can go and race a Grand Prix with this.
Right, okay,
when I say FIM approved, it meets FIM standards.
Yeah.
Super lightweight, very ventilated. This comes with or without a bodysuit. You can have as a compression suit underneath, so you can wear one or the other or both. This panel here...
I was just going to say, it looks like that comes off.
So this comes off, and if you wear a neck brace, it works better being closer to your body.
Pushes into the back of that.
It just sits on the back.
Yeah, so it doesn't chafe or rub.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and makes the brace more comfortable.
Yeah.
And then obviously we have the brace-on system to sit on the brace to hold it in place. The other products we brought is probably on the other scale. So this is a 6.5, hard shell, more traditional, but you can see the amount of coverage this product offers.
Yeah, that's more that we're getting into like
Yeah.
full body
yeah,
wrapped
yeah.
stormtrooper, like nothing's getting in.
This is me. It hurts now. Come on, you must know.
I do know, yeah. You get to our age, Dave, you want your whole body wrapped in something.
Yeah, I'm fat anyway, so this doesn't make it any worse, you know. So, but no, all joking aside, the challenge for us as a brand is we have to have products to suit everyone's needs.
Yeah.
There are the guys that don't want to wear anything. So we make products that are very lightweight but still impact protection. We try to be the best in every product we do. And then if you're me and you want that big bulky product, but it's level 2 impact protection. So this one is level 1, what we call level 1, and this is level 2. That's noisy.
That's quite easy. It's all right. They can still hear us.
So basically, yeah, we can offer a product for everyone. Again, with this product, these panels on the back come out, and the chest panel comes out as well to integrate with the neck brace and as a brace-on system.
Yeah.
But I think we have 30-something different body and chest protectors that are ECE approved for impact. So we've got a product for everyone. And
varying colours, varying designs.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd personally go for black because apparently it makes you look slimmer. Obviously, I'm going against the grain. I'm wearing black, it's not working. Dave, that's fantastic, an array of products. Thank you for bringing us very much up to speed with the Liat brand. Keep doing your thing. He makes it all happen. He's kind of, you know, putting himself down a little bit. Really, he's the man that pushes them to do it now. Honestly, it's brilliant. And as we've said, motocross is a dangerous sport. So if you can give yourself that level of protection to just make it that little bit better, these guys have got the full range, comprehensive. Dave, keep up the good work. Dave King from Liat, and that was a little rundown on safety and rider equipment. one technique. James Bubba Stewart brought in the scrub. This is where they try and squash the bike out. Look at Dylan Walsh here. Now that is how you Bubba scrub. It saves time, keeps the wheels to the ground. There'll be a load of that going on this weekend in the pro class. So cool to watch.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
To move, so I make it harder. Hold back. Think about it, so many people do be cool, man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back, everybody. What you are seeing here now, we are running slightly behind schedule, but it won't make too much of a difference for you with the live stream. What you are now seeing is the pro riders, the elite MX1 Lifeline's fastest 40 MX1 and MX2 riders, just in the holding pen, ready to go out for their practice and qualification. So we normally kick off the live action at MX Nationals with the first 85 race into a race, but you're going to get to watch the qualifying and practice session.
Yep. And which is pretty cool, actually. It is. A little bit of Rangers started as well, so I don't think it's going to shake stuff up too much. Track's real tacky. There's a lot of moisture in the ground anyway, so I don't think it's going to really affect matters. But these guys, they're going to put on a show, and it's interesting. I like seeing qualifying, especially the pro qualifying, because you can see how they work when they're going to put a sprint lap in, things like that. So that's up to me and Jeff to try and get eyes on the right rider at the right time.
Yeah, and I need another coffee before I can start focusing. It's going to be good. I mean, obviously, some of these riders, not all of them, some of them took the option. They get an optional free practice session on a Saturday night after all the racing has finished. Many of them went out on this occasion because it's a brand new circuit.
Yeah, didn't see Tommy out there, though.
Didn't see Tommy. Didn't see Conrad. They're both here riding. I walked 2 corners with Tommy last night. I was out on track and he came by. And Tommy Searle said, "This is nuts." Well, he didn't say it like that. Yeah. But he basically said, "This is so good." GP spec, was his words.
Well, he said to me that it's going to be perfect practice for Redwood as well.
Yeah.
The actual ground, you know, a bit of parts of the ground as well, bit of sand, bit of dirt. You know.
The bottom end of the circuit, which obviously when we go live, we'll explain the bits we're talking about. It's very much a circuit of two halves, this new venue here, Oxford Motor Park. The bottom end of the circuit, the south end of the circuit, if you will, is more sand and dirt loam.
It's like a softer, dirt, isn't it, the whole way through. Really.
And the top end, everything to the sort of right of the start, is a bit more hard packing clay.
It's a lot like Matterley, that end.
Yeah. And
the chalk underneath as well. But yeah, it's just phenomenal. We can't talk about it enough because we need more places like this. We need more investment like this into the sport. It's the only way we're going to grow it.
Look at them. If you obviously, for those being observant, you'll notice that they are all there, parked on hard standing. Look, there is the runway behind the mechanics, looking straight down one of the runways. That runs from basically east to west, and the main runway obviously is the other way. So it's a massive area we got to work with here. The track, as we said, is over 2,000 meters long. That time's around average. The average is around 220 for the average rider.
Yeah.
I'm sure that these lads.
Well, no, I think that was sort of expert time.
Yeah.
We were like Clubman was knocking on like the end of the 2 minutes, like 2:40s, 2:50s. So it's a big track. It's 2 kilometers.
And it's a lot to learn for a lot of every rider here. Brand new circuit with loads of obstacles. These guys will make light work of it. Here we go then. We are out on track with the elite MX1 and MX2 Lifeline's fastest 40, incorporating the Liat MX1 class, which Harry Koulas has already wrapped up on his cab screens Crescent Yamaha. But Jamie Carpenter, the rider on screen, on his GRT Impact machine, he took over the points lead at Hawkstone from Tom Grimshaw.
It's pretty close though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's about 12 or 16.
Oh, is it?
Like
okay.
But basically, he's now picked up the red plate with 1 round to go, so he's now got the target on his back.
Yeah.
Neither Tom or the rider you see on screen, Jamie Carpenter, have ever won a pro title. So we are going to have a brand new MX2 champion this time around. It's either going to be that man you just saw on screen.
It's quite a challenge
16.
as well for the MX2 guys in this series because the classes combined, so we have 450s and 250s out together on circuit, and I think that makes it difficult for the 250 guys because when they come out the gate and they're sort of like, you know, round the 10th mark and they're winning their class, it's just another element to it. So it's, hats off to Jamie Carpenter, and there he is, 184 Pro MX2 on the GRT Impact KTM.
Yeah, this beautiful setting. Now, obviously, this track, you're going to get this loads as we go through this broadcast. It's brand new. It was only completed, really, as a full lap on probably about Thursday, just before everybody started rolling into the venue. So, listen, when we come back here next year, all the infield, because we've shifted so much soil around. I'm using the Royal We. I'd just like to point out I have not been sat in a dozer.
No.
But
I know Putt was until late last night.
Yeah.
So his many coffees to get his head right, I think, this morning.
So we're gonna, it's all, you know, next year it will have all the infield, we'll all have a bit of greenery on it, you know, then the circuit will be more defined and easier to follow on TV. You can see it's just all fresh dirt everywhere. Like that corner there, the inside of that corner next year is going to be all lovely and green.
Yeah, it was, that corner was really good yesterday. I mean, it chewed out a lot, but there was 3 lines through there. You could go wide, you could go middle, inside, and the ruts were just perfect. It was lovely.
Yeah, so this is their first taste of the track. And also, I'd just like to point out for our brilliant production crew here at MXN-TV, the guys at Alpha Live, that I think they're just following Jamie because obviously also we're just getting dialed in. They're working out camera angles and how to cross over from one camera to the other. So we are all, everybody is, this is new for all of us.
I think it's good for the cameras though. There's a lot of the circuit that we can pick up. There's not really any blind spots.
No.
Because the land's really flat, it's easy to sort of control that.
That jump in the foreground there that you just saw, the angles that they're getting off that, we've got some footage actually we'll show you later on in the broadcast of Dylan Walsh yesterday.
Yeah, I wonder if we could find the 53 of Dylan Walsh.
He won't be scrubbing it just yet. Do you know, he even yesterday, we've got like a little, what we call a little start breaker. Up the start straight, we've put in like a little mound. And he was even scrubbing the start straight.
I saw that, yeah. I did see that. It was a bit mind-boggling. But I don't know whether we're going to be able to do that in the race when you've got people next to you. So I was a bit like, I don't know what the point of that was, but, I mean,
because
it was fast. It was really fast. His wheels didn't even leave the ground the way he did it. Conrad also did it in a little bit of a different fashion. He sort of like soaked it up through his legs. I thought there was a few different ways of doing that. But I quite like that little lump on the start. It just complicated the start a little bit, added a different element to it.
Yeah, they used to have them in 90s Supercross, so like they called it a start breaker, just to unsettle you and get your gear change right. And position.
One thing I did.
It's safe. It's not dangerous.
No, it's not. When Walsh scrubbed it like he did, he scrubbed it that well that his whole shot device didn't even release until we braked into the corner, and I was like, wow. So he didn't even put any compression through the front forks. I was like, oof. That was nuts. So, yeah, mint.
You can tell, there was either Putnam or Gilbert scrubbing into view.
Yeah.
You can tell by that camera angle we had set on there just how good it looks. There's kind of jumps going here, there, and everywhere. The circuit weaves back and round. We've got these rollers. Look how he manuals through there.
Yeah.
This is just early laps for Dylan Walsh. Let's see. He's coming up to the jump we're talking about. Let's see. No, I don't think he'll scrub it this lap. Maybe he'll give it a little half turn. No, just straight this time. But when he gets down to doing his quick laps, yeah, then you will see him doing that. Hopefully, when we come to qualifying starting, we might be able to get the timing screen up for you. They haven't started qualifying yet. They get 10 minutes of free practice.
Yeah. I've seen a few guys do what Dylan just did then. Over that sand mound, they're sort of jumping, but then going off the track to the right. Because I think they're just trying to gauge how far that they can jump and the angle that they need to be at. But that's what these guys do. They're going to push the limits off the circuit.
There in the foreground was Tommy Searle, 100, just ahead of Dylan Walsh. Good to see Tommy back riding with us. He missed Hawkstone. He picked up like an illness from a wedding of all things.
Yeah.
And then most of the team went down with it, so he missed Hawkstone.
I think a lot of people were sick, weren't they? It was quite a mad one.
So I'm sure in a minute we'll pick up on Tommy Searle. There's Dylan. Just as I said, just final little rundown. He had the advantage of doing 20 minutes. Yes, Tommy is out on track for the first time. He didn't take up yesterday's offer to ride the track.
I don't know whether he was here early enough. I don't know whether his bikes were here. I don't know, but he, hey, it's Tommy Searle. He's going to be able to learn it. He's so used to like just being thrown into Indonesia where there's never been a track before, and you just get on with it and do a GP, you know.
He did say though. He did say like when I saw him last night, like this is going to take some learning. And then like an absolute pro, he said, but to be fair, I'll just hop in behind somebody tomorrow and follow them.
He's unreal, isn't he? There we are. Oh no, who's that?
Stevenson.
That's Gav Stevenson. I thought it was Tommy then for a minute.
No, that's Gav on the Dixon Racing Honda. So Elfie has put in a few little new humps. There's that hump wasn't there yesterday. He's just put that in last night just to try and after.
Yeah, well, it went down to the base there. I think he needed to get a bit more dirt on there and slow the corner down a little bit.
Yeah. So he's obviously looked at it, the first running, because up until yesterday when the 85s rolled out on track, there was only Showtime Putnam. Charlie Putnam was really the only rider to have a sort of ride round and test it.
Yeah.
But now we've had
I think that's more to feel like what it's going to, like how the lap flows, isn't it, more than?
But now we've had a whole day's racing yesterday. Obviously, Elfie and the team has been able to see what works, what doesn't. And do you know what? Like any track, it's going to evolve over the years. Hawkstone, Unadilla, whatever they are, they just evolve year after year.
Yeah.
Tweaks, amendments, freshen things up.
Well, we've spoken to the guys, and they're just going to keep putting dirt on this place, building it up, get off that base, because the base is quite hard and chalky, but they've found some good bits of soil around, haven't they? So it's just going to take time. You can see to the left there all the big chalk boulders that's been, taken out, and then all of this is fresh dirt that's been screened. It's crazy, and they just put on, and look at the amount of it. It's
the screening machine they had here was just non-stop.
Mental.
For literally 10 days.
And that was just sorting out the different dirt.
That was just non-stop soil going through that screening machine. The investment is immense for this new venue. and it is just a huge shot in the arm for British motocross. To be fair, the last month has been really good for British motocross in general.
It has. It has.
You know, and even British off-road motorcycling. While we got an opportunity, I'd like massive shout out and a round of applause and congratulations to the British ISDE team getting it done for the first time, and the women's as well. Just going to get to that. 53 years since we last won it, so
and we won both.
We won both.
Incredible.
So massive shout out to all them. And I'm going to give a personal shout out to Jed Etchells. I was fortunate enough to Jed rode for Team Green Kawasaki in motocross in his youth career, so got a lot of time for Jed, and obviously to then go out there, switch to enduro, which was always on the cards really, and then to get that done as part of that. So well done. I think it's to all the team.
It's important though for those kids, I think, to learn like speed early on, and then go to enduro. I mean, I know Billy Bolt actually didn't do it. Billy was it? He did trials, bit unusual, and then found speed a bit later. It was crazy that, but it's not normal, is it? You want to learn the speed a lot often when you're young and when you're not scared, and then switch to enduro, and that seems to be the recipe that's worked for a long time for a lot of people. There he is. There's Tommy Searle.
Yeah. So Tommy just sort of basically still learning the circuit, just knitting probably corners together, working out what line. That's how you basically do it.
He's a professional.
That's how many do it. Certainly, we've all got different ways of doing it. But for example, like when I used to race GPs and doing a quick lap, I'd do a few quick corners, then stop, check it out, and then when it comes to doing the quick lap, you just kind of knit them all together, basically.
I was talking to somebody about Mike Brown at the weekend, and he was talking about when he was at Farley, and he actually had a conversation with someone, with Wobby. He said to Wobby, "Wob, don't panic when I go out for qualifying." I said, "What do you mean?" And he went, "I just don't panic." And he was overshooting all the corners, flying out of the ruts on the inside, just running off the track. And Wobby's like, "God, this guy's mental. What's going on?" Like, and then he came in, and then the next lap he put a perfect lap together. He came in and said, "Well, how do you know your braking points if you don't overshoot the turns?" And it's literally crazy. These guys are on the limit of the track and their bikes.
Yeah, I mean that's how you do it. That's how you knit a lap together. And obviously, straight away, these guys will come out, and all due respect to even the amateur and the expert classes, these guys will suddenly come out and open up the circuit. What I mean by that is they'll start widening the lines, going on parts of the track that even some of the expert riders and stuff haven't looked at yet and thought would be a quick line. So the pros just basically lead the way regards, and that's why it's great having the youth classes, the 85s, race on the same day, because they'll learn. They will suddenly see, oh, okay, well, the pros have been going over here.
Yeah, for
or
sure.
Inside here.
I always think the track on a Sunday develops far better than it is on a Saturday, because you've got those guys out first, opening the circuit up. It definitely helps the guy, especially when they'll come out in the 85s next. Track will be a completely different racetrack than it was yesterday.
We're just going to see if the so I think timing is underway. So Callum, you've got the laptop next to you. If you want to follow timing and all yesterday's results, or wherever you are in the world, if you go on Speedhive, My Laps Speedhive app, download that from the App Store or wherever, and then you go and find MX Nationals, and you can see all the results of the championship up to this point, even yesterday's racing, and it'll be live timing on there for this Lifeline's Fastest 40, incorporating the Leah MX1 and the Pico MX2 classes. So it looks like Tommy's starting to wind up the wick. I haven't seen out there yet Harry Koulas, the champion. He got it all wrapped up and done and dusted at the last round at Hawkstone. So the Leah MX1 title's already been decided. It's all eyes really on the Pico MX2 category.
So as they're running for the moment in qualifying, Martin Barr is fastest on circuit right now, followed by Josh Gilbert, Dylan Walsh, Jorgen Telvecu, Bobby Bruce, Jamie Carpenter, Harry Koulas, Brad Sard, Petr Petrov, Glenn McCormick in 10th. Obviously that's going to change a lot. These guys, we're watching Tommy now, I imagine he's going to start laying down some heaters. If we keep our eyes on Tommy for the minute, and you can watch one of his qualifying laps, he's definitely on one.
He's clearly wound up the tempo.
Look at the houses there.
Yeah, they're a great view.
Yeah.
What is there not to like? You know, wake up in the morning, draw your curtains, and see Tommy Searle coming out your
with a cup of tea. You could just sit there in your bedroom and watch the motocross. Brilliant.
I might put a bid in.
It's actually amazing that they're there. I saw one of them's actually for rent.
Right.
I saw a sign outside.
So, yeah, these guys, there's Martin Barr on the Apico Racing Husqvarna. He's currently quickest, but as you said, Harry Koulas has now gone quickest with a time of 2:18.061. So the champ, with all the pressure off, of course, he's got nothing to worry about. You know, but Harry being Harry and the team, you know, they want to go 1-1.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, don't just think, oh, I've got it in the bag, I'm not going to try.
No, he will. You know, he's like still. He's been doing GPs. He's at the peak, you know, conditioning right now, and Tommy is as well, and they're going to be going at it. They will be absolutely neck to neck over this weekend.
Tommy Searle has just gone 5th. Here's an interesting point for you, people watching around the world. But like I said, we're going to get when we come to racing, we're going to get the timing column up. Harry Koulas is quickest with a 2:18.061. Second currently is Martin Barr on a 2:18.2. Josh Gilbert third on a 2:18.25. And then we've got, sorry, the screen just suddenly moved down. Then we've got Dylan Walsh on a 2:18.6, and then Brad Todd on a 2:18.69, and then Tommy Searle on a 2:18.9. So we've got 6 riders already, all on the same second 2:18 bracket. Just awesome. When this place, obviously over more time, gets manicured, tidied up, obviously the potential for genuine infrastructure here, commentary towers, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This could be. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it. I'm doing it right here and right now. I might be pulled up for it, but I don't care. This could be the UK equivalent of the Loretta Lynn's.
Literally, you could do a week's racing, solid.
Certainly got the space.
You could do that. The infrastructure's here to make it happen.
Yeah.
And it's in the right part of the country as well. We're right in the middle of the country. Like, it's
good road links.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oxford MotoParc has got everything going for it. Straight out of the box. There's
I mean, like you've got Matterley as well, but Matterley's got a lot of restrictions with how often you can ride there. I think it's such a big place. It takes a lot to dress it and make it look right. I think this place has got a lot more potential for like amateur to pro level.
That's what
racing.
I'm saying. Yeah. Here's the champ. He's running the red plate. Well, that indicates the series leader. He could quite comfortably put a gold plate on there. We'd be okay with that.
I think he did last year. I've got one in the shed. I think I got one with the gold number 1 on.
So there is his teammate, Sam Nunn, on the MX2 machine for Cab Screen's Crescent Yamaha. So it's looking good in the timing. There you go for Jamie Carpenter. Now, obviously, they're not racing. That's the gap between their quickest times, okay, that you're seeing on screen. They're not racing, so basically Koulas has gone
fight for the marks.
1 second quicker, well, actually less than 1 second quicker, 1/10 quicker than Martin Barr. It's looking good for Jamie Carpenter. He has currently got 2 seconds on his championship rival, Tom Grimshaw.
So Dylan Walsh is fastest in MX2 right now. Jordan Telvacu is second. Bobby Brewster, it's a good showing for Bobby Bruce. Bobby Bruce is going well. He's in the top 3 right now. I'm just trying to look. Where is Conrad Muse?
He's in the 450 class now, remember?
Okay. He's in 7th right now.
Right, there you go.
Bit of time to find. Tommy Searle still in 5th as well. So, but they're all on the 218. You know, they're in the right sort of on the right sort of path.
So the leading 250 rider, what time is he on? So
2:17.
1 second, and then there's a gap. Another 2 seconds to Telvicki and Bruce. So yeah, Dylan Walsh. Let's be honest.
Walsh is the fastest guy on track right now.
Well, that doesn't come as a surprise to me because Dylan loves a jump.
Yeah, could we get eyes on the 53 again, guys?
He is currently, as he said, the quickest rider on track. So clearly the quickest rider in the Pico MX2 category. Dylan Walsh on the Revo 7.
And looks like he's on another fast lap.
No, I'd say, I don't know.
No, he's pushing. He's pushing.
Nearly tucked the front end.
He's trying to find more. Conrad Muse, 2:13. You are joking me.
No, that cannot be
right.
Can it right?
Really?
Sorry, I just have to laugh because how has he found 5 seconds? I'm not going to, I almost feel like accusations of saying there's been he's gone off track there or something. But I'm
trying to think where you could do that.
But it wouldn't surprise me if he did, because the top part of the circuit is very similar to Conrad's own practice track.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah,
he's literally legitimately.
That's wild. That is that. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, Tommy's just gone 2:17.9.
So I think that's legit. I think Conrad's just done.
Yeah, look, he's doing Conrad stuff now. Look, like he's just wheeling into things.
That can only be described. Well, there's many ways to describe a lap like that, but I put that down as a Bobby Dazzler. Ridiculous.
I mean, I'm just trying to get my head around that. Let's just see what he's. I mean, I know he's not on a fast lap right now. I don't know. Is he?
Well, he won't. No, he's just cruising. What? Listen, with that kind of lap time, I go back to the van and get another coffee on the go.
That's wild.
I can't see anybody getting near that.
And looks like he's figuring out this whole 450 thing. I mean, I know he had a little bit. He sort of come out of the GPs, didn't he? He had the thing going with Dega.
He's having fun.
But he looks confident.
If
Conrad gets his head right, no one can beat him. I'm telling you that right now.
Listen, I'm not clearly. I've known Conrad a long time, since he came literally first on the scene on 65s back in the day. I class him as a good friend. I'm not a friend. I'm talking to him on a regular basis or anything like that. I think Conrad, where he's at, the pressure building up in his last years in MX2, I'd like to think he's going to look at 2023 as like a real fresh slate. Not just moving into MX1, I mean just start again. A complete fresh slate. And whether he'd do GPs or not, I don't know. My opinion of that is I think it would benefit him to not go and bother do GPs.
Yeah.
Get some confidence racing in the UK on a 450 and just...
I think fortunately,
do you know what I mean?
Just for in the UK, if you're there in the top 5 on a 450, you can actually make a living, and we're very fortunate to have that in this country. There is a bit of money around, and you can make a living. So, if you can make that happen, why? Why? There's probably no need. So
yeah. So anyway, we can talk, and I know you guys do all the time on. You talk all the time on social media. But we're talking more about Conrad and his career. If he rides like that in the race, we'll definitely be talking about him. Yeah, we're going to go to a quick advert. We'll be back with the Sintel 85cc's coming up next. Let's go. Let's do this. We are now racing here at the finale of the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. This is race 3 of the weekend for the Sintel 85 races. Yesterday in the big wheel, Billy Askew, who was already secured the championship in the last round, took the first race win. Josh Vell took the second race win, and he was absolutely pumped with that. He's been pushing all year to push Billy all the way, and took the race win. So that's the big wheels, and the small wheels, that's still rumbling on. So here we go. Gate drop.
Embarrassing. These kids are getting over all the jumps.
And you wasn't.
Well, my arsehole was twinging on a lot of them. And I'm like watching the 85s like, oh God, what's wrong with me?
What it's like to be young. It's another blinding hole shot for Hayden Stat, number 48 in the small wheel category. Didn't see Askew in there anyway. He might be buried in the pack, but Hayden, we've said it many times before, once he gets it dialed, his power to weight ratio is, as I say, it's like you might as well have a small bag of
his starts have been really good though, pretty much all year.
But Josh Vale, is that Vale in second? Looks like it. There's Jamie Keith, number 99. Is Askew rocking the... maybe, is Billy already... Surely they haven't moved him up a class already for the second part of the day.
I don't know, maybe.
No, because they would have done that from yesterday onwards, because he'd already won the title.
It looks like he's just got a really bad start. I don't know.
Or maybe he picked up an injury yesterday or something. Anyway, soon enough, when they come round on the first lap, we'll know
where they are.
Who is where. Blake Ward-Clark, by the way, rider number 1 in the small wheel category. He's got a 13-point lead over Elfie Geddes Green in the championship. Hayden Stat is another 2 points back. Okay. So the small wheel, there's only 15 points between 3 riders.
Yeah, there's Askew, is it?
Yeah, he's made light work, yeah. Running that darker kit. We're so used to seeing him.
Is he in a white kit normally, or like
some sort of orange, but he's running the new 2023 Alpine Star kit. This will be good then, because Josh Vell has definitely got some confidence now he's taken a race win off.
Whoa! Oh, that's going to mix stuff up a little bit. So Askew just tipping the bike over in that corner. Looks like he's okay. He has lost a peak though. Moving over on Hayden Stat. Hayden Stat's going to pick off another place, but don't know how long that will last. Hayden, obviously young, got a lot of learning to do. Long time to get his stuff together. He is a very young lad. And we're going to watch the first big wheel rider, Josh Vale. He's going to hit the big tabletop. And look at that, makes it look super easy. I thought I was going to fold in half every day, every time I was casing that yesterday.
This will be interesting with the overalls. Obviously, I don't know where Billy Askew at this point is where he's going to get back up to, but Josh Vale was in the driving seat here. He took a second in a race win yesterday. If he keeps it going, he's the first Planet Moto first lap leader, so a point in the bag for that.
He's been pretty good with that.
But for the time being, we've got he's got a point there. So the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award, basically, so that every race other than the pros, the first rider over the line takes a point.
And we'll be able to give that championship.
We'll be able to give that championship today, because by my reckoning, but we've got to get through it all. Billy Askew, although he didn't get the First Lap Leader Award
this time,
he's got pretty much an unassailable lead, but we need to double check the points later, but I'm pretty certain that
nice bit of Spanish practice.
Yeah, that Billy Askew will be taking that. But that was a point on the board there for Josh Vale on the SJP Moto machine. There's Askew now working his way, lost his peak.
Yeah, we've got bullet head. We have got a bullet head out there.
That's happened several times to him this year.
Is that a good thing to say?
Well, it has. I'm only stating fact.
Yeah. I think, the helmets now are designed to release the peak.
Yeah.
Because if you don't want it digging in and snap, that's what causes a lot of neck injuries, is actually the peak on the helmet. So the helmet manufacturers now as well, with Fly, Alpine Star, Fox, the peak actually releases, and this is sort of a new thing that's coming into helmet technology. So if you see a rider riding with a bullet head like that, it's there's a purpose to it.
You can see, obviously, all the earth that's been shifted around. You can see the space available in the background as well to work with. Josh running his Team GB graphics, because he went and raced the World Junior Championship. I think he was relatively pleased with his performance. It went all right. And, of course, we have the coupe, the Hold on, let me get this right. Coupe de Alavenere. Still didn't get it right, did I?
Coupe de Alavenere.
Just call
That's
it the
the
coupe.
kids' destination.
Just call it the coupe.
Is it kids' destination?
Because honestly, like, I'm getting tongue-tied, and I said I need caffeine to function and say anything. Anyway, that's happening over in Belgium, where it always does. Dave Garland is now the team manager. Fair play, Dave.
Dave loves Dave
Dave
lives and breathes motocross, that man, doesn't he?
Yeah, Dave took over from me. I did it from 1 year, but of commitments with Team Green and all other stuff that we do here. So then Dave took over from me with great effect, and he's been doing it since. So he's now made his team selection for, it's basically like the under-21 Motocross of Nations, basically. It's a great event, a brilliant event.
I've never been to it. It's one that I'd like to tick off.
It's literally about an hour and a half from Calais.
Yeah.
Really easy to
I
get
want to tick
to.
that off, and Swarty Cross as well.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So Dave has announced his team. We're going to be getting Dave Garland in here later on, just before the pro race, to talk about it, to talk about his team selection.
And his son's racing in the pros as well. Liam's out there as well. Liam's been out of professional racing for a while. Looks like he's enjoying it. I know he had a good ride at Fox Hills, didn't he, last week on the Yamaha. So back on his 450 for this weekend. So it'd be good to see Liam, 24 on a whole shot Kawasaki, spinning some laps as well.
There's Charlie Richmond. He looks good on the Matt Gardner racing machine. Great little thing yesterday with Charlie. Elliot Spencer does a lot of the social media and stuff for the MX Nationals. We stuck a camera in his face for a little Instagram clip, asking him what we thought the track was like. And he basically just went, well, I can't repeat what he said. It's something to do with dog's bits.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Okay.
So, yeah.
We're a bit early for that.
A bit early for that. He loves the track. So many kids have just said, this is unreal. They love a jump.
Yeah,
They've got
do.
plenty to choose from.
They're not worried, are they? What's the worst that can happen to them? They have a day off school. You know, it's all good. They're just going to full send everything. There is Charlie Richmond stretching over that. These jumps they're going to be a bit of a stretch for these bikes. I mean, I know they were for me. These kids are obviously carrying a lot more corner speed than I do, especially the front guys. Anyway, probably all of them. Billy Askew's still there in fourth, not really making any headway. He's a little bit quicker than two guys in front of him. We've got Charlie Richmond and Jake Walker just in front of him, but Josh Vale, he's sort of gone at the minute. 2 seconds.
Wow, he runs out the inside. Billy Askew makes a pass, does he? Of course, without a helmet peak, Billy is getting Roos straight onto the goggles as well.
Oh, there's no deflection.
Made light work there, didn't he? Just straight up the inside of Charlie Richmond as they go over that massive tabletop. Oh, it's just an amazing. I've also spoke to a couple of the photographers. They are literally walking around with a smile from ear to ear, like, God, there's so many good places you can take shots here. Josh Vale, he is on form. He has set the quickest lap. He would love to end this series with an overall victory over Billy Askew, fair and square.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice. You can see how much effort Josh Vale's put into himself the last couple of years. If you watched it last year, you know, he's a bit of a chubbier kid. I know he's grown a little bit.
Yeah.
He's definitely worked on himself a lot.
Yeah. Oh,
so
he's absolutely, got himself fit and shape. Of course, he's part of the Jude Morris Racing Foundation setup. So great things that they're doing there. Mark Morris and Lucy Morris, you know, and big plans for next year with supporting more riders to go and race potentially EMX. But on top of that, you know, Callum, you've played a big part of it as well, so kudos to you, raising loads of funds for the air ambulance.
I tried my best.
Oh, mate, you've done exceptional.
We tried our best with the company. Unfortunately, the company didn't survive. We folded it to start something in America. Oh, and a bit of a mistake there from Charlie Richmond, as we were just talking about. But yeah, it didn't survive, but we did donate a lot of money to the Jude Morris Foundation. And I personally love what Mark's doing.
Yeah.
He's putting all his energy into that. He's going to need something, you know. He needs something to focus himself on. It's the worst thing that could ever happen to a man. And we've just got to take a hat off to him, and we've got to all support him.
Yeah, absolutely. You work out of that. It's just 272. That was Henry Fenner, I think that was. Yeah, Henry Fenner. So. Well, I was just going to say, actually, the small wheel category. Remember, these are open 85. So what we've got is we've got two classes mixed together. We've got the big wheels and the small wheels. In the small wheels, Hayden Statt is leading the way, so he's pulling some points on Blake Ward-Clark. Ward-Clark was 15 points ahead of him going into this race. So he's pulling back 3, so he's got the gap down to 12. You're still looking, basically, Hayden Statt and Elfie Getters-Green at this point are both probably looking for a bit of bad luck to fall upon Blake Ward-Clark. So, yeah, I can see that. Obviously, doing live streaming, we get loads of people. I try to get sending us messages, shout-outs, and trying to put us off.
That was funny.
That was funny.
I mean, well, it just looks like me, doesn't it?
It does look like you. That was Mel Pocock. Mel Pocock is watching from at home. Mel, thanks for tuning in. With your comeback ride last week at Fox Hill.
Unbelievable.
I think, come on, you've got to start considering coming back out to these, shouldn't you?
Mel, I'm trying to convince him to put a vets class on for us. Don't worry about it. I'm on it. I'm putting the pressure on.
I'm a vet. He's only just turned 30.
I want a class for all the team managers, Barry and everyone. I want to get Barry out.
I'd be into that. Oh no, Princey. No, maybe I wouldn't have a fighting chance.
Neil can still go well, can't he? He's still got it, hasn't he?
I'd still like to see myself. I reckon I could go top 3 in a team manager race.
I think you'd be all right. Let's get him out there. Let's do it. An industry race.
Well, we did have an industry race one year. Yeah, that was good actually. I remember being out there with Mark Chamberlain. Mark Chamberlain pulled a whole shot, and I sat behind him for a lap thinking, I'll just sit here. He was loose. He was basically like a deranged orangutan.
The thing is, though, a lot of these guys don't really ride a lot anymore, do they? But they've still got speed in their head. And putting that, what you know in your head, into an old body doesn't always work.
So, maybe that's something for the future. But right now, talking of future, seamless link, Josh Vale is going to be a star of the future, as is Billy Askew, Jamie Walker. You are looking at, probably, like we said, let's give it like 7-10 years' time. These guys, fingers crossed, they're going to be at the front runners of the pro class.
If we did that industry race, what we should do, make a little switch. We should get some 85 kids to commentate on it in here, switch stuff up a little bit.
Can you imagine the abuse that we'd get?
Be savage, wouldn't it?
I don't mind that. So as you can see, light rain is starting to come down. Hopefully it'll only stay like that. Oh, listen, it would do the track favours actually, save us getting water down as it starts to dry.
You get a nice even spread when it rains, don't you? It's nice.
Just enough to keep the key areas where it's a bit more clay and hard packed from the dust kicking up. Because either way you look at it, we're still in drought. I mean, we still haven't had any serious rain for so long. That's also what made the track build more difficult.
Yeah.
Because it was just so crumbly and loose. There was no moisture in the dirt to bind it all together. So, again, what they've done in a short amount of time is incredible. Under the circumstances, the weather that we've had, time restrictions, all those things, it's really just an incredible
I don't know how they've... it's mind-blowing, really, isn't it?
It is. It's like the kind of DIY SOS of motocross track builds. It's just like all hands on pump.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Right. So as we go right now, I'm just going to split the classes here. Bear with me, and I'll run through the small wheels first. So as they're sitting down to 10th, Hayden Statt leading the way over Blake Ward-Clark. Blake's 20 seconds back though. Finley Pickering in 3rd. Lucas Moncrief is in 4th. 5th place is Mason Jones. 6th, we've got Elvis Toney. He's a wild card. 7th, we've got Alfie Gedders-Green. 8th, we've got Stanley Sibbett. 9th is Danny Flood. And rounding out the top 10, Ryan Clift.
Yeah, big wheels. Josh Vale leading the way, as you've seen. Jake Walker putting a good one together in 2nd. Then it's Billy Askew for 3rd, but he won the championship at Hawkstone, so but they still want to win the overall. Charlie Richmond for 4th. Jamie Keefe, number 184, is in 5th. Then it's Chester Hyde, the rider you are seeing on screen. He is currently in 6th, ahead of Drew Stock. Hayden Statt is the leading small wheel rider. Then it's Blake Ward-Clark. Then it's George Parker. He is the next big wheel rider, ahead of Ollie Bubb. So there you go. Yeah, they're all kind of mixed up here. Obviously, you pretty much always see the big wheel riders at the front. It's always interesting to see how high up the leading small wheel will get. Yeah. That's a pretty good ride there, actually, for Hayden Statt.
Yeah,
He's breaking the top 10.
Ride. It is a good ride. It makes a lot of difference having the bigger wheels in the bike. Especially on a circuit like this, even more so. Like the divide gets bigger.
And, you know, on average, they're always a year or two older, the big wheel riders as well, a bit stronger. But the big wheels, even though there's not much in it, only a few inches,
big difference. Yeah.
They make so much difference when it comes to carrying corner speed.
And rolling through bumps and things like that.
So,
I mean, I know KTM's run the same swinging arm now, big wheel through to small wheel, but I remember like back in my days on 85s, I used to ride a KX, and when I was on small wheel, we had the big wheel swinging arm in, just to make the bike a little bit longer, and that helped.
Yeah, obviously, like the KX, for example, the small wheel is not only is it shorter swinging arm, it's an actual shorter frame as well.
Yeah.
So it does make a difference. Obviously, same power plant, but the chassis makes...
It is different, yeah, for sure.
So there is, I haven't seen much of him, Jake Walker, always action-packed. I like watching Jake. He's pretty animated on a bike. He definitely lets it hang out.
Yeah.
It's not too far away, is he, from Josh Vale?
No, I think, well, there's 4. I think it might, well, that's just as they come through. He could make something happen. I think Vale's just been really comfortable, though, out front in this one. He's had sort of, I wouldn't say an easy race, but he's controlled it pretty much since... you know, Askew sort of fell off, so not had too much pressure. Maybe he could wind it up if he needs to.
I think he's in control. The way he came around that first corner, look, he had a little look behind. He's gauging. You
can see there's energy. He's still got energy, hasn't he? He's still good.
He can wind it up if Jake starts getting closer. Ready for a certainly a 125. Arguably, you could say looks like he.
Yeah, he could ride. He could be on one now.
So I'm sure he'll be moving up to, well, like I said, who knows, 125, maybe 250. I'm hearing, I don't know if it's set in stone. I heard a rumour that, which you should never believe, that potentially Billy Askew might be going straight to a 250, not even bothering with a 125 next year. But let's see if that actually happens. Charlie Heyman, who was obviously was going to be in the race coming up next, the MXY2 125, he wrapped that up at Hawkstone. Yeah. He's gone straight into the expert class, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. He took a race win yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
But he's on a 252 stroke. But more about him later. He's going to be coming out later.
Yeah, I think he was just a bit tiring for him in second moto. Bigger bike, a lot more going on, faster riders, but perfect for him. He needs to start, you know, getting there, and it's all about putting himself on the world stage eventually. I think for Charlie, he's definitely got potential for that.
Well, it's already been announced. So Charlie is going to be riding for a new team next year. But as we said, when we get to the expert race, we'll talk about him later. Right now, let's focus on these guys, these little 85 rippers. Coming through, there is Walker doing his best to chase down. But to me, looking at Josh Vale on the SJP Moto machine, he's in complete control here. You'll see, obviously, our equipment around the place because we've got a lot of machinery because it's a new track. It's taken a little while to bed in. So we've got various machinery scattered all around the place so we can get straight on it with track work in between each race. Hopefully, look, there's a nice shot. There's a checkered flag. So I'm going to go and do the first winner's circle with Josh Vale. We're going to go to an ad, and hopefully we'll be chatting to Josh in a moment. Okay, here we are with Josh Vale taking the first race win of today. You had a good day yesterday as well with a second and a race win. Billy was back in third on that one. Nice little gap going into the final race for the overall. How are you feeling? You had a problem with that one as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a rock stuck in my foot peg, and every time I went to put my foot back on the peg, it kept slipping off, so I went over the jumps and my legs kept coming off. But
you're still putting together a stellar season. Just talk us about this. Team GB, you was over there in, was it Finland, wasn't it? How did that go?
Better than I expected. Went out in my group and qualified second and third out of everyone. And then in the first race, I was in about 8th, and then I got wiped out. And then I came from 38th to 10th, and then a massive high side, and then I pulled in. And then in the second race, came from 16th to 7th, which was pretty solid.
I've got to say though, mate, what a season you've put together. Like, we've talked about it all year, how you've got yourself physically in shape. You're obviously shooting up, you're growing up. Is this going to be your last year on an 85, or is it too early to say?
It's too early to say. We're going to see you at the end of the season, and we're hopefully trying to stay down and get one more year out of it.
Nice one, mate. Well done. Good luck in the second one. He's on track to potentially win the overall. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Commentators to curse. You'll be fine. Josh Vale, race winner of the first Cintal 85 Moto.
And here we are. This is the 7 MXY 125 and 250s. That means we've got a 125 class and a 250 class. 125s are on 2 strokes, 250s on 4 strokes. They're all youth riders. This is the next generation, and this is their 3rd moto of the weekend. First for the live streaming. And who are we going to see on top? You got your sheets here for yesterday?
I have, yeah. This is the championship, basically, but it shows yesterday's results. Ben Musto was very solid yesterday. He took a 2nd and a 1st, but also did Tyler Hooley in the 125. So they're currently tied on points. Yep. That's going to make it very interesting. In the 250 class, as again, Tyler Westcott, he'd already wrapped up the title. I don't think he's even here this weekend. I haven't seen him. So Bayliss Utting was solid yesterday. He took a 2nd and a 1st. Was pretty solid. The other other moto win went to Seth Manners. Took a race win yesterday. Fair play to Seth.
Yeah.
So
new track always brings out new winners, though, doesn't it? And stuff.
Yeah.
It can literally change the course of someone's dynamic because no one's ridden it before. It's a fair playing field for anybody across the country.
Absolutely, and obviously early days with this venue. It's very early days. It's the first ever race here, of course. So first time it's ever been used. I don't know what the plan is for the venue, but I should imagine it won't get overused. That's the point. Keep it for national events only. I don't think it'll turn into any kind of practice facility or anything like that. And just get used for national racing.
I think maintaining it wouldn't make sense. No practice facility.
So yeah, this is going to be good. This is the 7 youth class, brought to you by 7MX, 125s and 250s combined, mixed together. Just a slight little delay. We're going to have probably a little few of these today, but just because, obviously, again, brand new circuit, just needs a bit of fettling, a bit of tweaking between motos to stay on top of it. Once we get a good solid year and winter, obviously for loads of rain on it, which we'll definitely get. It's a British winter. Let gravity do its work, let it all just settle down, and then we're going to keep putting brand new soil in on top of it. It's just going to be a phenomenal venue. It already is. So yeah, going back to the championship, Westcott, as I said, he got it wrapped up. He had a solid year. I don't know the reasons why he's not here. I'll try and find them out for you, actually.
Yeah, maybe we've got an injury or something.
Well, he got it done, hadn't he? So, you know, for whatever reason, he's been
might be on holiday.
He might well be just gone off going,
don't blame him.
Won the championship, I'm off on holiday. Done the hard work. But this would be good. Musto, number 163 on the Matt Gardner machine, and Tyler Hooley on the Acer United Gas. They were at it yesterday. So they were the lead riders in the race. Hudson Roper on Team Green Kawasaki got off to a good start and led a couple of laps as well. Here we go then, gate drop. First moto of the day for the MX Youth 125 250.
Brought to you by 7MX.
It's a Team Green rider again, is it? It's Hudson Roper again. Is he going to turn it tight enough, though? No, he's not.
It looks like the Yamaha up the inside. Blue Crew getting the job done on that start.
Indeed, it's Mackenzie Marshall, number 555, with the race with a whole shot, followed by Wal Beanie on the store 114 machine.
Yeah, good to get a start like that on a 2-stroke.
Yeah, then it's Ben Musto, then Hudson Roper. So basically, a mix of 250s and 125s at the sharp end. That's good to see.
And if you want to keep track of what's going on in the racing alongside the live stream that you're watching now, you can get it up on your phone or on your laptop. You can get the live timing up on My Laps. So go on the Speed Hive app and click on MX Nationals, and you should be able to follow your riders.
Mackenzie Marshall, like any racer, if you get a whole shot, you know you've got that little advantage. Just straight away you're like,
oh yeah, for sure.
I've got clear track, use it.
I mean, it's been a long time since I got a whole shot, but yeah, I remember it.
Just use it. You've just got to go, right, I've got to take advantage of this, get a good early 2 laps, then try and break the field. Because it does make a difference, particularly on the first lap. Okay, anywhere in the top 5 is pretty much always a good start.
Yeah.
You start getting in and around beyond, like, certainly outside the top 10, it gets messy.
You can see how far away the top, like, 4 or 5 guys have already gapped the rest of the field because they're not having to focus on defending lines or anything. They're just able to race forward.
Yeah. Now, somebody told me that jump that they're hitting there, you can't quite see. Then in the next camera angle, you'll see them landing off that jump. Somebody told me it was about 110 feet. I don't know if it is. I think it's even bigger than that.
It is a big step up. I was just landing on the top of it.
I need to get my measuring wheel out.
But I made a mistake. I thought this step up was similar with a flat top in qualifying, and I just well overshot.
Obviously, you raced it. You raced yesterday.
Yeah.
So, which is the biggest jump on the track? That one they've just come over? That big?
I'd say that the tabletop's the biggest, but that step up is the most technical.
Right.
As in, like, you're having to, like, find a lot of speed through that corner.
Yeah.
Like, to get over that, you really are stretching a 250.
Yeah. Whereas the big tabletop,
you've got to run up. You're sort of going over the step up, and you've got to run into it, and it makes it. You're almost coming off the gas.
Yeah.
You know.
So as you can see, Mackenzie Marshall with a point towards the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. The rider with the most points at the end of the year is going to get a Spanish holiday.
Looking
Motocross
good.
Vacation.
On that DK Off-Road Yamaha as well. Shout out to Chris Neeson, obviously recovering from a bit of an injury earlier on in the year, and they run a good shop down there at DK Off-Road. So yeah, just want to, if you're watching, Chris, hope you're starting to feel a little bit better. And the store 114 KTM there. Walbini putting in some work now. He's got to really start pushing that little 125. I mean, he is leading the 125 category, but no one wants to come second in a moto. They still want to cross the line first. It looks pretty racy actually in the 125s. Harvey Cashmore there as well. A couple of seconds back, we've got. That's 250. It's Walbini, Ben Musto. I was getting a bit confused then. Ben Musto's on the Matt Gardner KTM 163, and then Tyler Hooley just behind him. So it is cooking up to be a good one in the 125s.
It will be. The championships won, done and dusted. Charlie Heyman. I'd just like to point out that Charlie Heyman did 5 rounds and won every race.
Yeah, he did.
So that's why he's moved up.
But he's got to pass the baton now.
Yeah.
That gives another chance to get that set on that same confidence wave that Charlie was on.
Exactly. Musto looks good for second. He is effectively coming into this today was 69 points behind Heyman. Obviously, Heyman's already won, so he can't win it. But he still then had a nice gap, basically, over Tyler Hooley. A massive gap, in fact, 108. So basically, Musto is locked down second in the 125s.
Yeah.
And it looks like Hooley's going to get third. As we said, in the 250 category, Westcott has already got it done.
They're all together. I just wanted to point out the 125 guys are all together. Walbini, Ben Musto and Tyler Hooley are all on the same part of track. So we're going to have a good race here for the race win in the 125s.
Look, here we go.
There's Musto, and then if we just stretch the shot out a little bit more, I think we're going to see Hooley as well. Yeah, see, just in shot there.
Right.
So this is going to be a good one. It's game on.
I know they can't hear me, but lads, entertain us. Come on. Let's get a great, second moto of the day.
Yeah,
Let's get a barnstormer
It's
going.
game on now. There's quite a lot of fans here today as well. A lot of people watching. Good little viewing areas. Good little banks they've built as well for people to stand on and watch.
Okay, as Callum's called it, you've got the top 3 125 riders all in shots. Mackenzie Marshall is away with it. Well, he's not too far ahead.
He's not too far ahead. I think, Musto's pushing Walbini on. He's sort of caught up to him, and Walbini sort of had to step up the pace a little bit. These guys could go past Marshall.
Walbini, that that was designed as a scrub jump.
Yeah, that's
Beanie just
what he just did then. That you've got to have some good ankles for that.
Just launched it out. That will be more energy sapping as the race goes on.
Big time.
Clearly, that heavy landing takes it out of you. But Beanie pushing. In fact, they are closing on Mackenzie Marshall, all three of them.
Beanie seems to stretch it out a little bit more on this side of the track, especially from Hooley. Hooley's losing some time on this part of the circuit and then gaining it back over the other end on the more hard-packed clay area. But you're looking at the 163 of Ben Musto there on the Matt Gardner KTM, pushing that bike as hard as it'll go, all the way onto the back of the Store 114 rider, while Beanie, who just made a little mistake in that corner, he just looked like he lost the front wheel and had to give it a quick foot dab. But there's Tyler Hooley, who's coming on that AC United gas machine. Properly put together motorcycle by the guys down there. Nice to see them picking up a youth rider. You know, it was great to see at the start of this season.
Yeah, because he, well, basically the riders currently in 3rd and 4th, they went at it. They did. Last year in the 85s.
Yeah.
It went right to the wire at Cusses Gorse between those two.
Yeah, it did.
It was brilliant racing. So here they are again. They both moved up to the 125 class. They're still racing each other. It's kind of like we got.
This is going to happen the whole way through their career, though, isn't it?
Of course, yeah, it's brilliant. So Hooley, I think, you know, he's had a couple of injuries this year. The season didn't quite start how he wanted to.
See what I mean? This side of the circuit, he's really catching these guys up.
Towards the tail end of the year, he's absolutely started to put it together.
Oh, Musto, is he going to get the inside line there? So he was going to come over the crest of the spine. It didn't quite manage to get it done.
Back across the start straight, just a great layout here of the circuit. You know, so much thought and consideration has gone into it. So yeah, there's lots of lines. I mean, as the track will develop as well. Right now, you could argue, there's not this kind of one obvious line. Just trust us on this. As we go throughout the day,
look at that corner.
Other lines will open up. Yeah, but later on in the day, that will get so gnarly, they're going to start going outside, and that's the beauty of it.
For sure. And then this corner, there was 2 lines as well yesterday. It was, just the flow of the track was great. And then you go into the that's so tricky. That part of the track, when you land off that tabletop.
Because it literally happens like that.
And then go into the sand, it's like, whoa. Honestly, the whole bike changes, everything feels different, the ground's different, like it's proper sketchy, you know what I mean? But in a good way, like almost, it's challenging.
Yeah, it makes the rider think.
Yeah, definitely,
Did you find this track, obviously it's brand new, we keep saying that, and we will stress that enough, because if you're new to the MX Nationals, this is a big deal for us, this venue. Did you find this venue, obviously any motocross is physically challenging, we know that. Yeah. Mentally, was this more a mentally demanding circuit?
Oh, bit of a mistake from Musto then. Yeah, it was, because, I mean, the only break you've got really is on the jumps. Yeah. You've got to get over the jumps and literally suck in some air. Because like the difference in soils, and like one corner you can trust your front wheel, the next corner you can't really trust it as much. You need to be a bit more careful. There's so much going on in your head.
But what about the jumps itself? Like even learning the circuit and knowing which jump you're on and all that kind of stuff.
It was hard. In qualifying, it was hard. I made a few mistakes. You see where they're coming now? They're going to come around here onto this step up, which is really small. And then you hop into the tabletop. I assumed in my head I had that it was the other step up with a big flat landing. And I launched it and landed down in the bottom of that hole there. And I was like, what? And it almost got lost on the track. I thought, where am I? Like, what's going on?
That's the point I was going to make, because that's happened to me on numerous occasions. I remember riding a practice track in Spain before the Spanish GP, and I just absolutely launched what I thought was a 60-foot tabletop. Turns out it was a spine jump.
Yeah, it can happen.
And I literally took off and went, oh no.
Yeah.
And I landed so heavily that my carb fell off.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
How I didn't break my ankles, I don't know.
Yeah, close one. I also, one of the tabletops as well, that I think they're coming up to in a minute. I kept thinking it was a spine jump, and it was a tabletop. So in qualifying, I was going up to it really aggressively, braking on the face, and was like, oh, it's a tabletop, go! Like, it was every lap getting bamboozled by it. Yeah. It's tough.
Okay, we've just been told that all race durations are going to be trimmed back by 2 minutes, except the 85 and the pros. There we go. I don't know why that is. Race direction have taken that decision. Maybe people are actually going, I'm quite tired.
I'm happy with it. I think it's because we started late. It was a bit of a late start, and we probably
had
have a curfew with.
No, I don't think we do. No, nothing like that. I
No.
just think we had an incident this morning before the stream started.
Okay.
With somebody got it was a medical emergency, nothing to do with the racing, and that put us back a bit. Anyway, let's get back to this because these guys are giving about all they can, trying to find a way to get in and around. They're still kind of following each other a little bit.
I see Ben Musto losing his foot in some areas.
Yeah.
I think he needs some glue on them foot pegs or get the little grinder out and sharpen them up.
There's Ben looking particularly race-faced moody.
Oh, look at that.
I meant that in a nice way, Ben. I don't mean you look like a miserable little toe rag all the time. What I meant is that's his
business face.
We asked him to do that.
Yeah, business face.
Yeah. A lot of them were laughing between doing all those takes. And then we asked, "Oh, give us your best."
I think
race
I
face."
was even doing them. It was funny. We had a bit of a laugh, didn't we?
So Hooley just right in the background there, just hung it up a little bit, but they are tightening up. Here we go. How long have we got left, Callum?
They're right on the back of Mackenzie Marshall now as well.
I'm going for it. I'm calling it.
3 laps in. They've got 4 minutes to go.
There's been no overtaking to this point. I'm calling it now. In the next 4 laps, we're going to see some passes.
I think Tyler Hooley could actually get both of these guys. I think he's sat there saving a bit of energy.
They're definitely closing in on Mackenzie Marshall. Now, Mackenzie doesn't matter to him. It does, but it doesn't. If these 3 riders went past him, he'd still be leading the 250 class.
Yeah, but it's still a nightmare. If you're on a 250, you want to be beating them because that's just annoying, isn't it? It would be. It would be. But it looks like he's going to have to yield.
He's starting to tire, I think, or the others are picking up the pace.
But that's the thing as well. The 250 is a much heavier bike. There we are. There's the first one. Job done. Marshall through. Walbini going through, and it looks like Musto will follow him as well. Yeah, Marshall's.
He's hit the wall.
He's hit the wall.
He's absolutely hit the wall of his energy levels by the looks of it.
But what I was going to say...
he's pumped up.
Yeah, the 250F is a big bike for a kid to ride. And it takes just a little bit longer time for them to get strong enough.
Yeah, it does.
You know, the 125, people think, oh, well, the kids running on the 125. Probably an easier bike to ride. It's nice, light, nimble. If your body's not, up to strength yet, it can be the better bike to be on.
No doubt about it. The weight difference in a 250 is noticeable. Obviously, running Team Green like I do, when we get some riders coming up, they're like, it's the weight that's been the issue. Not necessarily the power. They found the power quite nice and easy to use, which of course it is, but it's the weight of the bike, and particularly in the air, with all the gyroscopic movements and stuff like that, it just feels
And
heavy.
You've got to think these kids are like, 11 stone?
Yeah,
they don't weigh a lot. They don't weigh a lot.
Well, you've got Harrison Greenoff out there. I know he's starting to go up a bit now and fill out a little bit now, but he's like 7 stone.
Yeah, it's mental.
Something stupid like that.
You can't. It's hard to put them on a 250F. It's hard to even get suspension set up right for that sort of weight.
Well, I'll tell you what,
the bikes aren't designed for it.
Just to give you an insight to where Harrison's been at with the bike setup, it wasn't until after Hawkstone or just before Hawkstone they had a lead weight in the airbox.
Really?
To weight the bike down off the start.
Yeah. So it wasn't spinning.
It was only till Hawkstone or whatever it is they've actually removed the weight out of the bike.
Wow.
So actually making the bike heavier to compensate for how light Harrison is. So there you go. That's a little insight of what it's like for some riders. They come off an 85. Other riders, I've seen it before. We all have. Riders like, for example, Lewis Hall, who was a little tank was at the time, could just look straight on the 250, could muscle it.
It was fine, yeah.
Others can't. You just got to wait for that growth spurt.
People grow at different times. Puberty all starts different times. They all have to find their own rhythm, don't they? It looks like Hooley's coming now.
Yeah, he is going to go and make a move on it here.
Oh, got a kicker then.
Goes for a roll-off. Of course, everybody running roll-offs here. No tear-offs at the new track.
Yeah, Goggle Tech sorted me out yesterday with a lovely pair of roll-offs. Didn't fail all day. I got roosted. You can imagine if I'm in 20th, I'm getting roosted a lot. and they managed to survive. So big shout out to Bob at Goggle Tech for providing the goggles. And he does for a lot of riders. If you want that service, it's something that they do offer. Reach out to those guys. If you're listening to this in the paddock, it's not just for the pros. You can get your name down and they can prep your goggles for you every round if Bob likes you.
No, he'd do it anyway. Yeah, as we said, we kind of knew there'd be some overtaking, but Beanie, I have to say, Beanie is the I've seen
He's
him
looking the guy at the minute, isn't he?
He is, isn't he? Yeah, like, because he's kind of, yeah, I don't think he's had the kind of year where he wanted to be. I think he'd want to be in front of these guys all year.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been.
No.
You know.
There's been times where he's just looked like he's underperforming, if I'm honest. Whether that's through injury or confidence or I don't know. But Wellbeing looking really good right now.
Oh, he's got the minerals. He's definitely got the flair.
Yeah, well, he's got Booker in his corner as well, hasn't he? He's got a good trainer, good program, I think, with the 114 guys, and he looks great in all that truly designed gear as well. You can't miss him.
Yeah, I think he's been think he's been trained by Lee Dunham.
Is he? Right,
yeah,
okay,
so
okay.
If I've got
Lee
that
Dunham
wrong.
was the few-time AMCA champion?
Yeah.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, so I think he's in Lee's camp with the training. If
Okay.
I've got that wrong, I'm sure whoever.
No,
if
yeah,
I've got that wrong,
we need to
there'll
know
be somebody
this.
tapping on the door.
We need to know this stuff, don't we? You know.
No, I'm sure Lee's been helping him out this year, and he'll be pleased with his rider. Looks like Tyler Hooley is now going for another run on. Well, he's been chasing him down all race, but he's as closest as he's been, I think, right now. Tyler Hooley.
He's been very patient. I mean, we're 5 laps in now. They're probably going to get the last lap card this time round, I would say. So not much longer to get it done. I think it'd be a bit of a stretch to go after Walbini at this point.
Well, they got to keep the pressure on. They're racers, you know, and this is all part of their education. They are all wannabe pros. I've got no doubt that, you know, if they stay injury-free, I don't see any reason why these guys.
No, definitely,
you
without
know,
a doubt.
In 5-6 years' time, they're gonna be in the pro category, doing their thing.
Yeah, you know, you can see how close they are together. You can see they're pushing each other along. Like, this is what you need to, you know, to find speed. It's not like, I mean, I felt a bit sorry for Heyman this year, just out there on his own. I don't think it's been beneficial to him at all. But these three pushing each other, if they can carry that on into next year, that's definitely going to help them.
Yeah, 100%. There's, you know, where they're going to go, what they're going to ride. Well, we'll find out in the off season. Some of them have already committed, but I think a lot of people these days just like to get to the end of the season and then decide, see where their body's at.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, a couple of them will probably have a couple of weeks off as well.
They should.
Yeah, they should. They should be off the bike for. I mean, the top guys are off the bike for a month.
Oh, Walbini hit a
big
massive kicker.
Oh.
Lost all his momentum over that jump, and now just like that,
the tide can change.
Okay, this is going to get good. Just
They're
goes
all
out. There
there.
he goes. Inside, outside move.
That
on
was
the
a-
back from Musto.
Is
Gets
Walbini going to carry some
alongside.
speed, though? Walbini just able to nip him off into the corner. We have got back markers in play, though, now as well.
He went straight for the jugular there,
He
Musto.
did.
He didn't make any time. Went for the undercut.
He made a whole new line in that corner.
He did. Couldn't get it done. And while they're kind of tripping over themselves, Hooley in third is right there.
He's at. He could, you know, he could get a 2-for-1er if these guys push it too hard. Yeah,
Come
definitely,
together,
for sure.
and that's how it could all end in tears.
Long lap as well. Still,
Oh, he's right there, Hooley. Look at this. We're on the last lap, aren't we? I tell you
we
what.
need a photo finish of this.
Oh, he's gonna give it everything here, Tyler
Yeah.
Hooley. He's got half a lap, not even that. He goes-
Inside.
whilst trying to do a roll off and hard on the front brake. He's there.
He is there.
He's there, but he's running out of real estate. I think Walbini's just about going to hold on to this. We're coming into lap traffic. I don't think they're going to play a factor. They'll be out of the way. We've lost the leaders. Where are we? There they are. We're back on track. One corner to go. It looks like Beanie's going to get it done.
Beanie's going to get it done. Oh, this is going to be good going into race 4.
I'd like to see the difference between them when they cross the line, though. Look at that. What was the difference between first and third?
Let's have a little look.
Well, less than a second. 0.9
Yeah.
between first and third. Amazing.
that's pretty cool.
You get out there, go and speak to Walt. He's on his way over the winner's circle. We're going to go to an advert, and we'll be back after the winner's circle with the Clubman MX2.
what a race. We're here with Walbini. Mate, that was incredible. There's 3 of you going for that. What was the heart rate like? Were you in control, or was it just all out, just guns blazing, go for it?
Yeah, I got a really good start. I tried something different on the start, and then came around the first turn in second beyond a 250, and then I just picked my time, trying to open up a gap between me and Ben and Tyler, and then obviously made the pass on the 250, and heart rate was through the roof. I was just like, oh, Jesus. But I saw one lap board, and I was like, right, they're going to be on me for this last lap, so I just charged the whole race, and the whole lap, sorry, and yeah.
It looks like you were making some quite smart line choices as well, trying to defend a little bit, but it's hard to defend and maintain speed, isn't it? Is the track any different to yesterday?
Yeah, the track's a lot different to yesterday. There's a lot more moisture and grip underneath the surface, which is a lot better for texture and stuff. But yeah, I really like the track today, and it should perform for even more racing for race 2.
Great. Well, hopefully you have a good one in the second one. Good luck, mate, and hopefully we'll see you back here.
Okay, welcome back. You are seeing the Moto Connection Clubman MX2 riders about to launch off the line for their opening moto today. Away they go. This one, Ben Wainwright got it done yesterday. Not only did he take both race wins, he wrapped up the championship. He's probably out there riding with a gold #1 on the front of his bike, number 41. There he is up the inside. He didn't make such a good start this time. He has basically, because of the new ruling we put in place this year, he has gone back-to-back titles in the Moto Connection MX2 class. So, because he's gone back-to-back champion, he has to move up into the amateurs next year. But
he does.
He does, yeah.
I rode his bike yesterday.
Did you?
I did.
What race? I didn't see that.
Race 2.
Oh,
because
like?
my front wheel collapsed on the Suzuki. So, yeah, it's good. Good. It was a bit soft for me.
I was going to say, because he is so small.
But do you know what?
All due respect.
Yeah. With it being super soft, it actually gave me a lot of comfort.
Yeah.
But it was unpredictable. It was really unpredictable. It felt like riding when I rode that '89 Honda around the Apex for the MX Nationals Day. It felt like that. Like it was like falling and everything.
While these guys sort it out, before we go any further, have you been drinking race fuel? Because since you've walked in, or have you you've put it on as like cologne?
No, that's Tyler Hooley's bike. That's Tyler Hooley's bike.
That stinks.
Not Tyler Hooley.
Walbini.
Walbini, sorry.
Wow.
Mate, I've literally got a sore throat by standing next to it.
I was going to say, you look more wide-eyed as well.
Honestly, I was like, whoa. You know when it just gets the back of your neck?
Yeah.
Like, what you're smelling is just my exhale.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Strong, wasn't it?
If anybody's on site, don't smoke near Swanee. He might go up in flames.
Or near Walbini. Yeah. Stay away from that bike.
It's okay. We obviously, as these guys sort themselves out on the opening lap, I can tell you that that's Ben Thompson who's got himself into the lead, number 132. Ben making a comeback to racing this year. He's entered this series as a wild card, but I'm sure he'll be a registered rider next year. But Ben, yeah, making a good start in this one. And that's is that Richie Roberts back there, number 111?
I think Richie Roberts got a decent start. Yeah, Richie's like got a severely damaged finger at the minute. I've been camping with him this weekend, and I don't even know how he's riding a bike. It's so damaged. He's had surgery on it. The surgery's gone wrong. Like, he's just wants it off. He wants the finger off. Like, it's that bad. He's had to put a recluse clutch in the bike. It's because he can't operate the clutch.
Planet Moto first lap leader. That is going to go to Ben Thompson. A point on the board for him. But as I said, in reality, we've got to get through all today's racing. But I got a sneaking feeling that Billy Askew is going to be taking home that overall victory.
Yeah, for sure. Richie's looking good right now, to be fair, on that Ruts Racing Yamaha. He's trying to push, and like I said, it's really hard for him to hold on to the bike at the minute, like super difficult. So I take my hat off to him. And like he's had to put an automatic clutch in the bike because he can't pull the clutch in. So a lot of changes for him. He's even swapped brands. He's gone from the Husky to the Yamaha. So, but yeah, it's working.
So which was it? Is it his index finger?
The middle finger.
Oh.
the middle finger. So strength-wise, and the hands a lot weakened. Yeah, it's a mess. It really is.
Well, fair play to him for being out there then. Good on him. You got to love your racing for that. That was Max Fletcher, number 6. So let's go through. These are all per category. We haven't got a split class in this one. These are all 250 machines, and they're all Clubman. Take it away, Cal.
They are. So leading the way through was Ben Thompson, followed by Ricky Roberts. George Boyce there on the number 10 in 3rd. 4th was Adam Paxton. He's a wild card as well. Joe Cooper was in 5th. 6th was Josh Jones. 7th, Max Fletcher. Elliot Pugh in 8th. 9th was Charlie West. And rounding out the top 10, Elliot Cook.
Yeah, and I tell you, we've said it so many times. We will continue to say it because they're awesome. The Clubman classes from everybody at the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee, thank you.
Yeah.
And I mean that sincerely for basically supporting the series like you do year after year. Always nearly full lineups of Clubman.
Yeah, I know, mental, isn't it?
You are the backbone of the sport. You are the backbone of the Michelin MX Nationals, and we tip our hat to you guys.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And George Boyce has found his way round Richie Roberts now into 2nd. That conversation I just had with Wall, just after it as well. We had to sort of hurry up because we're getting on with this race. He said the track is so much better than yesterday. So much better. And I did expect that.
Yeah.
This ground's got to settle in. Everything's got to bed in and sort of marry each other, marry itself up. And he said today is just a different track.
And they'll stay on top of it. There's still going to be corners that are going to chew up.
Well, they'd have seen how it's developed. Like they changed that corner there. They know it needed changing. Just done.
Yeah. So, like there, you can see it's a bit like a dry. That will chew up. So the guys will be on it.
That is so hard to get over also. You know the jump after the finish line? That is hard to get over that. All the way over. Big jump. Looks like George Boyce is going for a race win. Putting a lot of... Oh, and he goes around the outside of Ben Thompson. Who's going to get the drag into the rollers? Boyce looks like he's going to get it done on that scaffold by design. Gas.
Past the pit lane, they're just down there on the left, by the way. So as soon as they come out of their rollers, that's where the mechanics area, that's where they'll be putting the board out to their riders, whatever information they choose to read. I say choose because sometimes you just go...
I'm normally just focused on, like, not panicking. I passed someone yesterday, like, I had a good day yesterday. I actually went forward in the races. I haven't done that for a long time, so I'm actually proud of that. But I remember passing someone. I put a lot of effort into passing him yesterday, and when I've done it, oh my God, I was just like, how am I going to keep him behind me now? I am so done. I am so done. Like, you know, when you just go into panic mode, like, and then fortunately he fell off. So yeah, that was good. It was a relief.
That is a nice feeling.
It is a nice feeling. You're like, oh.
You don't wish bad on people.
No,
you don't want them to get injured.
No,
but when you're racing and you're getting heat from somebody,
and you just hear it go, you're like, oh.
It is a lovely
so
feeling,
nice.
particularly when you're winding down the laps, when you think, oh, good.
It was getting tough. Like, it was. I was sucking air in, for sure.
You can bring it home. Well, here's George Boyce, always the immaculate-looking George Boyce machine and rider, always turned out looking
he loves
full
it,
factory.
Yeah, loves it.
Yeah, so this section down there, that is so cool. I'm sure at future events they'll be able to do more regards of like branding it down there. We can get a camera, you know, it's just, but through that's just a nice bit of wooded area that you come through.
It looks nice. It looks very pleasant, doesn't it?
Kind of like got a sort of Dutch, Belgian feel to it.
Like Dutch-German border. I'd like to.
It's very, very precise.
Like to go. Yeah, it does though. That's sort of that's the feel.
What kind of tracks do you know on the Dutch-German border?
I rode a track on the Dutch-German border that looked like that. I cannot remember what it was called, but it was blooming good. It was very good. Ethor taught me about it, and he took me there, and I had a cracking day. But I couldn't tell you what it was called.
Well, this is a new track in the UK, and it's going to stick around for a good while. So it's just brilliant to have a new venue, you know. And I'm not just saying that because we're obviously doing the live stream from the Michelin MX Nationals. We have lost a lot of good venues over the years for numerous reasons. Not, you know, the noise issue, basically venues being used and abused, all those things.
Yeah.
So to find a new venue is one thing. To find a new venue to the potential of this place.
Yeah, and easily sort of maintainable pits and everything, like, it just works. It works to put on an event here.
Yeah.
Look, see Richie Roberts now. You can see he's fading back a little bit, and that's what I was saying. He's probably struggling for strength. A lot of strength in that hand.
Just saw.
I know it's quite frustrating for him.
Just saw was it Ty Jones, or is it Ty or Toby Jones? I'm sure it was one of them. Josh Jones. Sorry, I knew there was a fair few of them. Josh was just sort of power sliding around that corner I saw earlier on. He got down to sort of some hard ground. And as I said, that's where you enter the sand section. It literally goes from one to the other.
It's so technical there. Honestly, the amount of times where I just I felt the front going a little bit, because you got the two soils sort of sitting on top of each other, and it's not quite mixed together yet. Yeah, pretty sketchy, but it you know, it just opens up a whole new element, doesn't it?
See, some of our series partners are there, out there in the well, basically in the middle of the circuit is like a viewing area, so you can get into the middle of the circuit, and you can see the guys from Sintal down there, Lifelines, Moto Verde, all those guys helping us out. Moto Connection, big up Jack Colley and the team for basically continuing to support us with the Clubman racing.
I don't know what happened with Jack Colley yesterday in the second one. I went by him probably with a lap to go or something. It looked like he was sort of in cruise mode, so hopefully Jack Colley's okay. It looks like he's having a decent ride this time around though, 15th, so probably a bit more like where he wants to be. I'm not sure what happened, but I was a bit like, I shouldn't be passing Jack.
It's great though. It's brilliant to see obviously Jack and the Moto Connection brand as a sponsor out there racing. Works, Sports Insurance are the sponsors of the next class, the Clubman MX1. You also go out there and race.
Yep. We've got to do it.
Yeah, fair play to you. Fair play to you.
I'll tell you what though, did you see Jack set up at Fox Hills Destinations?
No, I didn't get a chance
wow,
to see
mate,
that.
I've got to show it to you. I've got to show it to you. Yamaha Troy.
Oh, no,
perfect.
I didn't see that.
Perfect.
Fair play. Obviously we're still tired coming off the back of a great event by Dave King and Doc Wobbs last weekend and the Language Club at Fox Hill for the VMXDN new kind of Evo era. Oh, was that George Boyce slipping off in the background? Just saw a rider wash out on the finish line as we broke away. Sure it was. Is that Boise?
No, it's not.
No, sorry, that was number 4.
George
so that was Adam Paxton slipping out.
Yeah, no, George still went through. He's still leading the way.
Sorry, yeah, of course. That was Adam Paxton hitting the deck, rider number 4. He was in 7th. He was higher up than that, but he's now just dropped down. So, yeah. This is a good race now, as you've heard many times now. Richie Roberts struggling to hold on with that finger, and then you've got Jones now, who has worked his way up. Josh Jones is now up to third.
Made a mistake though.
He's up to 2nd, so this is the battle for 2nd. And Richie fights back.
Richie's going to fight back. He will fight till the flag. He's a tough kid. Up the inside there. 4 of them going over the sand mound and down the hill into that. This is top-notch Clubman racing. I'm definitely not at this part, at the sharp end of this. Hey, with a bit of work, you never know. I could get the grind on throughout the winter, getting a bit more of a race shape.
I'm telling you right now, mate. Careful what you say. Remember, you're going out live.
I want to do it. I want to be 15 to 20. That's where I want to be.
All right.
Next
Look
year.
at Richie getting a run as they come through lap traffic. Who was that hanging off the back? That was Max Fletcher, I think, getting a proper roll on through the whoops. Number 6 made a load of time up. But what a great battle for second.
This is a big scrap. There's 5 guys really that could do this.
Now the Clubman, they would have found initially, I would imagine yesterday, this venue a little bit intimidating. The jumps are big, whatever.
Yeah.
But just like youth riders, whatever, you're only going to get better and used to it the more you ride circuits like this. So I'm already seeing riders now more accomplished and comfortable than they looked yesterday.
Yeah, for sure.
It stands to reason.
It was tough. I've got to admit, it was tough on the body as well.
Yeah.
For club riders, especially me. I mean, I'm well out of shape. I'm not anywhere near, where I should be or where I want to be. But like I had to have tape on my knee yesterday to stop my kneecap popping out the front. Like, we've all got stuff going on. When you get over 30, you're starting to fall to bits. Yeah. And it was tough. until I dialed it in and I knew what I was doing, and I didn't want to go over jumping stuff, and you know, it was hard. But I'm sure it's better for these guys today. They know where they're going. Track layouts set in the mind, and you can see it opens up some cracking racing, even down to Clubman.
Yeah,
Clubman level.
It's 1 lap to go then in this one. George Boyce is way out front. He's nearly got an 8-second lead, rider number 10.
9 seconds now.
9 seconds, that's what's there, so pushing it up to nearly 10 seconds. So he's got this one kind of half in the bag. It's going to take a mistake from him, I'm sure, or some misfortune. But Josh Jones is still trying to fend off these riders behind him.
He's doing a good job, though. He's riding that 250 two-stroke gas really nicely. Carrying a lot of corner speed, you know, yeah, doing a good job.
Yeah, but Max Fletcher is probably timed this one pretty good. He seems to be turning some good laps, but he's left the door open there for Richie Roberts. Doesn't quite go through it, though.
He backed it off a bit to pull that roll off, so probably it must have been a moment where he had to clear the lens. Probably got a face full of roost off the back of that 252 stroke of Josh Jones. Robert's still there. He's in a good position for if anything goes wrong, but I don't think he's going to be able to fight too hard for this second place spot. Maybe he could pick a third place here. Could get Max Fletcher.
Oh, Max nearly off the side of the circuit.
That's a big jump, that tabletop. That is a really big jump.
Yes, to Stephenly big.
That's the one where I kept thinking it was like a speed check jump and messing up my qualifying.
Well, you know the old saying, innit? When in doubt, just pin it.
No.
No,
no,
you're not a lover of that?
Not at my age, no, not at all.
Sure, your age. You're just a wee young pup.
Not in my head. Old. Very old. Grandad rights.
No, no, because no, sorry. There was a groan of a man that realises his 50th birthday is just round the corner.
You know what? I'm only 30. I need to sort it out. I need to get in shape. So hopefully next year I'll be in a bit better shape.
I'll hold you to that. I want to see a real Rocky Balboa
maybe
training
we could do
session.
a thing. Maybe we could do a thing over the winter. Keep people entertained with me going to the gym.
I want to see you running through towns with a load of kids chasing after you, jumping over benches. I want to see you running up mountains.
I want to see that as well. I want to do that. It's just getting, it's just putting that into making it a reality, you know.
Do the whole Rocky IV thing where you're out there, you know, none of this modern technology gyms. You're out there like doing it.
Lift,
out there
like just
wild.
lifting dogs up and stuff.
Yeah,
like
that kind of stuff. Chasing chickens around courtyards. That whole thing. Here he is then, George Boyce. I'm going to get out of the booth and go and catch up with Boycey, because if he throws it away from here, well,
there we are.
He
crosses the line. Nearly a 10-second lead for the number 10 of George Boyce on that lovely scaffold by design, Gas. I know he's big time supported by Off-Road World as well, with all the Fox gear. Always looks immaculate, so big shout out to him and all the guys in his corner. Josh Jones cross the line second, third was Max Fletcher. We're going to sit this over to an advert now, and then you'll be joining Jeff in the winner's circle with George Boyce.
Okay, we're here with the race winner in the Clubman MX2 class, George Boyce. George, we say how you look, full AMA, don't you? You always present yourself well. Talking of decent tracks in AMA, how are you finding this new one?
Well, it's one of the best tracks I rode.
Really?
Yeah, the ground's perfect. You've got to be like on the ball, technical. keep it smooth and you're right.
What about the jumps today? A little bit more wind today. Are you noticing a crosswind, or is it pretty safe?
Just that the takeoffs were a bit slicker than yesterday, but the wind's right. Just got to be precise.
Always, as we said, great setup you've got here. So who do you want to thank? A lot of people behind you.
Technical solution for the suspension, design
Nodding
scaffolding.
over there, going yeah, I've done my bit.
Multi-tech, ESP. Yeah, that's it. Off-road world.
Good stuff. We may see George back for the second moto. You've got one more to go. Enjoy yourself in that one, mate. Best of luck, and well done on a good series regardless. There you go. There's George Boyce.
Right, this is me, Callum Swan, and this is my class, the Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1. So yeah, that's the brand at the bottom left, Work Sports Insurance. You can see a banner on the back as well. You know, we pride ourselves on being riders, sorting out you guys' insurance. So it is me who you get to talk to. It's we've got Lauren Collingwood, Jan Howells as well. We all ride motorbikes. It's you know, insurance for riders from riders. So if anyone out there watching the stream wants to get their insurance sorted out, income protection, life insurance, family income benefit, whatever you need, shout out to us. Get onto the website, fill in a contact form, and one of the guys in the office will get back to you. There we are. That's my little spiel done for the day.
I still, yeah, which is great. I still haven't sorted out my insurance with you yet.
Jeff, mate,
it's because do you know why? It's because you're too busy dealing with everybody else.
I
know. You know what it is. You know, mates rates and all that. I'm not asking for mates rates, but you know how it is. You kind of, you know, you got to look after your main consumer.
Yeah, of course you do.
To be fair, I've kind of said I'd get insurance, and then I kind of stopped riding by about April because I just got so busy.
Hey, do you know what? Like,
but I will be coming to you for insurance.
It's one of them things, you know. People, if you're doing a sport like this, you need it, and I say it time and time again. Like, if you're the guy out there having fun, and your family's with you, all supporting you, and stuff like this, and you might be the breadwinner, then just cover your arse. Yeah. You don't want to make your family doesn't need to suffer because you're having a good time if it goes wrong. You know, just ride once less a month and get your insurance sorted out, and make sure that you're not going to make anyone else suffer for you know, for the sake of you having a good time. That's it.
Absolutely, wise words. Even coming from you.
I know, mental, isn't it?
That's mad. So listen, in this one we got the Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1 class yesterday, but basically clinching the deal after yesterday's result was Connor Baldry. He has an unassailable lead of 63 points with only 50 on the table today. So Connor,
his dad did say to me, we need the champagne job on the live stream.
Yeah, I haven't.
We ain't got none with us.
Well, I certainly haven't bought any.
No.
I mean, I'm not that decadent that I carry champagne with me
everywhere.
He
needs to come running over here, doesn't he, with a bottle, and we can get
yeah,
it done.
if we can get Connor over, regardless of the race result,
yeah,
and find his championship-winning plate somewhere, which somebody's got.
If his dad's listening to this now, get that sorted out, and we can get something sorted.
So yeah, he wrapped it up yesterday. Mitch Best, the Thunder from Down Under. It's just we can't. He didn't have an Australian rider race in the series and not do that. It would be scandalous for not to do the obvious.
He didn't have a good day yesterday, though. I was talking to Mitch, and he was pretty stressed out.
Well, he's got to have a good day because he's only got 9 points between him and Grant Martin for second and third in the championship. Billy Saunders was pretty consistent yesterday, but Grant Martin yesterday was solid. He had 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And then Mitch having a bad day. So, yeah, that's the battle to watch. Connor Baldry, rider number 2, has got it signed, sealed, and delivered. So in this one, we'll keep an eye on Mitch Best, number 53, and number 36, Grant Martin. They're the ones that have got to go in for the second and third positions in the championship. There's Connor, number 2, this year's champion.
You can see
there's Mitch, 53.
Mitch Best there as well.
And there's number 36, Grant Martin.
Intense. You can feel the tension, can't you?
Adam Reeve has been pretty good as well in the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award, but he missed a round. And if he hadn't missed a round at Cusses, he could have probably been leading that points because he's had a load. He's currently on 10.
Got a bit of info on.
No, he's not on. He's on 13.
Got a bit of info on James Thompson as well in the number 0. Because last time round I was like, why? What is with it? The number 0? It's not. Is it a number? Like what? No one really does that. I was speaking to his dad last night, and he gave me the insight on it. When he started racing on 65s or whatever, showed up to his first race, they didn't pick a number, and in the program he was number 0 because they didn't pick a number, and he was like, well, we'll just run that. And I'm like, do you know what? That's cool. He's stuck with it his whole career since he was on like an auto, I think, actually. Yeah.
We also got a classic Clubman. We got a rider
We've
out
got
here.
An enduro bike.
We got an enduro bike. You see his light on. 4 from the left, 5 from the left. Awesome. Here we go then. I expect good things from Adam Reeve. He's been pretty good yesterday. Took both moto wins. There he is in second. There's your man out front, but he's run it wide.
Oh, just run it wide. Thompson just missing the apex of the corner then.
Yeah, so Adam Reeve with another whole shot. He took both moto wins yesterday, and he looks like he's right there where he needs to be again in this one. Excuse me. Grant Martin is there in second. Where's Mitch Best? Back in 5th. They're the 2 we got to keep an eye on for 2nd and 3rd in the championship.
Not the best of start. He put himself in a half-decent position off the start. Jeff's just pressed his cough button. You all right, mate? No, he's not all right. We'll get back to this then. Don't die. Nasal drip, we call that, guys. Nasal drips. Old people things. Right, I need to focus. I need to focus. I've just got to compose myself.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, what's happened here? Oh, our enduro rider, can't see his number, going off track, doing full enduro.
Yes. Yeah, well, he's just eyeing up them trees, isn't he? He's like, maybe we could just, thank you.
So there's Mitch, as we said, number 53 coming. It's just a great story. If you haven't been following the Michelin MX Nationals, sorry, we're having technical malfunctions here in the booth. Callum's just opened a can of water, fizzy. Look, yeah. Anyway, we could have nearly blown up all our equipment. I'll try and concentrate on this while Callum now mops everything down. I'm going to mute Callum a minute. So, yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, back to the racing. It's all going off in the booth here. Grant Martin is there, he is, and Mitch Best is right behind him. So, what was it? 9 points in it. So, coming into this race today, that's another 2 being gained. So, that'll take the gap down to 7. So, yeah, these are the 2. This is for 2nd and 3rd in the championship. The championship's already been decided by number 2, Connor Baldry. He is your champ. There's a Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award for Adam Reeve. He currently sits 2nd in the standings behind Billy Askew.
I'm back.
He's back.
That was chaos.
That's never happened.
That was just chaos. I don't get what happened there. Oh,
no, I don't, because it's not even fizzy water. It's just steel. And
it just exploded.
Yeah. Anyway.
Right, Adam Reeves on screen. I think he's on actually one of Dylan Walsh's old bikes, isn't he? He must have bought it from Revo. It's got the MXology engine. He's got all the WP suspension there. Pretty cool, cool bit of kit, and he looks good in that gear as well. Is that EMIX?
Well, it's basically a play on words. You pronounce it MX.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, it looks good.
Yeah.
And
they're doing good
some cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. New brand. The guys, they're from like over the East Anglia way, I think, aren't they? Essex area or whatever.
They do some nice gears.
Yeah, they do.
It looks smart, that's for sure. So Adam Reeve in control at the minute. There's got about a 3-second gap already back to Grant Martin, who's there in 2nd. Maybe just over 3 seconds now. So Adam Reeve putting in a good heater lap. But there's the Thunder from down under. Mitch Best putting in his best effort, and he's working the back of Grant Martin right now.
Well, he knows he's losing more points.
Yeah, he has to beat Grant.
Just as I was saying earlier before the water explosion, obviously just a great story. Mitch, for those of you who have not been following us all year, actually is from Australia. We started to do the live stream through COVID. He was sat at home in Australia thinking, I'd like to go and do that.
Yeah.
Because he saw the live stream. And a year later, he packs his bags, and here he is.
It's mental, actually. It's like proper mental story.
Yeah. And it's just great. And I tell you what, he is a thoroughly nice chap. So it's good to have him race in the series with us. And he is trying in his first attempt to bring it home in the top 3 in this championship, this MX1 category, brought to you by Work Sports Insurance. So Grant Martin, he knows he's there now. Grant takes a look over his shoulder as they go over that really nice step, just a little step over, step up out of the corner, and then the suspension, you come down that hill before the big tabletop. The suspension just automatic, just G's out,
it does,
and it gives you the extra spring to get over that tabletop.
I think
track design is awesome.
I would have
Mitch
been
running it up
Whoa,
the inside.
There we are. That's a job done on Grant Martin, right across the line as well. I think I'd have been more comfortable on a 450 around here, for sure. The jumps are big, especially for a clubman who doesn't carry enough corner speed, like myself. Yeah, the 450 I think would definitely be a better bike round this track.
So he's going for the, Mitch is on it. Like you said, he didn't have a good day yesterday. Well, maybe he's kind of given himself a damn good shake-up overnight and sat there and pondered his life last night. He might have.
He did.
This is not an Australian pun, but maybe there was some obviously people having barbecues last night. Last night maybe he just sat around the barbecue, typical Oz style, sank a few and thought, I've got to get mine together tomorrow.
He did. I think. Well, I had a little chat with him yesterday, and I was like, "What's up, man? Like, you don't seem yourself, sort of thing." He was just a bit down in the dumps. He was like, I'm better than that.
And he is.
And he said, I've got to come tomorrow and be better. So
he's A game, and he's chasing down Adam Reed, who, to be fair, yesterday Adam didn't really have much of a challenge. He got good starts in both motos and was never really sustainably challenged.
No.
Now it looks to me like Mitch Bess is starting to close in here.
Well, looking at the gap, I mean, as they came through the line, it was 2.6, probably a little bit less now. It just depends. How's Adam going to deal with a bit of heat like that? Like he's not really had a lot of heat.
No,
if he's got out front, he's normally sort of checked out. So.
He has, hasn't he? Most races he's won this year have been like with good starts and staying out of trouble, but hasn't had too much.
So
heat.
if we have someone who starts applying a bit of pressure, I think like Mitch is he's good like technically as well. You always see Mitch, he's taking good lines and stuff.
Yeah.
The 53 there at the Australian, Mitch Best could he could work his way up and take a race win. He could do it. We've seen him do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam is full of confidence, of course. The previous round at Hawkstone, he clean swept the race.
Yeah, he was good. He was really good. He was absolutely like in another league, really, round Hawkstone. Obviously, Sand's his thing. Here, it's a bit of a mixture of both. So there's obviously areas on the track he's going to feel, pretty comfortable on.
That was nicely done by Mitch.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Wheel it down the landing almost.
Hit the downside perfectly there with the power on. I don't know what Mitch's favoured conditions are, and obviously what tracks he gets to ride in Australia, but I should imagine they're not too dissimilar to this.
No, from perspective, I think the tracks over there are probably similar in the sense of the scale. Probably not quite as, I don't know.
He's closing.
But scale-wise and like, speed-wise, I'd say that they're quite similar, aren't they, over there to this circuit? So he's probably, favours it.
Well, the gap is I think he actually did lose a tenth out of that, so it's kind of stabilised. Maybe Adam has just taken a little look over his shoulder and thought, okay, I'm not really clearing off into the distance like I hope I would, so he's going to up it in this one.
Mitch looks super clean, though, doesn't he?
He does. Nice up on the balls of his feet. I would say in this one, if I was in Mitch's position in second, knowing that Adam is not anywhere in contention for the championship. Adam missed it in round 4 at Cusses. So I don't think Mitch would be overly worried about Adam. All he cares about is the rider directly behind him. That he's just got to keep beating Grant.
And he just wants a better day today. Yesterday, I mean, his pipe went wrong. His header pipe split open. A few things just went wrong. You know, it wasn't the best day. So he's definitely just putting on a better day.
Yeah.
And it looks like Grant Martin has actually found a little bit more speed now, and those, like him and Billy Saunders, are starting to get a little bit close to him.
Yeah, I think it's Billy pushing them on.
Yeah, maybe.
That's how it looks to me. Like Billy Saunders is the one that's driving these two forward now.
And James Thompson just behind them, just in sight there on the Kawasaki with a 0 number board.
And Connor is just like, I'm the champ. You can do what you want. I don't care. I'm going to just have a little ride round. I'm going to have a couple of parade races today.
I don't blame him.
No, he's worked hard at it, you know, and the fact that took some time off and he joined the series. You know, I think the turning point for Connor, regards of believing he could win this championship, was round 3 at Lyng. He came out, it's his hometown track or whatever, but he put in a great performance there, and you know, won the overall, and that was the kind of, from there on, he's kind of taken control of this championship. So good on him. Good on him for winning it. I think it looks to me like Adam Reeve has stretched it out this half lap. He's picked up the pace now. Now he kind of knows what's happening behind him.
Do you know what I'm annoyed about?
There's many things that you're annoyed about.
Many things.
You often have a rant on.
Why did my races not get cut down by 2 minutes yesterday? That's what I want to know. Stressed about that. I had to go through like severe body pain.
Well, listen, next year when you're like all Rocky Balboa right up and you've got 0 body fat,
yeah, I don't know about that.
You'll be all right.
Someone went to me, Swanee, what, you were a bit stylish on that tabletop there, stretching your leg out like that. And I was like, no, mate, that was just cramp.
Was it?
I was just trying to, I was trying to get rid of cramp.
Everybody's thinking you're doing the full like leg
swag. It's like, no, mate, it's just cramp. I'm trying to get rid of it. You know when you feel it coming on, and you're like, no, got to get that, nip that in the bud quick.
Grant Martin, I like the Grant setup.
I like the setup as well. The black rear end, blue front end, and then like the fast house kit. Very American.
Understated. He you know, less is more. He hasn't blasted it with a load of colours. It's just a nice look. I do like that fast house kit anyway, but you know, other kits are available. That's just you know, saying.
Of course, the best one in the world is Fly.
Flying 7.
Flying 7, yeah. The best kits in the world, best helmets in the world is obviously Bell and Fly.
Quite right. Not only are you absolutely doing your bit for the people that make this stream happen, but you wear them anyway, don't you?
Why would you want to wear any other goggles than Oakley? Do you want to be blind? Like, no. Wear Oakley goggles. Keep your eyes safe.
It's true. I mean, without these guys, you know, supporting the stream, so big up to them, you know, and all of our sponsors, you know, no doubt about it. As we said, up next, by the way, if you're wondering what the race order is, coming up next is the amateur class. That is brought to you by Moto Verde, the premier salt-free bike cleaner. But it's not just that. Sure. They do all kinds of kit freshener now.
Well, they've got
chain lubes.
We've got the arm pump. That's massively popular. Yeah. I'm sure all these guys are getting that massaged in before their races. The arm pump is mega stuff. You can even squirt it in your bath as well. Have a little bit of a menthol bath.
Did you hear that? Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, there's Mitch. As you can see, Adam Reeve has responded. The race leader. He's like, that's as close as you lot are getting.
Yeah.
I'm done with that. I'm clearing off into the distance.
He's just got a good flow, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's now out of that. Before he was in that camera shot. Now he's gone.
Can you see the track? When it was in that perspective just a second ago, you can actually see the individual tyre knobbies in the dirt.
Prime.
It is literally like Play-Doh.
Well, as George Boyce just said in the previous interview, he just said it's unbelievable. Just amazing track, one of the best he's ridden. Which is always...
It makes you want to keep riding, though. It excites you, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, you know, to have a brand new venue come out literally off the bat and people going, oh, it's the best track I've ever ridden. And it's the first time we're here, and it's not even evolved, it's not even tweaked, it's not, you know, there's still opportunities going forward of bringing in even better soil, like nice topsoil.
And like to do that on a flat piece of ground as well is quite hard to do. Because, you know, often to make a good track, you do want elevation, bits and bobs at hills, but they've managed to do it out of a flat area and be so super creative with it.
Yeah, big up. Just big up Alfie Smith for getting it done. And, you know, he did the course design, as I said. And
did he draw it out on a piece of paper?
I think he did it on the back of a cigarette packet. Yeah. I mean, that's where all good ideas. Or, you know, or maybe like Dr. Emmett Brown, he slipped on the toilet and woke up in the morning, where he came up with a flux capacitor. Elfie come up with this vision
of a circuit.
Yeah. Either way, he's done a great job with it. And then, of course, we brought in, again, I'm using the royal we. Justin came in as well, Justin Barkley and Johnny Douglas Hamilton, and they are. I mean, there's the three premier UK track builders.
Well, European, or for even Europe, yeah.
Yeah, well, Justin
do a lot of the GP stuff, don't they?
Justin and Alfie rushed back from Brazil.
Yeah,
they were over there building a supercross track in Brazil. And
really?
And they come straight back from here and started this build and got the whole place done in 10 days. The whole venue in like 10 days. Mad.
It is madness, isn't it? It is madness.
Good on them. So I think we're on the last lap. So Adam will be speaking to you, Callum, and next time out in the winner's circle. Get yourself out there. Still half a lap. I'll bring Adam round. Hopefully he'll know where to go, because obviously yesterday the guys didn't have a winner's circle to attend. Oh, match best on this last lap is now right on him. When did that happen? Is Adam... I think Adam's slowed up a bit too much, thinking he's got... Or has he got a puncher? He seemed to be sliding everywhere, coming down that landing. Let's try and see. Back end seems to be going all over the gaff. Or is that just his line trot? I don't know, but all of a sudden what was 4 seconds is less than a second waste. You wouldn't be launching that with a rear wheel puncher, I can tell you. So no, I think he might have just got caught up in traffic, and Mitch Best is closed in on him, but it's going to be too little too late. It's going to be a race win, another one on the weekend for Adam Reeve on the Kawasaki. Here he comes. There's Mitch Best taking second. Reeve across the line. Checkered flag for him. He's going to go and speak to Callum in winner's circle. Best just fending off Grant Martin at the line. Great racing, fellas, in that Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1. We're going to go to a quick advert. When we come back, Callum will be down there with Adam Reeve.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
And with the Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1 winner Adam Reeve. Mate, that was a pretty intense last half of the lap there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And getting a bit tired.
Yeah, the track's already getting rough. Just hard work.
Is it different to yesterday, the track, or the line's different at all?
No, the lines are similar, but it's a bit wetter. But yeah, it will get good.
It looks more tacky, like in some areas as well. Anyone you want to thank, mate?
Just family and
me.
You.
I'm joking.
Yeah, that's all my sponsors. Yeah.
Mate, I'm liking this new kit.
I like that.
It's good. Where's it available from?
MX.co.uk.
Oh, there we are. We've got to help everyone out here. There we are. That was Adam Reeves. Well done, mate. Hopefully you can get another one. And we'll see you in race 4.
Nice one, Cal. Yeah, so he's down there talking to Adam, who's going for the clean sweep. He's won all 3 motos. Remember, we were racing yesterday. We only live streamed Sunday. He had 2 motos yesterday. So this is the 3rd moto now for the Moto Verde amateur class. But the first moto of the day. Yesterday was some good racing in the amateur class. It always is. In fact, let's be honest, every class at the Michelin MX Nationals provides good racing. Yesterday, in this one, Harry Bradley took the opening moto win, but then didn't have such a good second one. And then Callum Gordon was had a 3rd and a 2nd, and he's pulled the whole shot by the looks of it. But Josh Greedy took a race win yesterday, and Josh is right there, looking good for the overall. Greedy, he had a 2nd and a 1st yesterday, so he finds himself in the lead. Luca Pegg, he is currently leading in the MX2 category, so we're back to a split class here. We have MX1 riders and MX2 riders together. Luca Pegg basically wrapped up the championship yesterday. Or was it, could have even been the series before? No, I think he just got it done after the 1st or 2nd race yesterday. So the rider in 2nd, he is your 2022 Moto Verde Amateur MX2 champion, and he is going for the jugular. Pressure off. Luca Pegg is now your new race leader. As you can see, we're still putting water down on the sandy areas down there. Now, if you're wondering why are we putting water down when it looks a bit cloudy, a bit overcast, it's because of the new track build. Because we've had a drought in the southern area of the UK, a lot of the soil was really loose and difficult to work with. So there's not much moisture in the ground. So by putting water down, it's actually going to save the deterioration of the track. If it starts to dry out, because the soil's so loose, it's just going to sort of blow out everywhere on all these corners. So we're putting a little bit more water down, more than what we would otherwise normally would do. So that's what we're doing with that, basically, in case you were wondering. So Luca Pegg, sorry about the little radio silence there for a second. We're just basically trying to sort out pre-arrangement thing for some of our champions, so we can get them in the winner's circle maybe after the next block of racing, and we can have a chat with them. Luca Pegg will potentially be one of those riders. There he is over the finish line. Planet Moto first lap leader, points on the board for him. He's definitely not got enough points in the overall standings to win that holiday down to Spain. So as we said, whoever's been over the finish line on the first lap the most times this year is going to win a ride holiday down in Spain, courtesy of Max Flint and the guys at Planet Moto. So Luca Pegg getting a point on the board, but he's quite a way down the leaderboard regards of points accumulated this year. So I don't think he'll win it, but even so, it's always good to lead the first lap around. There's Callum Murphy out there. Let's just refresh. We'll hopefully get the timing up in a moment. Just going to refresh it here. It's Josh Greedy is looking good as well out there. He's a wild card on your timing screen there. That's for whatever reason we don't put the full names in of the wild cards. I still don't know why we don't do that. I'll have to look into it. Josh Greedy is currently in second, and then Callum Murphy, number 500, is in third. Then it's Niall Cregan, the rider over from Northern Ireland. Good to have him with us, by the way. He was really good at, where was it, round 4 at Cusses Gorse, took a race win there. Callum Gordon from down there in Weymouth, he is currently 5th. Another rider regional to him from down there in Poole is Jamie Dixon. Then it's Aaron Gardner. Sean Springer, he was particularly good, if I remember rightly, at round 3 at Lyng. Not so high up the order in this one. So just as you can see, just gonna get it onto live time in here, which we've got. And we will be able to tell you exactly who's doing what regards of the time difference. But yeah, Luca Pegg leading the way, and he's already got the championship done. As we mentioned, Josh Greedy. Up next, of course, we'll have the expert class, by the way, brought to you by Race Effects. And then it's the pros. It's going to be the Lifeline's Fastest 40, incorporating the Leah MX1 category that's already been won, by the way, by Harry Kulas. And then it's all about the 250s. Jamie Carpenter and Tom Grimshaw. We are going to have a new champion in MX2. While Callum is out there, he's gone out into the field. He's gone out there to sort out some awards, try and get some champagne for some of our winners or whatever. Very conveniently, Dave Garland has now jumped in the booth, which is great, because Dave loves to chat and can commentate as well, which is great. Dave, welcome to the booth. You've got your son Liam back riding. Let's just first very quickly talk about that. How does it feel like as a parent to have him back?
Well, you know, I think every parent will tell you, I think we live every race on every corner like they do. And, hey, for sure, we've been away, I think, you know, maybe 5 or 6 years, if I'm honest, in terms of this level. And, yeah, you know, it's great. He's older now, more mature. His knee's no better, but I think he manages it better now. You know, he works 5 days a week, but he's in the gym. He's a hard worker, you know. And hey, listen, I'm as proud of him as most parents are of their kids. And yeah, I've missed it. I've missed it a lot. I've filled my space. I mean, obviously, I work in the industry, so it never leaves me. But yeah, no, we had a great qualifier as well. We know that, you know, he's always been quick. He's always liked to crash, and I think as he's got older, he's just learned to, you know, ride a bit more mature.
Yeah.
So yeah, so all good. So yeah, the speed was real good this morning. So.
And what was his initial reaction of the new venue?
Well, absolutely fantastic. Funnily enough, I popped in. We ran a Coupe de l'Avenir team day on Friday at Moto 101, and on the way back, myself and Lee Bolt said, let's pop in and have a little look. You know, I'd seen your little teasers, and it looked great. The track looked fantastic for what we saw of it, and I popped in and thought, how have these guys, you know, in 6 or 7 days built this track? You know, in Johnny, in Alfie, you know, and in Justin. I mean, there's nobody better, obviously, in the UK, possibly in the world than those guys. But what a venue, and it looks so good. And I rang Liam. I said, look, you know, we were booked in to race a club meeting at Cullen, which is sort of a bit of what we've been doing this year, just to get the fitness back. And you know, no disrespect to club riding, because it's important. It's the most important part of our industry, really. There would have been nobody there to really challenge him, and we thought, you know what, let's just stick our toe in the water. And yeah, I mean, what a venue. I cannot believe how good it can be, and it just shows you with Paul and Neil at the helm as well, and along with Clinton, it's incredible. But if the will's there, the tools are there, and the land is there, what can be done in the UK?
Well, there's a will, there's a way, Dave, as you well know.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, good stuff going on. Definitely good stuff going on, particularly in this amateur class, as we said. So Luca Pegg leading the way. He doesn't have to. If the pressure's off, he's won the championship in that 250 category. And as we said, looking good for the overall in the MX1 category is Josh Greedy. I believe brother Ash is turned up this morning, or yesterday. I think he was looking to try and get a ride in the pros. I don't know if he was out there. I didn't see this morning.
No, Ash. Well, I haven't seen him. No. And you know, yeah, Ash would love this track. It's his. You know, we all know that Ash likes. He's a Supercross, Arena Cross specialist. In fact, he can ride anything. Ash, to be fair, he would have loved it around here, I'm sure. So maybe next time. I think again, like last week at Fox Hills, this is 2 weeks on a trot where everybody's going to want to come and join us, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is looking good in this race. Niall Cregan there, as I said, but looking very good. He hasn't raced the whole series. Sort of basically he has to come over from Ireland, you know. So I think the way things are in the world at the minute, the cost of everything. So maybe he's been a bit more selective. I'd love to think that Niall will be doing the whole series with us next year. That'd be really good if he did. But just looking down, even that list of riders, Dave, is the amateur class, and we've got the experts after this and the pros. Even the standard of riding in the amateur class is high.
I'm looking down that list there, and there's names I recognise. You know, Callum Gordon, Jamie Dixon. You know, those guys wouldn't look out of place. You know, maybe not in the mix, but they wouldn't look out of place at a British. You know, you got guys like Lewis London King, 17th there. You know, Lewis, Jack Seaborn, these guys can ride.
Absolutely.
You know, these guys can ride. And I've got another friend of mine, one of the guys who helps us out with Liam, Steve Turvey. Now, Steve's 40-odd years. He probably won't mind me telling. He's 41 going on 21. But Steve, he just rode in the amateur 250 race in the race before this. And I think he probably won't want me to tell you this, but I think he finished 20th. But realistically, he's probably top 10. He can ride, you know, he's ridden British back in the day when he was probably 20. In fact, he rode at Gore Basin many years ago. So, but these guys can ride, and this is great. The skill level of motocross is just growing year on year on year. You know, whether it's through coaching, whether it's through bikes, whether it's through the tracks. But the skill level of these guys, if this is the amateur class, then well, you know. But on the flip side, I had another, again, like we have a lot of friends out there. Ian Shepherd is a sidecar passenger who's just started riding solo. He said, Dave, I came last in that race, in the previous race. He said, I loved every minute of it. But it's the only way he's going to improve.
Absolutely. You know? That leads nicely on to my next question for you. Dave, we've both been around the block, and there's always this kind of debate that when we talk about the evolution of the sport, evolution of motocross, and the tracks in particular. You still get a lot of people saying, oh, you know, old school, so it's not what it used to be. But the sport's evolved. A circuit like this it's just got to be a good thing for nurturing our young talent. They have to be riding tracks like this if we're going to start putting British riders back at the forefront on the European and world scene.
Absolutely. I mean,
we have to do it, don't we? If we keep riding old school circuits, they're never going to evolve.
Yeah, people talk about, you know, brass and off cambers and blah blah blah. But
which I love.
You know, we all love. We all love. You know, hey, listen, if I want to get on a bike today, in fact, the only track I'd want to ride would be a flat field with a few corners in it. But this is where it's at. We've only got to look at, you know. I had an interesting debate last week with Tommy's situation at Fox Hills on why he wasn't going to ride, and you know that he'd been pulled out because there's a championship on the line, and you know, does Tommy Searle sell bikes? Are Honda sales going to be affected by it? Maybe not. Where do we look? We look at the Lawrence brothers. We look at Tim Geiser. We look at the state. You know, these guys are riding these tracks day in, day out. The kids are growing up on these tracks. So, you know, for us, you know, and say, well, we'll lead on to the coupe, but and the World Juniors. But for us to provide, to produce a really truly competitive world rider, we need young guys on 65s, 85s, etc., growing up on these tracks.
Absolutely, because I highlighted earlier on in the broadcast how some of the Clubman riders may have found it like quite intimidating to begin with. But that's no different than a kid, you know, like when you learn and evolve. So even for the Clubman riders, if we get more Clubman riders riding circuits like this, it's only the first time, second time, third time that it becomes sort of a bit intimidating. Once you're kind of used to these size jumps,
that becomes the norm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I'd like to point out they're big jumps, but they're safe jumps.
They are.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
Like, you can, you know, there's always well having big jumps, but these have nice roll tops, long landings.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, you can come up short.
You can be 10 bike lengths difference and still be safe.
Exactly.
Yeah. I noticed that yesterday.
So they're huge, they're big, but they're safe, and that's the difference.
Yeah, but I think they're also for the public, for the spectators, for the guys who've never been to a motocross event before. It's pretty spectacular. And I mean, you know, yeah, it takes a certain kind of kid to get on a motocross bike, you know, but you know, we have a mixed bag. You know, we can sort of say, yeah, he's a typical kind of motocross. He's got to be brave. He's got to be a bit crazy. But these guys are skilled athletes, you know. So
yeah, absolutely. We're going to get onto the coupe in a minute. In the meantime, before this one wraps up, let's give you a running order of the top 10. It's Luca Pegg leading the way. Again, split category, so you've got MX2 and MX1 combined. Luca Peg is leading the race on a 250 machine. Then it's Josh Greedy, the leading MX1 rider in this Moto Verde amateur class. Then it's Callum Murphy for third. Callum Gordon currently sits in fourth, ahead of Niall Cregan. Then it's Jamie Dixon for sixth. Sean Springer now moving up a little bit, a couple of places to seventh. Ben Clark finds himself in eighth. Joshua McCorkle is currently in ninth. And then Aaron Gardner rounds out the top 10. 11 to 15 reads Josh Bassett. Archie Hicks is in 12th. Then it's Jacob Bowden. Logan Wilcox for 14th. John Kirk up a spot into 15th. 16 to 20 is Alex Buchanan. Then Kieran Gregory. Then it's Ross Millard. Ryan Osborne for 19th. And rounding out the top 20 is Tom Hughes. Yeah, just great racing in the amateur class. As we said, Luca Peg has already won the championship. Let's go to the 450 category. And I think that was Harry Bradley. Yeah, Harry's. Let's see where Harry's out there in this one. I think he was riding yesterday. I haven't seen him out there on the list.
I've seen him in the paddock, and but I don't know.
Well, maybe that's why, because he won the championship back at Hawkstone at the previous round, so he doesn't. Maybe he's picked up an injury and just thought
he's probably gone selling some wheels or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, or maybe he just, we're not too far from Abingdon. Maybe. Just maybe he went out on the sauce last night.
He may have done. There's a designer outlet not too far away either, so he's probably treating his girlfriend or his fiancée.
Yeah, love that.
So, yeah.
Callum Gordon. So basically, it's about second in the amateur MX1 class. Callum Gordon has an 11-point lead over Billy Wynn. So I don't see Billy Wynn anywhere in the top 10. He's down at 21st, so it's looking good for Callum Gordon to consolidate second in the championship. In the MX2 category, Dan Bruff went out. He's obviously got injured, so he sat out this weekend anyway, which Luca Peg was leading the championship anyway, but that basically handed Luca the title. Logan Wilcox, so Dan Bruff is still currently in second. Looks like he's going to finish second in the championship, and Logan Wilcox will get third by the looks of it. Big points difference between those guys, all three of them. So it's really between Callum Gordon, number 611, and number 99, Billy Wynn, to sort of work out who the top three are going to be in this championship. We must be getting down to seeing the last lap board. I didn't see it last time around, but what we've got left on the clock there, 16:20. Yeah, so we've taken, so it'd be one lap to go if we're not already on the last lap for this man, Luca Peg. He's put together a good season, Dave. He's been impressive. I remember he was particularly impressive at Fat Cat earlier on in the year. Got his championship off to a solid start, and he's kept it rolling since then.
It looks great. And again, this is what I love to see. These guys are as serious as the pros in terms of their setup. Look at the colour coordination with that. Yeah. I mean, that is factory, and good for him, and we need that. The industry needs it, because it's not just about these guys racing at weekends. It's about everyone in the industry. I'm in the industry, so these guys need to be successful. And if the kit manufacturers and the crash helmet manufacturers keep bringing out something new, we need riders buying them. And yeah, it's great to see.
The world's been a difficult place during COVID. Obviously, post-COVID, our industry, like virtually every industry, has suffered with manufacturing being delayed, stuff like that. Getting hold of products. Have you seen the knock-on effect of that, Dave? Obviously the demand is there.
Yep.
We're seeing still loads of people wanting to ride a motorcycle, but how frustrating has it been trying to, get all the products in and all that? It's not been easy, is it?
No, I don't get him. I'm close to it, because obviously Liam works directly in that part of the industry. And has he stalled it, or is he? Oh dear.
Oh no, Luca Peg. He looks over it. No, just stalled it.
Okay, he got going. Sorry, yeah. So yeah, no. To be fair, the last 2 years have been unreal. The demand for motocross bikes, which is what I do, has been crazy. Has it slowed down? Yeah, for sure. It's almost hit a brick wall over the last month. But why? People are going on holiday. Yeah. The wives and the kids have suffered maybe 2 years of just motocross, so they go on holiday. Typically this time of year is a quieter period. But it's going to go again. It's going to go again because of events like this. It's going to create the interest. We want to see some kids here. We want to see a lot of local kids saying, "Mum and Dad, I want to ride a motocross bike. I don't mind kicking a football, but this is where I want to be." And so we do need that. But no, it's been tough. For 2 years, parts supply was an issue. And when I say parts, that's parts and accessories. So, but I think I think it's far better, and the guys at Pico, Race FX, and Madison, so they'll have a far better feel for that than I would. But for certainly, it made a difference. But the biggest problem, I guess, is the costs that are, with certainly the COVID backlash and the war in Russia or Ukraine, should I say. They've made a difference, and pricing is getting, a set of tyres now is not cheap. So whether guys are trying to make them last a race longer or so, but yeah, it certainly hasn't helped the last few years. But I think we're getting a bit of normality back. But I say, last week and this week's event, fantastic.
Unreal. Literally, if anybody thinks that it's so too easy to be doom and gloom, I think. That's always a kind of British mentality anyway.
Yep.
We're not good at bigging up something when something's good.
Yep.
Only when something's bad do we then hit social media and whatever. And the last couple of weeks, in particular last month, there's been some huge events with great success.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, look at the 6-day, I'm
Yeah,
not an enduro buff,
that,
but,
yeah.
The 6-day enduro ladies, men's, both of them have got the gold medal. Fantastic, But, yeah, motocross, I mean, look at the crowd last week, and this event, honestly, it's 2 weeks on a trot, this is heaven, where else would you want to be, on a Sunday? And I apologise, Janice might be watching this from home, so she's not here, but so I'm in a motocross event on my own.
Listen, look at it this way. At least you can now legitimately prove that you were.
I was here, absolutely, yeah, absolutely right. So there you go.
We're going to see Luca over the line. He's going to take the race win. Callum's gone for lunch or whatever he's doing. He's out there running around getting some stuff organised. I'm going to very quickly go over there and talk to Luca Pegg. We're going to, once we've done that, we're going to go to a quick advert. Then we're going to talk to Dave about the coupe and the future of British motocross at that event. We'll be back shortly.
Julep, julep, julep.
Okay, we're down here in the winner's circle with the champ, the Moto Verde Amateur MX2 champion. You just said you made that difficult work for you, but you didn't, because you rode a Stormer and then what happened over there?
About one lap to go, they always say don't start thinking about the championship or anything. I thought about coming across the line, next thing I know, I stalled it in a corner, but I said to everybody a good start would help me, and I led the first lap, and look what happened.
I mean, obviously, so now we saw you over that big Buta tabletop. Reality started kicking on that last lap. It all came out. I saw these double fist pumps. What does it feel like to win the amateur title, the MX2 Moto Verde title?
Oh, it feels brilliant. Before this, I've never even won a national race. I've never even won a club championship. I've won a handful of club races. So to come into this and do quite what I've done, I really didn't expect it, and I'm racing against blokes in that class. I am one of the youngest of the class at 19, so I really didn't expect it, but it's been a really good year.
We're going to try and get you back in here after the next race. We'll try and find your gold #1 plate. Luca, do you know what? Massive well done, like you said, because the fact that you've never even won a club championship or whatever, to come out and win a national championship, well done, that man. Dad's ready to give you a big hug. Come and do it on screen. There you go. He's your champ in the Moto Verde Amateur MX2 class. Okay, we're back. Obviously, just great congratulations down there to Luca Peg. That was nice to be involved in that little moment. This is the RFX expert class, and perfectly for us to talk about the coupe event. Dave, you are the team manager. You took over from me. I can't remember what year it was. I got busy. You were I already had you involved anyway, and then yeah, it's just going from straight to straight. Tell us what the event is. What it's about.
Yeah. Okay. So Jeff, the Coupe de l'Avenir. Actually, this is its 50th edition this year. So it is. It's the under 21 MX of Nations in all intents and purposes. It's a 9-man team, 365 riders, 385 riders, MX1, MX2, and a 125 rider. So the open class all have to be under 21, but obviously there are some age requirements on both the big wheel and the 65. So, but yeah, I say 2016 it was, Jeff, when I took over from yourself, and we've had a bit of success. We've had podiums for the groups for the teams, and we've had individual winners as well. And funnily enough, looking at this race here, Charlie Heyman won the 65 class in 2016, and here he is now, mixing it at the front of the expert class. But this kid is no disrespect to the riders in this class, because these guys are all capable of riding British Championship, but he is the next rider coming through as far as I'm concerned. He is my 125 pick for this year, which is the hardest ride on the team. These guys go against MX1 and MX2 bikes, so it's a real tough choice. And
there we go.
There
look
we
at
go.
That.
Look,
so there's
as we
Charlie
speak
on the left. So yeah.
Yeah, and Tom Grimshaw on the right. So talking through, I mean, we this year we've done it a little bit differently. Typically, I'd pick a 9-rider team, 3 of each in each class, and hope and pray they weren't injured before the event. And if they were, it made it so difficult to try and find a replacement, because we'd forgotten them. We'd not mentioned or not invited them. So this year we did it differently. I got 3 other guys to help me out, because it's tough, as you know, to do it on your own. So I got Mark Morris on board, and we all know the story of Mark, but that guy is just what the guy is doing for the sport behind the scenes is unbelievable. And hopefully I've got some better news in a week or two to tell you. We're working with the ACU on the future with that. But I've also got another guy, Lee Bolt, who's been around the sport for a long time. Not a lot of people know Lee, but he's our social media guy, and he's doing great with Instagram and some reels and so forth. And I've got Dave Grimshaw with me, father of Tom. Again, Dave is like myself. He's a passionate motocross dad, but he's passionate about the sport, and obviously the youth are our future. So that's our 4-man team, and we picked a squad this year. So I don't want to keep
No. You can tell us, if you can, the squad in a minute. I'll tell you what, now we've got these guys round for the first full lap. Let's give you the quick rundown, and then we'll get back to the coupe, because I know you're gonna. There's so much to talk about with them, and I'm excited for it. So you've got Sean Southgate. He's currently leading the Expert MX1 Championship. He's got a 24-point lead over Jaden Ashwell. So he's looking good to try and get this championship wrapped up. I don't think. Well, actually, you can score 25 for a race win. So if he gets 1 point, just 1 point on Ashwell in this one, he is going to be crowned the champion. Ashwell's currently back in second, then it's Nathan Green. But in the race running order, it's Southgate, Charlie Heyman stepping up to the experts from the Youth 125 class. He won every race at the Youth 125 Championship up to Hawkstone. And now he's on a 252 stroke. He's your pick for the 125s, and he's already putting some heat on Sean Southgate. He took the first race win yesterday round here. Got a little bit tired in the second one. The weight of the 250 a little bit more than the 250.
And look who's third. Look who's third. Oh man, Ashley Greedy.
Ashley Greedy is out there. Yeah, so Greedy did turn up to ride today. Jimmy Marston is currently in 4th. Then it's Josh Coleman for 5th. Josh Peters currently in 6th. Glenn Phillips still going strong. My old teammate back in 2000.
And if you want to learn how to ride, I mean, Glenn, we all know. Glenn's a short guy. He likes his food, I think, bless him, but he's a great guy.
I don't think he'll mind me saying this. If he does, he will win the fight if we're going to start rolling around on the floor.
Yeah.
Glenn, I affectionately know Glenn when he was my teammate as Pie Man.
Yeah. But can he ride a bike?
Oh, he can twist it. Yeah. Oh, don't make no moans about it. So Glenn still out there doing his thing. I think he's fair to say by his own admission, as he gets towards the midway stage of the race, the fitness isn't quite there, but the speed is still
and the speed and the technique. You know, when I ran a few I run a few days at Cusses Gorse, some practice days, some private hires, and Glenn often pops over the Severn Bridge and comes on down, and I watch him. There isn't anybody through the whoop section at Cusses any better, and that's from everybody. The guy just knows. He just knows how to control that throttle and where to position himself. But you know, he certainly won a lot of championships in his youth, and through into, obviously got to Grand Prix level. So we all know his ability. But yeah, getting on to Charlie Heyman. So Charlie is going to be moving on to Thorpe's team into the British Championship next year.
Yeah, but it's a new thing with Jake Nichols. So it's like Honda are backing it, but it's kind of like True 7 with Jake, like an academy team for the main Crendon fast track team.
Absolutely, and the nice thing about it is I think Jake will probably have a lot of enjoyment from it, because we all know, you know, Jake's pedigree and what he's achieved in his racing career, and he's still out. He'll be out in the next race in
yeah,
Pro
he's come
class.
out of retirement.
But,
he retired earlier on in the year.
Absolutely, but I think he'll have great fun nurturing Charlie, and Charlie probably couldn't have a better rider in his corner as he moves into the pro ranks. So that's going to be great. So
I have to say, myself as an ex-rider, and obviously then fell into team management, have been fortunate enough to manage Team Green for the last 11 years. It is brilliant when you feel like you kind of putting back, and particularly when the riders start to take heed of what you're saying and you see the improvement and all that stuff that you learn down the years that you can then
just pass it on. Absolutely,
it's a very rewarding position to be in. I have to say, not, you know, sometimes obviously like anything, or as a parent, you're pulling your hair out, or what hair you got left, like me. You know, you're like, oh, why they do? But it's part of the process and the enjoyment.
Sure. See, I mean, Springer's just put a fast. Southgate's just put a fast lap in there. Sean's a great rider. Sean's from the Eastern Centre, probably the fastest centre in the country. They have a lot of great riders there. And I see Charlie's lost his front number board. Now that's going to probably play on his mind. He doesn't want that going in through his spokes.
It will be a distraction.
So that will be a distraction, but. He's probably been there before. You know, these things aren't new. That problem's not new. But we'd be interested to see how he manages this race. And but say he's my 1-2-5 pick. So I'm absolutely over
come
the
on,
moon.
Let's
get on
do
with
this.
We need to get on with this.
How many can you announce?
Well, I can announce all of it.
Right, go for it.
Because we've got again, we've got a lot of young kids coming through. But I have gone with Sam Nunn again, MX2. Sam, 5th overall last year. Sam's had a bad year in comparison to where I truly believe he could be. In fact, he's riding MX1 today, but Sam's MX2. Tom Grimshaw, MX1. Tom's 2nd overall last year, and only second to Tom Guion, who is riding GPs this year. So gives you an idea of, both the Conan brothers were there last year, and Sam Nunn dusted one of them up. They didn't like it too much, but he's so you know, I got a lot of confidence in our open class team, which is fantastic. We then moved down to the 85s, and this again we picked a squad. So we knew the hardest thing was who not to take. It's always difficult, and you know, these guys all make a lot of effort. I have gone with, and I'll give you an idea of a reaction of a rider who didn't get picked in a minute. But I have gone with Josh Vale. Josh, outstanding year. Now people say, you know, Billy Askew. Well, Billy's too old, unfortunately. There are some age restrictions, and Billy was too old to go with. So Josh Vale, Charlie Richmond, and Freddie Gardner. Now, all three, I'm over the moon with. There was a couple of riders, I mean, added to the squad, we took some small wheel riders, so Statty, Robbie Daly, Alfie Geddes Green, you know, and there are more, you know, Win Stanley's boy, there were, you know, etc. There was definitely some good 85 riders coming through. But the one for me was Jamie Keith was disappointed not to go, and he made a point yesterday. He came 3rd. I think he beat 2 of the guys who were going, which was great. And I said to Jason, I said, you know what, that was a reaction I expected, and I like to see, you know. And of course he's disappointed. Everybody wants to ride for and represent their country, you know. And it's no different in the 65. So again, we're looking at the 65. We picked a start. We had 6 or 7 riders going. You know, we've got a couple. We've got Harry Dale in Europe right now. He couldn't make it. He has the ONKs. You know, Brian Giles has come across, and again, Brian's in Australia, but it still doesn't detract away from who we're taking. And you know, we've got Arthur Moore, who's currently 3rd in the championship. We've got Casey Lister 2nd in the British Championship, and we've got Marty Spires who's leading. So we're taking our top 3, you know, and you know, it's great. It's a team event. 9 races for the. Sorry, 9 scores for each group, except the 65s who have 6 scores. They have 2 races. So for the overall team, it's all those points to count. But for the event itself, it's our best. We can drop 2 results. So it's our best 7 from 9, and so everybody plays a part. And we're seriously going there to win it.
I'm telling you right now, people, if you've never been, it's a brilliant event, regardless of going to support our youngsters, Team GB. It's a brilliant circuit. It's the same circuit every year. It's about an hour and a half, hour 40 off the boat or the tunnel. Easy to go to. Brilliant atmosphere. They've got they do a rider's presentation. It's all great. They've got plenty going on for the spectator. Just a great vibe. Nice viewing circuit as well.
Fantastic.
If you can make it, go. What's the date, Dave?
1st and 2nd of October. And as I say, I don't think it clashes with anything significant. We would love as many Brits to be there as can make it. Hanging over the fence. It's a proper old school track. It's one of Joel Robert, the great Joel Robert's old tracks. And bless him, Joel used to come. He was coming up until maybe the last 3 years. So fantastic. There's for the parents. There's trackside beer tents. So Jupiler is on tap there, which is great. But it's just it's a great event. We'd love to see as many of you can. We're also, and I've put my begging bowl out here, we get a bit of help. We get a little bit of help from the ACU. Never enough. Never enough for the elite riders in our country to represent represent Team GB. So we're doing some fundraising. We've also got some personal sponsors for the team, which is great. We need as much help as we can get. So anybody who can help us in any way, shape or form, then we'd appreciate, any contribution. We can run your logo, which, again, for some, it's just being part of something. It doesn't add any value to their business, but it gives us the kind of funding we need to go there in style. The French, the Italians, the Swedes, they're all fully kitted out. Head to toe, the team manager with earphones and communication. We're a little bit behind them, but I think this year we're making the effort, and I really do think we can bring home the gold.
I know we can. Brilliant stuff. So that's the coup. Get behind them, follow them on social media, and as you said, if you want to jump on board, chuck a bit of money to the guys' way, it all goes there. While we've been talking about that, which I'm really excited about, what have we got going on here? What you're seeing there, that is 6 riders. They are racing. They are all that close together. Basically, you've got Ash Greedy, Josh Coleman, Sam Atkinson, Jaden Ashwell, Jimmy Marston, Jack Lindsay, just all...
Josh Peters.
Yeah, Josh Peters.
Within
all
3 seconds.
Yeah, basically 3 seconds. 6 riders, 3 seconds. I'll let you do the maths on that. You can tell you how close they are. Heyman and Southgate are away with it. You've only got to look at the timing screens. Is sandwiched in between them is Ash Greedy just doing his own thing. But then from Coleman back to Sam Atkinson, Jaden Ashwell, Jimmy Marston and Jack Lindsay. Look at it. What a race going on between these guys. This is proper racing. Yeah, so we got that going on. I'm going to call bring this one in. Dave, you've got Liam. Your son is out in the pros up next, so I'll let you jump out the booth. Pleasure as always.
Brilliant.
Good luck to the coupe.
Thank you, Jeff.
Basically,
Thank you.
Team GB, get behind them. You'll find them on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and get involved, people. There they are. Look at that with the ride day at Moto 101. Bring it home, boys, over there in Belgium. Let's hope they do. Right, we're going to bring this one in. Sean Southgate, 5-second lead. Looks like he's going to win this championship in this moto as well. Charlie Heyman, another 5 seconds back. And then we have got Ash Greedy, Josh Coleman, Sam Atkinson, Jaden Ashwell, Jimmy Marston, and then Jack Lindsay. So we are, I didn't see the board out last time around. It could be this time. 1 lap to go maybe. Of course, these guys get slightly longer moto, but we have shaved a couple of minutes off. No sign of the 1 lap to go board yet. In fact, there you go. You can see the screen flashing. I don't know if that means that it's we've got a technical issue on the actual screen on there. We can't have too long left anyway. Oh, here we go. Coleman up the inside of Ashwell. Ashwell's going to undercut missed those big holes, and he's going to get sweep round the next corner. There you go. The track is working well. Alternative lines, inside, outside. Now Ashwell's going to have a better run onto this corner. The leggy Zimbabwean. Look at his legs are so long. He sticks his front leg out and he's gone past the front edge of the front tyre. Ashwell, well, there you go. Don't tell me this track's not working in regards of line choice. Back and forth they go as they battle for the 5th position here in this this Race Effects Expert class. Up next, we have the Lifelines Fastest 40, incorporating the Leah MX1 class and the Pico MX2. Leah MX1 class has already been wrapped up. That has been won by the Yamaha rider, cab screen Crescent Yamaha rider, Harry Kulas. But it's all about the MX2 category. We're going to have a new champion. It is either going to be the GRT Impact Machine of Jamie Carpenter or the Chambers Gas, I think he's on, or just Chambers Racing Husqvarna of Tom Grimshaw.
There's not much in it. There is not much in it. Sorry, guys, for my absence. How was the chat? How did the chat go with Dave?
Great. I'm all fired up about the Coupe event now. The youngsters, the under-21 Motocross Nations, 1st and 2nd of October over there in Belgium. As I said, short journey from the tunnel or the ferry crossing, and it is a brilliant event. Just trust me.
When is that?
1st and 2nd of October.
Do you know what? I quite fancy that.
There's nothing else on.
Might bring Coupe.
You should go. Yeah. It's brilliant.
If you listen to this, Mel, pack your bags.
That's news to the missus, because you're off to Belgium.
No, I would actually like to go and watch that.
It's an awesome event.
This is bread and butter pudding, by the way.
I can see and smell it. Thank you. At least you've stopped
Are
smelling
you into
like
that,
you no longer smell like
VP
race
Mr.
fields.
12. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we are bringing this one in. It's going to be these two are still going at it. Ashwell.
I spoke to Charlie this morning. He just said, it's a bigger bike to handle, man. Like it tired him out.
Yeah.
Tired him out.
It will. It definitely will. I mean, a 252 stroke when they start getting away from you.
I said, well, you let Southgate beat him. He went, I can't beat him yet. not all weekend.
I love the way that first corner is working out every time. Jaden Ashwell hasn't quite mastered that corner. Maybe he's hit the wall a little bit here because the previous lap around he let Coleman snuck up the inside and he done it again a lap later. So Jaden, I think you need to start looking at that inside.
Yeah, I think Jaden as well, like being a bigger guys use a lot more energy. And this track, I imagine, just going off like riding it myself, you have to be quite leggy around here. There's a lot of standing up, a lot of sitting down. You got rollers, lots going on. I think for a taller guy, probably burn a lot of energy out.
Yeah.
So it might be what's happening. I don't know. Probably try and get a chat with him at some point this afternoon.
There is Josh Greedy. Not Josh Greedy, sorry, Ash Greedy. Josh was out in the previous race, the amateurs. But Ash turning up today and going in the expert class. He is a very distant third, but he's all on his own.
Yeah, but it's not a bad ride. It's a good ride.
Yeah, he's got nobody really around him. Here's your race leader. He's going to get the 1 lap to go board, I think, this time around. He's got that little bit of plastic hanging off the bike. That will annoy him more than hinder him.
I think so.
Flapping around.
Is it the front number plate?
No, on the Honda, they got that extra little bit of plastic that goes over the exhaust.
Oh, okay. I thought you were on about... Sorry, Heyman's got his number board.
Literally, Sean has something hanging off the right-hand side of his bike now. I don't know if Charlie's finally lost his front plate or if it's still hanging. No, it's come off now, isn't it?
Yeah, it was just hanging off the brake hose, which hopefully he hasn't lost the front brake or anything. But
that would have been very annoying for that.
Nothing worse.
No, it just distracts you, doesn't it?
Oh, I see the exhaust guard. Yeah, I've got it.
But that won't hinder Sean too much because it's kind of...
You
can handle it a bit more when it's behind your leg. When you've got something in front of your leg, it's
when it's in vision as well, or in your peripheral vision.
He completely ballsed up that corner.
He looks good though. Sean Southgate's been good all year.
Yeah, well, he's going to get it done here. He's got a 24-point lead over Ashwell. If he gains 1 point in him, that's 25. You can only score 25 for a race win. He's going to clearly pull more than 1 point on him. So if Southgate brings it in, there you are. He's our champion in the MX1 category. And he's worked hard
that's going to happen now, though, or pretty soon anyway. Not much longer left now. of the expert race?
Yeah, I was just trying to see the gap between Sam Atkinson and Kessel. It's quite a lot. Obviously not splitting them by class. So Sam Atkinson was 27 points behind Kessel for the championship coming into this race. He's at least pulled more than 3 back. So that one looks like it's going to the last race.
Yep.
Which is nice.
It is nice. It keeps us excited.
Not for them. Brilliant for us.
We need to let the guys know how many bottles of bubbly we need as well.
Okay.
So if you could work that out mathematically in your head.
I haven't got a clue.
No.
Over order. Then there'll be some spare.
10.
I'm just saying.
10. Yeah, 10.
And if we just need 2, that's 4 for
That'd
me
be
and
all
you.
right, yeah. We can get champagned up.
Yeah, we need to celebrate the end of the year.
That's a poorly
as well.
drunk, though, isn't it? That's a poorly drunk.
So Southgate is looking good. What I like about Sean and the whole team setup is the continuity.
Always look the same.
Yeah, they run the blue kit, all blue kit, with the red bikes, and they have done for years. That's their signature team look. He's easy to spot because of it. And they do a great job over there at the Hertz racing team, Hertz Honda.
Glenn Phillips is feeling this one again, I think.
Is he?
I seen him pull out yesterday. I don't know. Maybe the track's just...
There it is. Checkered flag. Do you want to go and talk to Sean? Celebrate the championship with him? Callum's going to go over there and speak to Sean Southgate at the winner's circle. We're going to go again to a quick ad. When we come back, we are racing with the elite riders, the pro riders, for their first Lifeline's fastest 40 race of the day. See you in a while.
julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 pop.
There we are, the 2022 MX1 Expert Champion. Wow, how does it feel? You're happy about that? I'm sure you're pretty much ecstatic. You just dominated last half of the season. You smashed it. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, just turned the corner halfway through and I started enjoying it more, and it was more of a relief to do it this weekend. We had only a handful of people know we've had some struggles with a few things, and I'm on a borrowed bike this weekend.
Right.
So thanks Louis, and yeah, me and my dad have been a few late nights this week, and it's like a big team effort. And then I got surprised yesterday that everyone came.
I want everyone in here. Right, this is all the family. We did have a premature moment with the what we got, Prosecco. There's no budget over here. This is budget racing. Look, we'll give him a shower of that. Well done. Next up, we've got the pros. You guys just enjoy this moment, okay? See you later.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Hold back, think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back, everybody. This is it then. We are getting ready for the Lifeline's fastest 40, incorporating the Leah MX1 title.
Psyched.
The MX1 title, brought to you by Leah, has already been won by Harry Koulas. The Apico MX2.
It's pretty close, isn't it?
It should go the distance. It should go to the last race between Jamie Carpenter. He's on the GRT Impact KTM. Took over the red plate from Tom Grimshaw after Hawkstone. Tom didn't have the greatest weekends at Hawkstone. No. He's now got to bounce back.
2 races to do it.
Yep.
2 opportunities. It's a challenge. Oh, there's Jake Nichols, look. It's a challenge when you've got a mixed class. Especially for the MX2 boys. Anything can happen.
Absolutely.
Anything can happen. This is tense times, you know.
I'm feeling it. You're making me nervous, which is great.
I'm feeling it.
I'm feeling it. It's good. Because I don't know if the lads can hear us. They probably shouldn't.
No.
We're probably making them feel more nervous. That's our job.
There's Jamie there.
Build atmosphere.
Well, he's just polishing his red front plate.
Maybe that's a psychological edge. Thinking, oh, if Grimshaw's watching, I'll just pat the...
Give this a bit of a buff.
Yeah.
There's Mara.
I'm the one with the red plate.
Wow.
It's going to be good.
I feel tense.
I'm excited about this because we are going into unknown territory here. We've got the best riders in the country on an awesome track. None of them have ridden it.
And a good lineup as well.
A great lineup. Like I said, we got Bobby Bruce back. We got Conrad here. We nearly had Bobrashev here, but obviously that's ongoing with political world views and whatever. He's got a new passport, but they still wouldn't let him ride. So unfortunately, he couldn't be here. But we have just got a stacked out array of British talent in MX1 and MX2. It's going to be an absolute ripper. Tommy's back. He will want to keep up to speed. He's got, obviously, another championship to try and wrap up next weekend. Then, of course, he has got Redbud. He's been selected for the Motocross of Nations. Some would say, well, okay, you know, they've got Josh Gilbert was in for contingent as well with that. Tommy never really has to prove a point. He still gets hounded by social keyboard warriors saying he doesn't justify it. How they think that, I don't know.
Mental.
He's the British champion, current British champion. He's had a great year.
Who's better than him? Who's better than him?
There you go. You know, so
I think the most controversial one, like, you know, like you've got Josh Gilbert has been strong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Strong.
So, but you know, Tommy will want to keep up his momentum all the way to that and put in a strong showing over at Redbud. Which of course is coming up at the end of the month. There's Jake Nichols coming out of retirement. He retired about a quarter of the way into the season this year, and it's now been announced that he's going to be working with the Crendon Honda team and doing an academy team next year.
Yeah.
There's the colours. It's basically the True 7
yeah.
Honda Academy team, and Charlie Heyman will be on that.
He will.
Along with Callum Green, I believe.
Yes, onto 250Fs. I mean, that's cool. It's good to see Callum back as well.
Yeah.
I think.
Sorry, just had to, because Tony Craig's just great.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, still going strong. The rider from Scotland, as you were, Callum.
I think it's a good thing to develop, like that side of it. You know, like have more of a feeder pro team. We don't really have that, do we? I mean, it's there in roundabouts, but it's nice to have separate colours. There's Neil Prince
and
Charlie Putnam.
Putnam.
But it's it's a good thing. I think they're doing a good thing with the True 7 thing. Hopefully, you know, they can pull something off and develop some riders, you know, to be the next generation of top boys. That's the whole idea of it, isn't it?
Yeah, and I also just think it just takes that so you're in the bubble with the main team, but you're not represent. You know, it just takes that little bit
edge
of pressure off the learning process,
and enables new sponsors and stuff as well. And it's another, you know, it's another billboard, another bike. Yeah. I don't see anything negative in it.
No, not at all.
A lot of pressure. And there is the 16.
I'm just going to close the door to our TV truck because it's suddenly become a wind tunnel in here.
You're muting me. So, yeah, so Jamie Carpenter and Tom Grimshaw on the number 16 Chambers bike. They're going to be going at it. It's GRT Impact KTM versus Chambers Racing. Who's going to come out on top? That is going to be the question. MX1's already sewn up. Cusses took that at Hawkstone Parc, so the pressure's off of his shoulders. And this is where it begins. There he is, the number 184, Jamie Carpenter. The eyes are on him, Jeff.
They are absolutely on him. I just want to quickly get this announcement done and go off on a major tangent at this point. I'd just like to thank Valerie Weber for all her support and comments throughout the year. She really does love the live stream. She's actually made it out to the event today and made us some cakes.
What a lovely woman.
Valerie,
and they're very good as well.
Thank you for being our #1 supporter.
They're quite Moorish.
Always being positive. Thank you. Right, let's get down to this. This is going to be great because I just don't know. Honestly, like normally we come to a track and we know that somebody's got form at that track, or it's one of their favourite tracks.
Yeah.
You know they're going to be good. No idea. Literally, like
Jake going for an inside line there, right down the inside.
And I can only assume we haven't had the chance, by the way, because we've been busy with the live stream since it happened, since we kicked off this morning. Conrad's qualifying time. I can only assume that was all legit. Good. Jeez,
incredible.
So quick.
Well, I'd love to know what he did that was. You've got to have done something different to go that much quicker. I can't think where he's done that.
If he's done a timing section different or doubled something that shouldn't be doubled, or.
But I'm trying to think where that would be. Like, what's he done? Like that's like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so look at the line up the rear time. There's Tom Grimshaw. He's got Jamie Law next to him on a 252 stroke. Tommy Searle on a 450 next to him. There's Cusses, the champ.
And Dylan Walsh, who was fastest on
Muse
the 250s.
in the middle. Next, look at the lineup. Muse next to Gilbert, next to Banks Brown, was that 44?
Yeah, we've got Garland in there as well.
There's the last year's youth champion. Basically MXY.
Alfie Jones.
Yep, 250 champion Alfie Jones on the Chambers machine. Right. Listen, if you've made a brew at home or whatever, put it on the table, because this could go off. You might end up spilling tea all over yourself.
I've got goosebumps. Look
at
the light. We've got a full gate.
Nearly, but almost,
Almost.
nearly as good as, and look at the paddock rammed in the background. Right, here we go, the finale, opening moto. Lifeline's fastest 40. Who's going to pull the whole shot? The revs are up, gate drop. Here we go. It looked like a good one for Cusses. He scrubbed it, but Muse.
Look at Muse.
They're scrubbing a jump on the start. That's insane.
They are. Oh!
Cusses went in there because
I think Muse just missed a gear or something.
I think he hit it up on a. He got caught up on a rut, on a like a mound of dirt. This is great, and Searle is right there, because I tell you right now, these two have still got another championship to wrap up, and they don't want either of them having a psychological edge.
Confidence, as confidence comes into it at this stage, Tommy's going to want to beat him no matter what.
Muse is there.
But Conrad's doing something crazy around this track. Where is he finding the time?
I don't know. There's Elfie.
Look at how much time he's just put, and then bar up the inside of Tommy as well. So Tommy Searle not having a good good section of track put together there. He something went slightly wrong for the number 100 on the Crendon Fast Track Honda.
Here comes Gilbert, though, who's been riding AMA tracks, and this will be to his favour. Putnam, it looked like, as well, his teammate behind him. He's been doing those AMA races as well. That's probably got his raw speed up.
And he did some testing as well around the circuit, so knows his way around here a little bit. I don't think he did too much riding.
I'm telling you, he did 10 minutes on Thursday.
Nothing.
He's had no advantage of doing that. The track was only finished on Thursday.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's got no advantage there.
Nothing like what it's like now.
No, not at all. So let them all settle down. I'm sure Tommy will just settle in here, and Cusses is away with it. Martin Barr.
Where's this Martin Barr been?
Well, he's had a difficult year.
I know he's had a difficult year, but this is good, and he was good in qualifying as well.
Of course, Martin is racing for the Irish team at the Motocross of Nations at Redbud as well, so it's good to see him on form. Maybe they will go straight into the A race.
Who knows?
Not deal with that B final.
If Stewie can get his wrist a little bit stronger, he's just trying to race himself into shape at the minute, Edmonds. If you can have three guys like Martin, they're on for something.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Muse looks like he fancies this. I just got a different opinion of Conrad coming into this one. It's almost like he knows his season hasn't gone the way he wanted to. He didn't get selected for the Team GP.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know what? The pressure's off for this year. It's all over.
He's got a ride, I think, for next year.
He's won the MX2 title. You know,
he's okay.
He's good. Yeah, and I think that's probably why we're seeing what he's done in practice.
Yeah. But if you can keep doing that and then roll on from that, you know, you can make something good of it, can't you? He's going to do Cusses any minute.
Yeah, this is good stuff. There's
Tommy not really got the flow at the minute. It might take him a little bit of time to warm up, figure the track out.
So there we go. Gilbert, then Todd, Putnam, Elliot Banks-Brown. Good to see him back. Walsh is in there as the leading MX2 rider in 9th. So, good from him.
Look,
Bobby Bruce in 11th. Good comeback.
Cusses is so good in the responding on an attack. Like as soon as Conrad came up to him, put a little bit of pressure on them, boom, we just respond straight away. That's because he's just so fit. Cusses is so fit. He's so dialed in. He can just knock it up a little bit of a step when he needs to.
And stupidly cool.
Oh, ridiculous!
Can handle pressure like.
Yeah. I don't think it even bothers him.
Nothing phases him.
Right, let's have a look at the... Oh, Tom Grimshaw's just in front of Jamie Carpenter at the minute. 15th and 16th in the race. That's danger territory for the both of them.
We've got to go there. We'll follow Cusses for another lap maybe, but if our guys out there in the field can find Tom Grimshaw, number 16, just behind him is the championship leader, Jamie Carpenter. Those two are going for the MX2 championship. Grimshaw, currently, the gap was 10 points at gate drop. It's now down to 2. Maybe even 7, actually, because they get, with their point scoring. Wow. Okay.
It's going to be close.
Like I said, it will go the distance.
He's still having a mega ride. We've got Banks Brown there as well.
So we're looking for Grimshaw. Is that him there? I think it might have been on the chain.
And there's Jamie.
Oh, that was McCormick. That was, no, there he is. There they are. So has he gone past?
I think there's a bit of a gap. Now we've got Bruce there.
Mixing it up.
Where's Jamie?
Carpenter?
There. So there's another rider. So wait till they cross the line. This might change the dynamics completely. If Bruce can separate the two, that's going to really, you know, bust things up for the championship.
Well, you've got Telvuki in it as well.
Right, okay, let's see.
So he's in the mix.
They're going to come across the line now, and then we're going to get a bit of a better perspective on what's going on here.
So where's Grimshaw?
Right.
There's Grimshaw over the line now in the red pants, black top. There he is.
There we are. Right, we're updated. Grimshaw, Bruce, Walsh.
Walsh
it's all over the...
Oh, Walsh is dropping down, so Walsh must have crashed. That would put Telvuki in the lead then, in the MX2 category, I think.
Yeah, but we've got Bruce and Sam Nunn in between him and Carpenter. So at the moment...
That's probably down to 4 points or something like that. Maybe even less.
Probably, maybe 2 points.
Yeah. Long way to go, of course. Long way to go. But Bobby Bruce and all those guys are not, they're in between Tom Grimshaw and Jamie Carpenter, and that is not good news for Jamie Carpenter.
No, absolutely not. There's Liam Garland, lost a roll-off canister.
Yeah, he's not like some kind of display team at the regional fair.
Like, or an aeroplane with a, you know.
Yeah, that will annoy you so much when that happens. A, because you're going to lose all your vision in the race.
Yeah.
And secondly, it just flaps around everywhere, even though it's predominantly behind you.
So it looks like Carpenter is working Bobby Bruce now. I just saw that. He's putting a lot of effort in. Look, they're real battling. Carpenter has gone up the inside of Bobby Bruce. And I'm just looking at Sam Nunn now. Sam Nunn's having a blooming good ride.
Yes.
And he was really good last weekend at Fox Hills as well.
I'm telling you right now,
Sam Nunn,
he has put together a brilliant year, and he has been straight up unlucky.
Yeah, for sure.
He's had issues, people crashing in front of him, occasional technical problem.
We've got a technical problem there as well with the Apico
Sam Nunn moves into the lead in the MX2 category, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and then that changes everything again.
Not quite. No, we still got
no, Telveku's in 10th. Oh God, this is just all over the place.
Well, we can't even use our screen over here because we're rendering videos on the other laptop, so we'll get that sorted in a minute.
Right, we're good, we're good
to go. So we can separate them by class in a minute, and then we can give you who's where. Carlton Husband, number 6 on the Phoenix Tools.
Oh, okay. MX2, Elliot Banks Brown's in MX2.
Oh, okay.
To this.
But, so there we go. So
Elliot Banks Brown is leading the way in
right,
MX2.
Didn't realise he was out there on MX2 bike because he's always ridden MX1 over the last few years. So there you go. There's Jake Nichols on his new team look, True 7 Honda.
That's a 250 as well. Jake's in 6th at the minute in the 250 category. So as they're running, they might change as they come over the line. But Pro MX2, Elliot Banks Brown leads the way, followed by Jorgen Telveku. Tom Grimshaw in 3rd, Jamie Carpenter is in 4th. That is the battle for the championship. Bobby Bruce there in 5th, 6th is Carlton Husband, 7th is Jake Nichols, 8th is Dylan Walsh. Something's gone wrong, but he's moving back up the order. Callum Mitchell is in 9th, and John Meara is in 10th.
Yeah, this is great stuff. Look at this battle for MX2. There they are. They are side by side. High up, Telveku goes off the circuit. No, nothing gained. I don't think he's going to get penalised for that. If anything, he lost places. But look at this. Sam Nunn. Then it's Grimshaw. And directly behind him now. And there he is, Jamie Carpenter.
Grimshaw needs to get a move on. He needs to get in front of Sam.
Yeah, there's Searle in the background. He's kind of minding his own thing. He's already been dropped quite a lot by Kulas and Muse. There he goes, Callum. He makes a move, so Grimshaw's got to find something. He has to find something.
Carpenter cutting the front wheel off. Oh, this is going to be close. Grimshaw's going to hold the gas on into the corner.
But then it pinches up. He just knows he's got to do something. You know, he's got to force the issue.
He's on the inside line here, though. He's round Bruce as well.
Putnam is kind of just doing his own thing in MX1 and caught up in the mix of this MX2 battle.
Jamie Carpenter made lots of time up then.
He has, and he's found his groove, Jamie Carpenter, on the GRT Impact machine. He is now hunting down The rider in front of him, which is Sam Nunn. The
I
thing
don't think
is,
Sam Nunn's got a transponder on, by the way, or there's some sort of...
or maybe he's moved up to the other class. Has he? Oh, he's moved up, isn't he?
So Sam Nunn's on a 450?
Yes. Suddenly I remember now. Somebody told me that. So for the final round, he's gone up to a 450.
So this is even closer than we thought then.
Yes. So Sam's been riding MX2 all year.
Okay.
For the final round, they've pushed him up to a 450.
Okay.
Because I think he might be riding the 450 at the coupe.
Well, let's eradicate him from the conversation then.
Yeah, there's...
Okay, so...
Here we go. Conrad is coming back towards Harry Koulas. The gap is down to 1.7.
Jorgen Telveku has passed Elliot Banks-Brown on that lap as well. So Banks-Brown's going to be just dropping back a little bit towards this battle between Carpenter and Grimshaw. Bobby Bruce is also in there. There's
your race.
Loads of factors.
Yeah, there's loads of factors. We're just trying to pick up our race leader. It's all got a bit mad out there. There's Tommy Searle in third, still being hunted down by Martin Barr, who just about keeps it on track.
That was close.
That was close. Oh, look at that turn up the top, the way Barr went over the top of the hill.
He's riding super good. Martin Barr is back to his form.
The guys are down there ready to water the track, but I wish the guy in the water bowser could move out of the way so we can see that corner. So there's Grimshaw. He's now coming under pressure from Carlton Husband. Remember, Carlton Husband took his first ever pro race win last time out with us at Hawkstone.
Grimshaw's got to find something now. He has to find something and bite back. Bruce is in front of him. Carpenter's getting away. Like, you've got to focus. This is time to shine.
Yeah, it's slipping away. It's slipping away, as is Jamie Carpenter, who's starting to pull away ahead of him. Grimshaw's got to dig deep. He's got to find something, or he's got to do some kind of praise to the gods to make this happen.
Yeah, big time. I think, I'm thinking Bruce might start tiring in a minute. He hasn't been racing. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's going to be, a passing opportunity, and he's going to be on the back end of Carpenter again. But I can't see Carpenter tiring. Carpenter's going to keep pushing this till the end.
He has indeed. Not a good sign. Tom Grimshaw looking behind him. Never a good sign if you want to be charging forward and you're worrying about who's coming up behind you. Or maybe that's an injustice. Maybe he's just having a little look around him.
Right, okay.
See who's there before he rolls the dice.
Carlton. Carlton's not really in the championship. Yeah. We're good.
Yeah, but right now, so like I said, the young Estonian, Jorgen Telviki, is leading the MX2 class. Here we are. Muse is laying it on.
Yeah,
the unflappable Harry Koulas won't mind.
He's found a few seconds, so he's a second quicker on his best lap. And last time round, he was also, around about a second quicker. So Muse is wound up the wick, and he's on the back of the 151.
Yeah, you got Petr Petrov there in behind him. He's tucked in behind them. I think he went off track or into the pit box, has come back out, and is just trying to tag on to these two for maybe a bit of raw speed. The rider, you can see on the Kawasaki, is not actually in the lead.
No.
The lead battle here, sorry. It's Harry Koulas, the race
Koulas
leader.
finds something on that part of the track every time. They're going over that sand jump in the middle, the mound. I don't know why. Just seems to be able to find a little bit of pace, but then Conrad's way quicker out the back part of the circuit. So it's sort of like to-ing and fro-ing a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, Conrad looks like he's rocking the 2023 Fly kit, as is, of course, the race leader, Harry Koulas. So one of our incredible sponsorship partners. There you go. You've got two of your guys out front doing all your advertising for you.
That's it. There's no need to even say it. They're there, black and white.
Yeah. There they go. Looking good. They have broken Searle now. I don't think Tommy is just like, you know what?
16 seconds back.
Yeah, he's not too worried. He's still got that. Like I said, he's been going at it all year with Harry Koulas.
I think he would have wanted to do something, though. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to find out. See, he might come out in the next race with a little bit.
But maybe he's just using his first one to learn the track.
He's got a lot to lose. He's got a lot to lose.
We've seen it before, and then he bounces back in the second moto, digs deep if he has to prove a point. He knows. Listen, Harry's already won the championship, so that makes a big difference straight away to Tommy's mindset. He's like, well, I've not won the championship, so I don't really have to.
There's no money on the line.
Yeah.
So
here we go. Muse gets a hell of a drive round the finish corner. He's going to have to.
He's going to pinch him off as well.
He gets it done.
Outside to inside.
New race leader, Conrad Muse, with a Trailer park move round the outside, gets it done.
We've got a new rider in the conversation for next year in MX1, that's for sure.
Good.
Yeah, seriously
Basically,
good.
I hope Conrad does more races in the UK and certainly comes and races all the MX Nationals next year. I'd love that. So let's see. But listen, you don't rule out Harry Koulas at this stage. Here, just have a little rethink. Follow him for a few laps.
There's something Conrad's doing or got where he's able. I mean, I know it's only a second quicker. That's still a lot in a Pro 450 race. He's obviously finding something on the track, some part of the circuit where he is better than the other guys. That qualifying time was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it was. It was. Fair play to Petr Petrov because he hasn't been dropped that much actually. Trying to follow those guys.
He shows how important the start is.
Yeah, he might run out of steam a little bit later if these guys keep this pace up. But Conrad, as I said, there's certainly the top part of this circuit is very similar to his practice track down there in Shepton Mallet.
Yeah.
Big jumps, clay content, very similar. So he'll feel completely at home, even though there's a new track for everybody. It won't take, what I'm saying is he'll probably dial it in better than many.
Yeah, understands the conditions, understands how it's going to develop a little bit more. Probably has good suspension settings for it as well.
It's starting to get pretty rough in and around that bit. That section is much more loamy dirt, real nice soil as they go off that drop down into the woods. I am literally, Callum, like a child doing homework, right? I'm so impressed. I'm going to go away this winter and start coming up with some names for the sections around the track.
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and
but
by the way,
we need to find bits for different riders.
Also, anybody viewing, if you want to get involved with the Michelin MX Nationals next year as a sponsor, or Oxford MotoParc, you know, maybe we can start naming sections of the circuit after your brand. Just throwing it out there.
Could be. We could have the Works Sports Insurance Sand
I'm saying any investment in the motocross, it's going to be a good thing. So
I'm down.
Yeah. So
I think this next corner after here, after the finish line step up there, needs to be Conrad corner with that pass on Koulas, outside to inside into the Dragon's back. That was pretty impressive.
That was.
Let's have a look at this MX2 battle. Let's try and find Jamie Carpenter on the track.
Yeah, he is. So yeah, Telviki
is Dan Thornhill on screen right now.
So, yeah, Jorgen still number 261 on the SC Sports Homes, powered by Stebbins Car Superstore Husqvarna. Bit of a mouthful, but some solid sponsors in the team that all need a name check. Yeah, he is leading the 250 category. Elliot Banks-Brown still in second. Then it's Jamie Carpenter now in third. The main thing here for Jamie Carpenter on the GRT Impact machine is he is ahead of Tom Grimshaw.
Yeah.
So that is going to stretch
and
the lead
there
out
he
by number
is.
2.
There is the red plate holder, just about to come over this jump right now. You can see him with the GoPro on his helmet, about to go into the Dragon's back. And is that Tom Grimshaw?
It is.
Grimshaw's right behind him now. So are we going to see a bit of a battle at the back end of this race? Grimshaw literally has to beat Jamie.
He does.
He has to beat him, because otherwise that gap's just going to get unrealistic.
Obviously, if it stays under 25 points after this
it
last
goes
one,
to the next race.
It goes to the next race. But if
but then you're relying on Jamie making a mistake.
Yeah, if Tom wants something of it, if he's got to force the issue. He's got to pressure, at least try and pressure Jamie into a mistake.
Yeah,
something like that. Obviously, if he ends up beating him, then the gap will come down from 10 to 8 or any more points.
Yeah. He knows this as well. He's riding. He's literally can see the 184 on the back of Carpenter's jersey as he's riding round. So there's no bigger reminder to the fact that he needs to get round him. Looks like he's just gathering himself together. He's obviously made some passes. He's passed Bruce and a few of the other guys. So he needs to get his head down now and get onto the back wheel of the 184 on the GRT Impact KTM, Jamie Carpenter.
It's getting closer. Oh, it looks like it to me.
I think so. He's nicking little bits of time away. He doesn't look too fatigued either. Still standing up, still got good form. Elbows are up. Doesn't look like he's too tired.
Yeah, Tom's a fit guy. He's a semi-professional. He also, well, basically he's a personal trainer in the week. So let's just say that Tom Grimshaw is in good nick.
Oh, for sure. As are all these guys. I know for a fact Carpenter works harder than 99% of people in the world at this to just, race domestic British motocross. And that's just amazing. We need people like that. Carpenter is a grinder. He's a grinder.
They're starting to close in a little bit on Sam Nunn. It won't make a difference because Sam, well, it would have done it up until this round because Sam,
yeah, we got that a bit wrong, didn't we?
Has been MX2,
but Sam could slow Jamie down a little bit with him trying to pass him. That might just also just bring in a new factor into this one.
Up and over that step up, then up and over the huge tabletop here. Sort of the highest jump on the track, as in the actual height of the dirt, let alone where you are in the air.
The face is like you're just approaching a brick wall. It's frightening.
Yeah, it's
walking the track was hard. Did you walk the track?
No.
I walked the track with my son, with Cooper, and I was like, he was on his stay stick, and I was like pushing him up the ramps. I was like, come on, Cooper, full gas, because he's dragging me up.
Yeah. No, I never get a chance. I didn't get a chance to do that. We were obviously just all hands on the pump to get ready for the first race yesterday.
It was tricky to walk up those the takeoffs.
Yeah. So what was the gap last time around? Did he gain? Just looking at the. So did Tom Grimshaw go quicker last lap around?
Let's have a look.
He did.
Slightly.
Yeah, he did. He took a tenth out of him. So he is closing.
What we're on now? We've got time to go. We've got 4 minutes. 4.5 minutes to go. This is game time. We're going to see a battle for the last lap.
He's just got, yeah. The main thing is keeping the pressure on. That's the thing. Like Jamie can't be allowed to rest.
No.
If Tom wants to get this done, he's got to keep him honest all the way to the flag.
I mean, as an outsider, it's amazing if either of them win this title.
It's brilliant
because it's their first time. This is super special. What you're watching here, guys, for these two riders, Jamie Carpenter on screen now, it is the most special moment of their lives probably so far.
Yeah.
It's equivalent to childbirth.
I wouldn't want to comment on that. I've never had
I'm
one.
joking.
I'll take your word for that. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a special time. Yeah, absolutely, like you said, a key moment in any rider's career. Winning your first race is obviously always the most obvious and memorable one. Winning your first championship.
I remember Jamie's. I think was that last year, maybe?
Winning your first championship, whether it's a club championship, whatever it is, that's obviously another notable one. But winning your first ever pro championship, that's one that will always stick with you. And he's getting closer, basically, to getting it done.
Grimshaw wasn't really in shot then. I don't know. I think Jamie may have just...
I think he's gapped it out.
Got a few tenths that lap round. It's so on this circuit though. It's so easy to like make a bit, lose a bit, make a bit, lose a bit, because the lap's really long. It's 2 kilometre lap, and you've got lots of factors. You've got sand, then you've got hard pad, then you've got clay, then you've got like this section's watered, this corner's slippy. Like you can just make a mistake. It's going to cost you 2 seconds. Easy.
Well, it's cost Grimshaw. He's definitely lost ground on this time. Let's see the lap times as they come over this time around. I'm sure he went slower that lap around. He lost a second. Over a second, 1.3. So the gap goes out. Carpenter now. Yeah, effectively nearly 5 seconds, nearly 5 seconds ahead now of Tom Grimshaw on the Chambers Gas Racing team. Well, basically it's Chambers Racing team, and the lads ride. They had a choice really. They ride either a Husky or a Gas.
Yeah, they're just Austrian.
You can see by. That
some of them prefer the other bike. I think like they do feel different, don't they? Yeah. As much as they're the same bike technically, they do feel different. I think they're a little bit closer now with the new bikes, with the 23 models, because they're all sort of using the same subframe and frame. But on the older models, which they're using because why not? There's a lot more parts available, I think, for the 2022s. There is a difference between the bikes. Look at Kulas. Fitness.
Told you he wouldn't go away. He just won't.
He's so strong. And they're 32 seconds ahead of Tommy Searle at the minute on the 100. And Martin Barr still there in 4th, look. Only a few seconds back. What a ride.
That's good for Marty. He's going to finish the season strong, and it'll be good for his preparation for the Motocross of Nations happening at the end of this month at Redbud. Arguably one of the most picturesque venues in world motocross. It's basically like building a motocross track on a golf course.
Yeah. Oh, Kulas is doing quite a few goggle pulls at the minute.
Well, he's getting roosted, isn't he, at this point? He's right in the firing line.
They're both representing the Goggle Tech, Goggle Bob goggles, so they're in good hands when it comes to nice, clear vision.
Koulas wants it. He's got, like I said, it's actually in many ways, this is kind of good for Harry Koulas because although he's won the title, like we said, he's got the other championship to try and wrap up.
Yeah.
And so having Conrad here, it keeps him honest.
For sure, yeah.
Keeps
It's going to keep him on his toes.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I wish we had some sort of betting app that we could like do little bets with each other on. Maybe we'll get something coming in the future. Just thought I'd drop that in for one of my mates. My mate's developing it at the minute. It's going to be coming soon. Paul Sills, just drop that in for you. And then me and Jeff can have little 10 quid bets throughout the day.
You know, obviously with the guidelines with betting and all that, but you know, you can place bets in other sport. Why not motocross?
We need something on motocross, don't we? There we are, Paul. I'm going to get you in touch with Neil and we're going to get something sorted out for 2023. There we are. There's Martin Barr on the Apico factory racing Husqvarna. Probably one of the best performances I've seen out of Martin Barr for a long, long time. He looks unbelievable, and I'm sure he's going to be super happy with this. He's not too far behind the 100 of Tommy Sill on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. He's creeping. He is creeping. I think Tommy's, 2 seconds. It's not a lot. It's absolutely not a lot at all. Martin Barr is definitely going to be happy with his performance and his team. I know, like, Edmonds is coming back from injury. There's a few things gone on. Like, you know, even Martin all year has been sort of riding back into shape, and it's probably he's going to be very happy with leaving here, in good form.
Yeah, and it's good to see the Apico team getting their riders back towards the end of the year. Big shout out to them as well for supporting the series. Obviously, title sponsors of the MX2 class, which is still undecided. So we thank you, Apico, for all your support into the series as well. Like Dylan and Scott and the guys down there. Nice one. As we said, just everybody. Liat, Fly, Bell, Seven, Beer, Oakley, Moto Connection, Works, Sports Insurance.
Thank you.
Moto Verde, Sintel, Michelin, obviously.
You got yourself in this hole now with that.
I did, and I'm like, oh, dear.
Seven, obviously.
Yeah, Kex, everywhere, and just to cover myself, anybody else.
Lifelines.
Lifelines, of course.
Lifelines, of course. If you want to, taste Lifelines or go and check that out, they are in the paddock. Go over. He's got some there for you to try out, and it's a hydration drink. So yeah, please make sure you go check those guys. Also Planet Moto, the holidays. It's all going on.
So many people, indeed. Yeah, as we said, the Lifeline's Fastest 40. That's basically where we combine the two classes, the Apico MX1, the Apico MX2 and Leah MX1. The reason we've done the Lifeline's Fastest 40 Championship, you know that the winners of the Leah MX1 are going to basically replicate the points and win the Lifelines Fastest 40. The reason we've done the Fastest 40 Championship is because we were so intrigued to see if you just put all of them in together, how high up an MX2 rider will finish.
Yeah.
That's the sole reason we did the Lifelines Fastest 40 Championship. You kind of know an MX1 rider's going to win it.
I think for sure. Like overall, they're going to. But we nearly had an MX2 winner last year. Was it Conrad?
Conrad with
nearly did
Harry.
It was so close. Yeah, it was so close.
And that's what happened last time.
Yeah.
But then last time, obviously Conrad was on a 250, and Harry just let him burn himself out. And picked him off
because
at the end.
he was working hard. He was working really hard. But it looks like Conrad's in control right now.
Yeah, 2 to go, is it, or 1 to go? Can't see the back of the board. I think it's 1 to go, 1 lap to go then. So Conrad Muse, be a good.
We had a bit of a problem. Someone jumped on the back of the truck and pulled out all the power. So one of those.
Yeah,
things.
you can. How will I say it? You try to get prepared to be as professional as you can to do these things, and we're organised. But unfortunately, somebody unbeknown to us, just jumped on the back end of the TV truck
and unplugged a cable
and unplugged our power supply by accident. So that's not a technical fault on our behalf. We can only apologise. These things happen. It's almost like from a movie, that is, isn't it? That literally is, though. It's almost like somebody's just pulled the plug on you.
Well, we're going to pull the plug on us now, and we're going to take you over to an advert break. So enjoy this one, and we'll be back for the 85s.
We can only but laugh. We'll see you in a bit.
We're back in the room.
We are. Again, apologies. Yeah, these things genuinely happen. We don't know. We don't know. Didn't manage to find the culprit, but we suddenly come out of the truck to find a cable unplugged.
One of those things.
When it should have been. Anyway,
Freddie Gardner leading the way on the Matt Gardner KTM, looking good in all his red kit.
Yes, again, a distinctive look for those guys. They run that same kit all the time with the Thor brand and doing a good job. They are too. Josh Vale currently in second now. Josh has had a second and 2 firsts.
On for a good result then.
So, yeah. And can't quite see where, again, Billy Askew back and forth. So
not having the best of weekends, is he?
No. There's Drew Stock having a better start in this one on the 3-flow Madison.
Mickey Stock 2-stroke breakers thing. That's his dad, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he's actually riding for a new team for this year. Not
doing their own thing anymore.
Oh, no, it's a little team that I started.
I like it.
Just as if I'm not doing enough.
Why are you doing that?
You're
just obsessed, aren't you, with making yourself more and more stressed?
More work. No, that was, a little team that's put together with Drew and Harrison Greenoff and Zane Stevens. So, looking to do more things with that next year, which will all be revealed in the off-season. So, here we go. He's out front. Here comes, is that Askew behind him, or is that Walker? That's Walker.
I don't think it was Walker, yeah.
I think that might be Billy Askew in a
Let's
change.
have a little look.
Yeah, it's Billy Askew. Because
Yeah.
there's Walker back and forth. So Askew now running the blue Alpine Star 2023
They look
kit.
cool, the new Alpine Star kits. They look awesome, don't they? They've sort of dialed it, but it's got black pants as well. Like,
Oh, he runs it straight in there. Oh, I thought he was going to.
That's really technical, that step up that they're getting over on at 85. It gets. I don't know whether you looked at it yesterday.
Yeah,
it was so chopped out. Did you see it?
Yeah.
The main line was just beat down, and to get over that on these little bikes is pretty tricky. These guys are going to go for it. I think, obviously, Askew's going to want to go have a little bit of a better ride than he had in the first moto of the day. So he's grinding right now on the back of Josh Vale. Josh Vale just leading the way right now. We're just going to do some comms checks in here, and we'll be back in a second. Right, I'm back. And there we are. Askew working the 479 of Vale around the outside over the speed check jump there. Just a little bit braver into that, carried a bit more speed into the right-hand corner down there, over the tabletop, and then into the sand section where they've just gone in there yesterday when I was riding. Pretty tricky. Like you go literally from clay to sand, and it's quite sketchy. I felt like a little bit of like I wouldn't trust my front end. Coming into there, it was a little bit, it just added a little bit to it. Imagine on the smaller bikes, it's probably exaggerated a little bit more. We've got a rider pushing a wounded bike off the track. That is the 407 of Elvis Totney. Elvis Totney. A poorly bike, just being wheeled off. Hopefully we can get a parent down there to help him. Sorry, I was reading his name off a small screen. Didn't quite get it right, but here we are. 479 of Josh Vale. Just going to try and pace match Billy Askew, I would say. Obviously, Askew's been, I would say, he has been the most dominant 85 big wheel rider of the year. Vale's just been a little bit behind him. You saw him in the interview after the first race today. He did win. And he said maybe he's going to do another year on 85. There's reasoning behind that. He is a big kid, though. So I suppose that's probably going to be decided on how much he grows and stuff. But he's probably going to want to leave the class being the dominant rider. You know, Billy is going to leave with confidence. He is the dominant 85 big wheel rider in the country right now. So You know, that's important. That's important for confidence. It's important for everything. So next year, Josh Vale would want to fill Billy Askew's shoes and be that guy. And it looks like he's got close at the back end of the year as well. Billy Askew just chipping away. And there, oh yeah, look, Jake Walker up there as well. So Jake Walker is in this conversation as well on the Matt Gardner KTM. They're all pretty much going to be in shot. Yeah, there we are. You can see them all coming over the Dragons back together. The three riders coming over the start straight. Real fast part of the track there. Nice, really choppy bumps. It's it got my wrists a few times yesterday going into that corner. And then into the rollers. Track's flowing really nice at the minute. The ground, I went for a little walk over there. It's literally like blue tack. You can just smush it together in your hands. It's so sticky. You'll see riders, they can snag their feet and everything because these ruts are real hard, sticky, you know, solid ruts. And then there we are, back into the first sand section of the circuit, over the sand mound, up the hill there. All three riders going for this one. There in the big wheels. Let me just have a little look at the small wheels positions. So Alfie Jedda's green leading the way, followed by Hayden Stapp in second. Third, we've got Finley Pickering. Fourth is Blake Ward-Clark. Fifth is Lucas Moncrief. Sixth is Mason Jones. Seventh is Stanley Sibbett. Eighth is Danny Flood. Ninth is Charlie James. And rounding out the top 10, Lewis Jenkins. Top 10 in the big wheels. Billy Askew, obviously. Followed by Josh Vale and Jake Walker. Freddie Gardner there in fourth. Fifth is Charlie Richmond at the minute as well. Sixth is the 184 of Jamie Keefe. Seventh is Drew Stock. Eighth is Ollie Bubb. Ninth is Chester Hyde. And rounding out the top 10 is George Perkin. But here we are on screen, the 99 of Jake Walker, pushing every little bit of power out of that big wheel Gas 85. The three of these guys on another level right now. Freddie Gardner just a little bit off the pace with Charlie Richmond. Charlie Richmond 10 seconds back from these three guys at the minute. But Josh Vale not letting Askew get away from him. We're seeing a little bit of a different Josh Vale towards the end of the year, a little bit more confident. The 479 is starting to find his groove in the big wheel 85 class. And do you know what? I'd like him to move up in a way because I want more people on the, you know, in the youth class. But I see his reasons for wanting to stay down, and because he's going to be right at the sharp end of this big wheel 85 championship if he races it next year. That's a big jump for 85s to get over. If you're thinking now, why are they not getting all over that? That jump's massive. It really doesn't show the perspective of it on the camera. Back over the Dragon's back, right over the start straight again, flat out into this left-hand turn, back on the gas, and then they'll be into the roller section where they're going to pump the bike through there, try and keep the wheels down, keep the bike moving forward. Josh Vale doing an absolutely lovely job of that. God, if you'd have watched me through there yesterday, you'd have had a right laugh. I'm sure some of you did. And again, all three guys in the same camera shot. Askew doing everything he can on that GRT Impact KTM. All on a 2:34 the last time round. Billy Askew was a few tenths quicker though than Josh Vale. But Jake Walker was a little bit quicker than Josh, so that's just going to tighten up more and more at the front there. Hayden Stapp still leading the small wheels, followed by Alfie Jedda's green at the minute. Finley Pickering is there in third as well. That's the small wheels, just to keep you up to date with that. There's the 272 on screen. Let's see who that is. I don't know whether we've got... Might be down as another number on, I think. Yeah, we've got some tape over there. He might be under a different number. Not sure who that is. Billy Askew, though, leading away still at the minute. Looks like he, I was going to say looked like he gapped a little bit, but he hasn't. These two, Jake Walker's really on the move. These two are really putting the pressure on right now in the last laps of this race. They've done 4 laps. They've got 2 minutes to go plus a lap. Let's have a look at the times that time round. Who was quickest? Vale was quickest that time round, followed by Askew, then Jake Walker. They're just swapping. One's going quicker, next guy's going quicker. Obviously, they're all in the roost of each other. Billy Askew's got the best position for that right now. He's got a clear track ahead of him. But look, Josh Vale really forcing the issue. Gets the rollers dialed. He did it perfectly the lap before. Done it again. Executed it fantastically. Inside line there. And they're going to go over to this scrub jump. Askew just, he just carried a little bit more speed around that corner. This is super close now. What a good race from the 85cc big wheel guys. Billy Askew responding instantly, though, in true championship form. And had a bit of, I think the back marker played into Jake Walker's hands there. So Walker round Vale, just as Vale was putting on super bit of heat onto the back of Billy Askew. This one's cooking up to be great. This is one of the best 85cc races that we've seen all year round. Jake Walker is pushing it now on that Matt Gardner KTM. He's on the move. He wants to get to the front. It was 1.8 seconds last time round. It's a little bit closer than that now. This would be a big win for Walker if he could do this. Josh Vale just seems to have lost the toe a little bit now, probably a little bit deflated, a bit angry with the back marker just getting in the way. Bit unfortunate. Bit of a tight part of the track where it happened. I think they were just in the same rut. Bit of a shame after all that effort that Josh Vale had put in on that lap. But the 99er Walker looking real good at the minute. Billy Askew is going to have an attack from a different rider very shortly. And he's not on a Husqvarna. It's going to be the Gas. The Gas is on the gas with Jake Walker right on the back of Askew. Askew's got pressure again. Can he hold this one off? The GRT Impact KTM rider holding a bit of a tight line, just riding a little bit defensively. All of these guys putting on a show here. This has got to be one of the best races of the weekend. Look at that, all three in one shot. They're taking the last lap board. Jake Walker, fastest lap of the race at 2:32.7, and he's right on the back of the 441 now. They're flat out across the start straight. Into the left-hander, back on the gas again. Who's going to get the roller section right? Billy Askew wasn't the best through there the last lap. We've got Walker's going a bit wider, took a wider line, carrying more pace into there. And again, look, Jake Walker, just gets held up by a back marker a little bit. Inside, though, that didn't work for Vale. Billy Askew's got a much better line at the end of the rollers there. I think he loses a bit of time going into them, but then gains it coming out of them. So Askew using his head, playing it smart. Real good bit of mature riding out of the 441. Billy Askew on that GRT Impact KTM. Jake Walker, though, he's there, and Vale's coming back at him. Josh Vale is having one last lap. Last lap dash. There we are. I found it in the end. He was 1.192 seconds back before. I think it's going to be closer than that again. These guys are pushing the limits. There, Vale. He's on the inside of Walker coming into that turn. Who's going to come out on top? I've lost them. We're on the last lap. I've lost the leaders. We'll pick them up here just as they come through the trees. This is the last lap. Who's going to get it? Here they are. Oh, it looks like...
Looks like Askew just ahead of Vale. You've been making it.
Yeah, I think Vale was on the inside of Richmond going through the sand rollers, and I don't know whether Vale might have just forced him out of the way, but Josh Vale's... God, he's not got much real estate left to get the job done now. Billy Askew over the step up. How good's this race been?
Oh, mate, I've been out there listening to you on comms.
I'm excited.
I'm
fired up.
You got me all fired up.
I need a Red Bull. No, I don't.
Watch it, just literally going round, doing my duties out there, and I could hear you getting everybody like fired up about it. I think Josh Vell's still going to win the overall, though, with 2 seconds and 2 firsts, because remember, they takes the race win.
There we are.
But I think Billy Askew had a third, didn't he, in the first race today?
Yeah, congratulations, Billy Askew. That was a proper performance there, though, from the 441. Absolutely stellar. So good to see you just take that pressure all the way to the last lap. You've got to be proud of yourself. We're going to take this to an advert break. We'll see Jeff in the winner's circle with Billy Askew.
Okay, we're here with the final Moto winner in the Sintel 85 of the year. The champion, check it out, gold bar pad, gold plate. Didn't quite get the overall done, Billy, this weekend, but what a great way to finish your 85 career. You just said to me, guys, that was a tough one.
Yeah, it's what racing is, just battling and having fun. I enjoyed every minute of that. Me, Jake and Josh just battling. I thought Jake was going to have me, and then he didn't, he disappeared, and then same with Josh. That was just what racing is.
I mean, you look good. So we spoke briefly about your plans for next year. Are you still working out what that is, or are you in a position to say you know what you're going to be doing?
No, we're still working out what we're doing next year. I'm definitely going the 250F, but we hadn't picked what team, maybe GRT at the moment. Yeah. It's probably going to be that.
Good stuff. Well, you've certainly done wonders for them. They've done wonders for you. Well done on the championship. Good work. Gold plate, the 2022 Sintel Big Wheel champion, Billy Askew.
Welcome back. This is the 7 MXY 125 and 250. We are in for their fourth and penultimate, final, not penultimate, final race of the weekend and the MX Nationals. This is their last one. This is the last gate drop that they're going to get all year. So it's full send from these guys, the young bucks. They're going to be going at it. Who are we going to see on top this time round? Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Tyler Hooley? Is he going to get that gas up the rear end of some of the other guys? Ben Musto was really fast in the first one as well. And also Walbini. So, yeah, let's just see who's going to do what in this MXY 125 championship. And then Mackenzie Marshall was good in the first race as well today. So heads are down. The gate's going to drop in 5 seconds. Gate drop. Let's go. Who's going to get the whole shot then? Look at them stretching off the back of the bikes into the first corner. Mackenzie Marshall with another good start. Who's that round the first corner though? That was, I don't know. Jeff's here. Jeff's better with the youth riders. It looks like Mackenzie Marshall's though got the better of the 125.
is Harrison Greenoff.
Harrison Greenoff, a good start there.
Yeah, on the Free Flow Madison team, one of my boys there. But also, as Harrison was who we were talking about earlier on, how light he is and how he needs to get a growth spurt.
Yeah.
You can see, as in the size of his shoulders, his legs. He's tall, but there's hardly any meat on the bone.
No strength there.
But I'll tell you what, when it comes to laying down smooth laps and style and a whip, he's got the fun.
Well, whatever he did then, he managed to get out the gate like an absolute rocket ship. So he's on for something.
It's been a frustrating year for him getting out the gate because of his weight, but now they kind of worked on a good technique, finally taken, and it's starting to happen. Obviously, Harrison will realistically be staying in the 125 category next year, and I'm sure he'll fill out in the winter.
Yeah.
He needs to go out to as many Brazilian steakhouses as possible.
Sometimes as well, like the smaller kids that have the whole shot devices cranked down so far down on the front of the bike, which then causes the bike to wheel spin off the grids, doesn't it? So there's finding that balance with the bike on the start, and the grids of what they've done, they've given consistency so you can actually learn a technique that's right for you, but it might take you 6 months to find what's right. You don't know, do you? Because it's different for everybody.
It's real trial and error. Definitely, we've got a static yellow at the end. I think we've got an issue with a camera down. I think, but anyway, maybe not. We're working on that.
No, we're working on comms between the guys here, the race directors and the cameramen.
Right.
Because of the power outage, they're trying to get their communications back together. But we've worked with what we've got, Jeff.
Absolutely. That's what happens when somebody pulls the plug on you.
Literally.
Literally pulls the plug. So again, we can only wholeheartedly apologise. We try to prepare for as many electrical surges and things like that. But basically, when somebody turns off your power supply, you're kind of dead in the water, aren't you?
No way of dealing with that.
So again, apologies.
There we are. Team Green Rider, number 22.
Jack Taylor. Our boy Jack out there doing his thing. I think he was second in the 250 category, or was he third?
I think maybe third, and then Tyler Hooley's just behind him. Bit more 250Fs up there in the action this time round. Tracks maybe coming around a little bit more for those bikes, not as wet. You know, the 125s, they go better when it's a bit wetter, don't they? A bit sloppy. You've got a lighter bike, easier to deal with. So Mackenzie Marshall having a good ride. Do you know what? He looks super cool in that FXR gear, doesn't he? He's got the swag. And another big shout out to the DK off-road man, Chris Neeson, for putting that together. We're just working out championships and stuff in here. Jeff's got a pen out. Also, if you want to track this as well, make sure you get your live timing up. It's available on Speed Hive. You can download the app on your phone, and you can see the running order just like we're seeing it here. And you'll see Mackenzie Marshall leading the way, followed by Bayliss Utting, Jack Taylor, Tyler Hooley, Harrison Greenoff, Walbini, Kide Ryans, Liam Bennett, Ben Musto, and Wesley McGavin in 10th. Now, you can see that yourself. You can also split that into two different classes. I just read it as it was in order of where they are in the race. Obviously, they are in their own separate races within this one as well. As you can see, the name of this is MXY 125 and 250. They are split, and they will be scored separately.
I'll tell you what, that's a perfect cue-in. I'm going to very politely ask you to give your bins to this gentleman to our right, because
no problem.
You said about timing and scoring. I'm going to bring him in. If you want to just dump your...
Here we are, Nick.
Yes, we're going to bring in Nick Shaw. So Nick is part of our team here at the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee. And I wouldn't want... Nick, thanks for joining me in the booth.
No worries.
And taking over from Callum there. I wouldn't want your gig. Fair play. So Nick, along with Becky over there, do timing and scoring, which is always a minefield when I walk into the van over there. There's beeping going on. It's like you're working at a supermarket checkout constantly. There's people with the wrong transponder on or whatever.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, so tell us about the stress levels of, like what you've got to do. It's not an easy task. You've got nearly 300 odd riders you've got to register.
Yeah, so basically we start off at the start of the day. We can generally get them all sorted out in practice, but if the right transponder numbers and things like that haven't been given to us, or they change them on the bike and things like that, basically we've got the eyes on every rider to make sure that it's right. So if there's an issue, we had to sort of manually do it and almost manually lap score within the van. So we've had it a few times today. MX1 rider Harry Koulas in the last race, his transponder wasn't working. It only picked up twice in the whole race. So we sorted that out anyway for race 2 later on. But it's things like that can upset the apple cart, as it were.
Come on, be honest. How frustrating you find it when you know that somebody has not charged their transponder. I'd be going around the pit saying, come on, do us a favour. You want to get a result, make sure you charge your transponder.
It happens, and we see it. The thing is, we see it on screen as well, because it actually pings back and tells us that the transponder is low in battery. So it's not too many, but it get the odd couple, and then with the generation, they're changing the generation of transponders, and as much as you think they're a simple piece of kit, they're getting more and more complicated with Bluetooth connections and things like that. And probably going way too technical into it, but we're seeing to getting problems now with the newer ones that have just come out, the TR2s, but I'm sure they'll get it rectified with updates and stuff.
But people do ask us, that are new to the sport, how do you stay on top of it, and obviously good old days lap scoring, but those days are gone. So technology is great when it goes right, as we just proven when somebody pulling out our power supply,
Absolutely.
which wasn't great. But Nick, you're hands-on in the sport. You help us out with the timing here at the Michelin MX Nationals, but you also involved with your regional club. Tell us who they are and what you do there.
Yeah, so I'm part of the committee and director of Guest Hastings down in the southeast. Been with them now for, we're looking probably close to. It's got to be 16 years.
It soon gets around, doesn't it?
It's been a long time, and I'm only. Yeah, I'm 36 now, and I've been on the committee since I was 18. So,
good on you.
I only went on there to. I could never get a marshal to come to the racing, so to get away from having to provide a marshal, I just signed up and helped along, and I'm still here now.
It gets under your skin, doesn't it?
But I love it. It's hands down the best sport in the world, and if I didn't love it, I probably still wouldn't be here now, because it's the stresses that come with it all. As you know, as everyone knows here, it can be a right headache at times, but when you get to the end goal of the races, it's fantastic.
Talking of racing, this is a good one shaping up. Mackenzie Marshall, who got to around this stage in the opening moto and then started to fade a little bit. Bayliss Utting is looking good here as well. Nick and Becky are going to be the two people that sort out all the overall results for me to do later on with the podium, the Keck's fastest laps, all those things. They give me all the little package of information at the end of the race. Tyler Hooley is, as you can see on screen, chasing down. He is the leading 125 rider in this one, looking good. Any of these guys race regionally with you, Nick? You'll clearly know some of these. They come and race some of your regional events.
We've got some names that have been local recently.
Will Beanie come and did the two-stroke festival.
That's it. Yeah, he was at the two-stroke festival alongside. To be fair, we had Bayliss Utting was there. Will Beanie was there. Liam Bennett.
Rafe
was there. Ty Jones was there. Yeah, no, that was a good showing there as well for the youth as well. So it was. But that was a weekend for technology disaster. Let's not go there.
That's not. It's always. Listen, this is the point. This is why we want to bring you in, because there's so much more to it than meets the eye, isn't there? Like, people see what they see on screen and they walk in. But again, look, we all do. We love what we do. Nobody is literally forcing us to do it. But laying on a motocross event, you've been involved with the guest committee, like you said, at like 16 years or more. It's not. You'd think that technology makes it easier, whatever, but running events in general, the cost of everything, finding land, doing all that, it is getting harder. So from this standpoint, what do you think, like a series like the MX Nationals and now what we're doing the live stream, that can only be a good thing, even all the way back to you guys running a regional event?
Oh, I mean, absolutely, because people's dream is now to get up to the national levels, and because they're seeing it on stream live on YouTube, on Facebook and things like that. They've got there's a target to get to, and you've got guys watching at home. Like, to be fair, even Becky's son, he's probably watching now. Hello, Braden. Wants to be here riding and things like that. So it's getting, it's giving the youth a target. I mean, obviously the clubs at our size are the grassroots, but at the end of the day, this is the ultimate goal for them. So I mean, when it comes to like structure of races and stuff like that, it's very much the same. We model it on national level. As you have to, and obviously as the governing bodies do as well. So, it's just making those kids have that especially you've got grassroots children and kids and clubmen and stuff like that, having that natural progression up to national level, and especially here with with the 3 different classes, the expert, the amateurs, and the clubman, it's a perfect range. I mean, we've got guys from our club in the experts and in the clubman as well. So it's good to see. Like, you get to walk around the paddock, there's people here that you know, and it'll be the same for different clubs in different areas. So it's
you know, I like to think that right now the Michelin MX Nationals, particularly with the investment and time that's gone into this venue, trying to shape a new, you know, like a new era of British motocross, and with the live stream and everything else we do, you know, MXN-TV. So it's all good stuff. Right now, Bayliss Utton has gone into the lead. You would have seen that as me and Nick were talking there. He's now Mackenzie Marshall again. Maybe fitness issues, or arguably maybe arm pump issues. He got to about the same distance in race 1 this morning and kind of fell off a cliff a little bit, and it looks like it's happening again as now Jack Taylor is all over him. I'd say it's probably arm pump issues more than fitness. Maybe just all these big jumps, he's starting to feel it on his arms. But this is looking good for Tyler Hooley. Quick look over his shoulder on the AC United Gas. He's going for a race win in the 125s. Bayliss Utting is away with it. Now Bayliss has secured second pretty much in the championship in the 250s, and Jack Taylor has pretty much secured, this is all because of Nick and Becky's doing, I can tell you this, has secured third. So there's not really much going to change in this. Mackenzie Marshall was back in 4th in the championship, and that's pretty much where they stay, even if the number 22 of Jack Taylor on that Team Green machine goes by. In the 125, Charlie Heyman won every race until he moved up for this final round. Ben Musto has secured second. The best that Tyler Hooley can get is third in the championship. So it's all kind of done and dusted, really. This is just like one final swan song. And then these guys will go away, maybe change class. Some of them move up next year. New teams, all that kind of stuff. But Jack Taylor's had a great first year for Team Green. Looked really good, coming straight off a 125 out there and repping the Team Green brand, which is one of the most prestigious and been going one of the longest in UK youth motocross development. And I have to say, I've been I've been managing the team for the last 11 years, and it's been a real honour to be on the road, literally the roll call of being a team manager for the team. So I'd like to thank everybody at Kawasaki for that opportunity. There's Jack with his mean and moody race face on. I also hear, Nick, a little birdie being Neil Irwin tells me that you also spin the disc. Is that still a thing, or am I so out of tune? Well, is it all done with a computer these days?
Yeah, it's all done with a computer these days.
Sorry, I'm so old school.
No, it's sad, really, because obviously it takes away the art from it, really. But yeah, no, funny enough, I was here yesterday. I had to shoot off for a gig last night and come back earlier this morning, which was a headache. But again, it's another thing I love to do, a bit of DJing. I'm quite well known for the local, locally with the local clubs. I do all their presentations and things like that.
Oh, get on. Have you had any kind of conversation with Neil then about being our resident DJ or what?
Funny enough, they were talking about, obviously I know this one's been absolutely hectic with what's been going with the track build and things like that, but certainly sort of moving forward, maybe, doing something for the last round and getting things done and having a bit of a party. But
bit of a shindig.
If he wants it, I'm there. It's not a problem.
Sounds good to me. Yeah. Maybe just like, you can be doing your DJ set while you're also doing the timing.
And everything else.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to ride. The track looks absolutely fantastic. It really does.
There's you can see somebody's bike being taken away. That was rider number 9 we saw there with a bike issue. Parked up for ages. Can't even see him. I don't think he completed a full lap, actually. Can't see who that is on our list, but his bike's being carried away in the mule. Probably C-solid. That's why they've lifted it up on there.
Must have done, yeah.
So, do you get to ride much, Nick, or not?
Try to as much as I can. Obviously, when we're when we're racing locally, I tend to obviously be organising with the club and things like that, and then riding in between, like at the meetings as well. So, I mean, to be fair, Neil offered me to ride this weekend, but just with so much going on, a lack of time and things like that, I'd love to have to go out there. But I mean, the track just looks absolutely immense.
It is immense, and it's a battle is immense, because this is the battle for the race win. They're in 2 separate classes, remember, so it doesn't matter. But pride does, and this is who's going to win the actual race. Is it going to be Bayliss Utting? They're just going to miss the clock there, Nick, so we've got 2 to go. 2 to go, basically, by the time they come round, as the water bowser prepares to get out there and just keep the track nice and tacky across the start straight. So, can he do this? Tyler Hooley, can he take a race win? He's winning the 125 class. So he doesn't need to overtake Bayliss Utting, but as you know, Nick, when you're kind of feeling it as a rider, roll with it.
Yeah, and he's on his back wheel now through that rolling section in front of the mechanics area. He's Tyler's on Bayliss Utting's case there.
And it's not even the last lap. They got 2 to go. So for me, Tyler is carrying all the momentum. It's going to be hard for Bayliss to hold him back. He's going to have to dig deep here. If he can keep him behind for the rest of this lap, he might stand a chance. But if he goes by him now, I just think that Tyler is carrying the momentum.
He took a second off him on that last lap, so that gap is definitely getting closer visually as well.
Yeah, look at that, running it down the inside. These guys now struggling to get up over that. As you've heard Callum say before, that is a deceptively big tabletop coming out of there. Because it's low, it doesn't look much, but it's a distance. And you're going uphill, coming out of a sandy corner. Looks like Bayliss he had a little look over his shoulder, so I think he now realises he's under pressure. But there he goes, Tyler up the inside. He's got the inside as well into the next corner. There's the pass. So new race leader, Tyler Hooley, Acer United Gas, stretching out the 125 from the inside. Nice move.
The thing is, can Bayliss hold on to that toe and stay with Tyler? Last couple of laps, last lap and a half.
That's the thing, isn't it? Like if somebody's carrying momentum, you've got to somehow pick up the pace and go straight with them. If you don't, you they instantly gap you, and then it's just so hard to pick up the pace.
Needs to fight back straight away.
It looks to me like he's like Bayliss is out of steam. Yeah, he's struggling to even get up over that step-up jump now. So Tyler Hooley in complete control here with a lap to go.
Just seeing it home.
Yeah, looks good as well. He's had a difficult year. As I said, he didn't quite hit the ground running in the 125 ranks as he would have liked. Then he picked up a couple of niggling injuries, but he is finishing the season strong. Remember, this is his first year on a 125, so he's going to end well. He's going to finish 3rd in the championship, and I'm sure next year he will start as a favourite.
Absolutely. Especially with close battlers with Ben Musto and Wal Beanie as well. It's going to get them in for a full term. It will be one hell of a season.
Yeah, it will indeed. So how many races have you got left with the club championship, the guest guys? Or are you done for the year?
Oh God, I think we've got 2 more left. So we have every year we have our a 2-day event on the bank holiday weekend, but we had to cancel it just because we had no water.
Yeah.
So we've actually moved that to a weekend in October. So I believe we've got 2 more left, and then that'll see us out. And then we've got the ACU team event as well, which is obviously all the local club.
Yeah.
All the local clubs going against each other. But it's quite unique in our area because we've got 3 clubs all battling for the same
You've got
riders.
a strong scene down the southeast.
It's not too bad, but there's again, we know it's very good to be fair. Over last year and through COVID and that, we've been quite lucky. We managed to get things keep things rolling throughout the COVID period and get things in place to keep the clubs rolling when some of the other clubs couldn't. So it just worked out okay for us and worked out really well. So managed to keep going. But we're in quite a unique thing in the southeast. We've got 3 clubs literally in the same area, on the same tracks, all vying for the same riders. So, at times we need to bash our heads together and work the calendars out with each other and things like that. But it's a very unique thing. Obviously, you get clubs up in like East Anglia, things like that, and they're very spread out. And they've got their own areas and stuff like that. But we're quite tight down in the south east. There's three very good clubs. So we've got us guests, East Kent and Mid Sussex down there.
But this is the point. There's room for everybody, and it just needs open dialogue. Yeah. It's the same with national championship racing, isn't
Absolutely,
it? Absolutely. You know, we've got a lot of domestic national championships in the UK. My glass is half full. I just keep eternal optimism that one day all those series are going to get together and really just kind of go, do you know, okay, look, let's really thrash this out and try not to have so many races back to back or date clashes and just help each other out, you know. Hopefully that'll happen one day soon.
No, it needs to. I mean, it's the same at all levels, isn't it? I mean, at club level we have that issue. At national level we have that issue as well. Like, everyone's vying to get those riders, and at the end of the day, these guys out on track want to be going out to the best tracks every week and racing at that level of rider every single week. So if everyone can sort of, just got to bash heads together and get in a meeting room, have a beer, and level it out, have a sketch out,
That's
and
right.
job done.
Sat in a pub over a beer normally sorts out the world issues, doesn't it?
Exactly.
So do that. Tyler Hooley takes the race win and the 125 category as well, finishes 3rd in the championship. I'm going to go and speak to him now in the winner's circle. Nick, thanks for coming in.
No problem.
We'll let you get back to your weekend
Back
day
to work,
job.
yeah.
Nice one. Keep up the good work.
Cheers, Jeff. Thank
We're
you,
going to go to a quick ad, and I'm going to catch up with Tyler Hooley.
Good. Right, there we are with Martin Barr. We're watching Clubman MX2. Mate, you had a blooming good ride then, didn't you? Where did that come from?
Yeah, it was, you know, I had a good qualifying, and it gave me a lot of confidence coming into it. And I just think it's with a brand new track, it's an even playing field for everybody. You know, everybody's starting from scratch.
Well, you're having to come over from Ireland a lot to all the other tracks. People get a little bit more time on them, probably.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, no, I was real happy with the way it went. I got a really good start and just tried to hang in there for as long as I could. You know, obviously, I've still battling a bit of an illness, but each week I'm just learning different things, what works, what doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I'm starting
Are you figuring that out now?
Yeah,
is it getting better?
Figure it out a little bit, and it's definitely helping on track.
Wicked.
You know,
Oh, mate, you can see it. You had energy the whole way to the end.
Although, you know, Tommy's obviously probably thinking more about next weekend, but you know, the likes of Josh Gilbert and stuff behind me, he's been having fantastic rides in AMA and all the rest of it. And, you know, I managed to gap him. So, but yeah, still another race to go. I've got a lot of confidence, and you know, I just want to keep that rolling.
Do you feel okay, like after that race, or a little bit spent energy-wise?
Yeah, a little bit spent, but it's just the way it is.
I think everybody's going to feel a little bit like that. The track was, I thought, really, when I rode it yesterday, I mean, I know I do a lot worse a job of it than you, but it was tiring.
Yeah, we obviously went out for the practice last night.
Did you? Yeah, you would have seen what it was.
It was
minging.
Oh, what's this going to be like tomorrow? But they've done a super job today. The track's flowing a lot better. I think for us, the pro riders, we're getting rough with the track as the day goes on. Where yesterday we're just thrown out at the deep end. But it's there's a lot of work. It's a long lap, and you have to try and be very consistent the whole lap to try and you know, piece that whole track together. But it is non-stop.
Did you feel it like when it switches from clay to sand as well in some areas? I mean, like for me, like when you go over that tabletop into where you got the sand hill.
Yeah.
I was really struggling to trust my front end into there. Like,
yeah, it's nearly as if there's like big round hard marbles.
Yeah,
And the front end you can feel it.
I felt that there.
Trying to wash away. So it's good though. It keeps it technical. You know, you
Big
can't.
time.
There's nowhere to rest. You have to be on your toes and try and keep that whole flow going.
Yeah, I think, like you said, with the track being a bit better today, looking at it from, I mean, obviously we're stuck in here all day, but it definitely looks better. I think, obviously, a new track, it takes time for all the dirt to sort of like pack down. You need gravity to play its part, don't you, and start like getting everything compacted. And that, I think this place will just get better and better.
Yeah, for sure. As you see, there's still water in there. It's these guys have built an awesome track, but they're still learning as well.
Yeah.
Not learning, but you know what's working for the track. I think yesterday with the bit of wind, the jumps were nearly drying out, and then it was like crumbling away.
Yeah, it was.
Where now they're keeping plenty of water in it. It's sticking together better, and there's not as many dirty holes out there.
Yeah, because I think that the jumps are sort of made up from like the chalk and the rubble, aren't they? And then all the dirt sort of piled in on top of them. Oh, Ben Wainwright making a bit of a meal of that corner then. Looks pretty slippy there actually on the inside.
Yeah, it's that inside line was just starting to develop through our race. It's quite wet in there, but it is quite marbly.
It can work though, if you get it right.
It's starting to work.
I was just looking then, I saw the water truck watering as they're racing, and I thought, there's nothing more AMA than that, is there? It's like being at Parlour in the summer and just seeing people watering the track. But all in all, good, like you feel good. Track's working good for you.
Track's working really good. Bike's working fantastic. You know, my Pico Husqvarna's absolutely fantastic. You know, my dad's done a super job in the engine, and Planet, Scott Gardner's done the suspension. Everything's just clicking really good.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to feel a little bit better myself. So
plans for next year? You sticking with these guys?
I'm not too sure yet. It's all up in the air at the minute. Just that time of season. But yeah, I'll hopefully be back. But who knows? It might be my last MX Nationals if the right deal doesn't come. But hopefully not.
Mate, with a ride like that, if you can put two of them together, people would be silly to write you off just now. You had a birthday the other day, didn't you? How old are we now?
Just yesterday, I turned 35. So
40 years old. That's crazy.
Yeah, Stu and Jimmy Law, my teammates, have kind of been play up a little bit, but
I was looking at that. I was like, no way he's 40. No way. He looks really good for 40.
So, but yeah, it's to me, it's just a number. You know, I still feel good. I still want to put the work and all the effort in. And that race, you know, it kind of shows that I can still ride at that pace. So
I think domestic championship, you could go to probably even 40. Like, it's when you're on the world stage and they're trying to link 20 GPs together, flying around the world. It's harder to do, isn't it, as you get older? Like, what have we got here? Like 12 races or something?
12 races or whatever. But
you can do that.
I could do that, no problem. And you know, I still love it. As I say, with the twins at home, I come away racing for a break now.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, mate, I'm all in with that. It is mental, isn't it? Kids, I've got a 4-month-old. And the missus is taking her away now on a little holiday with the family. I'm like, I've got a few days. Like, wow, this is great. This is great.
No, I still love the bikes. You know, it's what I live and breathe for. So yeah, hopefully I'll be back behind the line next year.
Are the kids going to be racing?
If they want, I'm not going to push it.
Not going to push it.
Nah,
I've said that as well. I've said that.
If they want to ride, they can ride, but. There's definitely been not any horses around like that, because you can't wash them and stick them in the garage and forget about them.
Horses, my partner was into horses. They're just unpredictable as well. If you crash on a motorbike, 99% of the time it's your fault. Even if someone's took you out, you've put yourself in a position to be took out. So
yeah, the horse has its own.
Horse does what it wants. But yeah, so you're feeling good. Hopefully we'll see you next year.
Yeah, all been well.
Any other news to report back on?
Not really, you know, just obviously this last round today, I'm landing third in it, so hopefully another good strong round in the last race. We'll tie the third up in the championship.
Yeah.
Last round of the British Championship next weekend, then a weekend off, then it's Motocross the Nations out in Redwood.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. It's nice to be back on the team again after the whole gig last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, Redwood.
It's going to be sick, isn't it?
This
is good practice for Redwood.
Yeah, very good.
I was talking to Tommy about that as well. He said, you know, what a place. Like, it is good practice for Redwood. So one thing I wanted to ask you as well, it's just actually absolutely slipped my mind. It was about next season.
Yeah.
It's gone. It's gone. I'm just going to roll on. We're watching Clubman MX2. Leading the way, we've got Jasper Gibson, Ben Thompson, Max Fletcher, Ben Wainwright not having a good race. Wow.
just launched that one.
Just absolutely jumped over Max Fletcher's head nearly.
Fair play to these guys, and yourself, you know, the track, it's a tough track.
It was hard.
It's, you know, those jumps are big, and even on a 250, you have to be wringing the neck off to go over some of them.
Yeah, it's the one track where I've thought, do you know what? I wish I had a 450.
Yeah, it's, but you know, it's super. It's just so good to come to a new event. You know, we've been racing for years, and you know, the championships all use the same tracks. And
it gets boring.
You know what you're going to, and that's why, like, a lot of the riders from Northern Ireland and Ireland back home, they're coming over to these events because it's kind of been the same thing for them back home. They've just been riding the same tracks year in, year out, and they come here and get all new tracks. So for us now that's been on the UK scene for so long, it's nice to come to a new venue.
Is it harder to get new tracks in Ireland? Is there a bit more planning restrictions, things like that?
It's tough. You know, although we're all petrol heads over there, there's always that one that just makes it hard work. But yeah, it is what it is.
And you've got your own track as well, haven't you? What's that place called again?
Area 50 MX2.
Area 50. And over winter, I mean, I'll just give you a bit of a time to plug here. Have you got any training camps on that you want to talk about?
I do some one-to-one training schools and stuff, you know. But yeah, it's. I've got it 5 years now, the track. It was always kind of an investment for when the day does come around. Because I have no trade or nothing behind me. But yeah, hopefully I'll get busy over the winter. Keeps me busy, and you know, it's just it's all down to the weather and stuff.
Yeah.
Back home, you know what the weather's
well, I
like.
think we get it here as well.
So, but yeah, it's cool to have my own place. And you know,
is it sand?
Yeah, it's like sand, hard base places as well.
Okay. It's a bit like this then.
Yeah. In places.
Wonder why you're doing pretty well today.
Not as much dirt, but it's got that hard base to it.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'd love to come and check it out one day.
Yeah. No, back home's awesome at the minute for practice tracks. We've got a lot of them. Obviously, McGilligan MX Parc's the biggest one back home. And if we didn't have that place, we'd be lost. So Philip and his crew do an awesome job there.
I came to commentate at the Irish Championship. I went to Doon. What a track!
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh my God! Like just the way it's sort of sculptured into the land there, it looks mint.
Yeah, it's
really
got
cool
a lot of character to that track.
Yeah, really cool.
Probably one of the best ones down the south of Ireland. So, but yeah, no, there's a lot of good tracks back home. So, but just hopefully, I'm not too sure what the score is with Desert Martin, but I would love to see it back.
Do you know what's going on there
at
all?
Not 100% sure.
It's legal stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's you know, it's the home of motocross back home. And even
we need
over
that.
Here, you ask a lot of the English riders that've been there, what's their favourite track, and they say Desert Martin.
I would. One thing I'm so good about, if that place doesn't come back, I have never ridden.
I've never ridden.
No. And
awesome.
I didn't ride Matchams either. That was another one that, you know, one of the, that when I was a kid, I was like, oh my God. I remember watching there at KWS, and I was like, I need to do this. I need to do motocross. Why am I not doing this?
That's one of the first places I met Jeff. Was at Matchams. He came to watch me one time.
Do you want to have a chat with Jeff for a little bit?
Many years ago.
Jeff's sitting out. But yeah, what a track. And, you know, that's one of the lost sort of great tracks as well, isn't it? So we don't want that again. Hopefully we can get that situation resolved. It would be fantastic if they could do that.
Yeah, but, you know, these guys, MX Nationals, have put themselves on the line, and they've pulled it off. You know, this place is absolutely phenomenal, and you know, even down to the parking and everything.
There's more.
Yeah.
Apparently there's more of this.
So it's
is it Jet Lawrence or Ben Wainwright? Who knows? Only you can decide. He looks good though, doesn't he? He looks really good in that 7 gear. Obviously 7, one of the major supporters of the series, so big shout out to 7. Max Fletcher looking good right now, though. Ben Wainwright's just been over jumping everything for the last 4 laps, trying to catch up. He's like a flag in the wind on that bike. I actually borrowed his bike yesterday, so I want to shout out the Wainwright family. Big thank you to you guys for letting me borrow one of the bikes. Suspension was a little bit tad on the soft side for me, Martin.
I didn't want to say that, but
it gave me a lot of comfort, though.
Yeah.
It was weird. Yeah, I really it just gave me a lot of. It was unpredictable. But there was a lot.
Especially when it got choppy.
Oh yeah, but there was a lot of comfort, and I've actually thought, do you know what? I'm going to ditch the A-kit forks in my bike, in my Suzuki. I think they're a little bit. I mean, even though they're valved and sprung to my weight, like the billet lugs and stuff, it's made it's just. I think the Suzuki feels a bit stiff anyway.
Yeah, a bit stiff, a bit rigid.
So I'm going to do them away, mate. Get the stock forks back in
there.
Get someone give them a massage. They'll be all right. Well, I just want to say thank you for coming in here and having a chat with me. And good luck for race 2. I'm sure you want to go back, have a bit of a massage and some lifelines in you or whatever drink you're sponsored by.
No worries.
But, good luck. Thank you very much. See you in a bit, Mike. Here we are back into Clubman MX2 while Martin goes to recover for his next pro race of the weekend. Obviously, talking to him, he's had a bit of a complicated illness, and he's worked through it, and obviously worked something out, whether that's diet-wise or whatever. I didn't want to go in too much detail with him on that, but yeah, he's figured it out and he's back, and he put on an absolutely brilliant performance in race 1, just behind Tommy Searle, finishing 4th in that moto. So, will we see the same from the 50 from Martin Barr on the Apico factory race that will go on in race 2? I'm sure he wants to. And we want to see that too. We want to see him up there because he's one of the backbones of the sport, and especially from Ireland, he's a superstar.
Absolutely. He's been around the game a long time. That just reminded me actually when we first met.
Matchams.
Seems a very long time ago. Well, it tells you how long ago it was because Matchams was still in play. But it was way before that I first met Martin, and straight away you thought, he was already up and running and looked good, but to me straight away it's like, well, there's a young man who knows how to ride sand.
Definitely. These two are scrapping with each other, Jeff.
Oh yeah.
Max Flesher and Ben Wainwright. Wainwright just taking a wider line.
Oh, nice inside outside, gets the run. That was
done it. That was a beauty,
move,
and gets over that massive step up as well. Ben Wainwright just using his lightweight. Oh no!
And then nearly throws it away. But that was a beautiful overtaking move. He set that up. He knew exactly what he was doing.
So Ben's super light. Obviously, that comes with his advantages and disadvantages as well. Real strong kid. He's built like a brick SH. You know what else? House.
Yes.
And he's... I nearly did it. I stopped myself. But he's rocking that #1 plate in that Ethica kit. Got the gold number board on there as well. Rubbing it in a little bit. 2-time winner in the Clubman MX2 Championship. Next year, he will be moving up to the next class, rightly so, where we'll have a little bit more stiff competition. Max Flesher is under attack, though. Jasper Gibson has got the fastest lap of the race as well, 2:40. So Jasper Gibson attacking the number 6 of Max Fletcher at the minute. You tell I'm working today, Jeff. My voice is sore. I can feel it.
Welcome to my world.
I know normally I'm a little bit more lazy than this, but I've been on it today. I've been absolutely on it.
It's been me that's been skiving. The reason I went skiving out is because I've been going to get my medicine.
You've got some mad stuff you have for your throat, haven't you?
Yeah, well, just relentlessly talking.
You just better hope
days,
it's not carcinogenic, all that stuff you keep spraying in your neck.
Yeah, it's like suddenly be out steroids, No, it's been a fantastic season. It's been condensed. It's been a difficult year in many ways. Racing has come thick and fast. Coming off the back of COVID and all those kind of things. But I love the sport, and I like to think I get stuck in. I'm looking forward to some downtime after the Motocross of Nations. Get ready, get reset. We've got, again, I'm just putting myself in that bracket. I shouldn't do. The Royal We, the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. There's a lot of discussions going on, a lot of plans for next year. Exciting times. So I don't know when we'd be able to finalise plans for next year or announce them. What I would say is that this new venue that we found here, the MX Nationals team are working hard on finding more new venues. Let's just leave that there.
That would be great, wouldn't it? Just about as great as Jasper Gibson's last lap. And you liked that, didn't you?
I did.
He found his way round Max Fletcher. I think something may have gone wrong with Max. I don't know where he's gone. I know he is there. He's in the picture. He's just probably lost a bit of time. Maybe got a bit tired. But Gibson absolutely on it at the minute.
Yeah, well, he's all over the back of Wainwright now. He's putting a surge on.
Wainwright to that outside again, where he made that little bit of a mistake the last lap, but seems to be able to clean it up this time round. This is the last lap. This is to the flag. Can Jasper Gibson do anything about the formidable Ben Wainwright with a #1 plate in that Ethica gear over the big tabletop? This is the final part of the track through the S's. There's a bit of a lump on the inside. They've built this up. There's a chicane there. Right, then left, and then into the final 2 jumps. It looks like Ben Wainwright's going to have this one. But Jasper Gibson has fought him all the way to the flag. And there we are. Oh, nearly drops it right at the line.
Oh, Ben, do you want to go and talk? I know you spoke to him before.
I'll go speak to Ben.
Go and speak to Ben because he's already the champ. You know, we celebrated that previously, but let's get him over there. Hopefully he'll remember to come to the winner's circle. A lot of the riders tend to forget as the season goes on. They're like, oh, I'm too tired to talk. Right, we're going to go to a quick ad. We'll be back with Callum in a minute.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
There we are, Clubman MX2 champion Ben Wainwright. You just, sealed the deal then with another race win. Nearly threw it away on the last corner. And you had a little bit of a moment over there, didn't you? You was under a bit of pressure then. Just tight, mate, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the track is it's the roughest, brutalist, hard package track I've rode. See, I think it's actually worse in Fat Cats because the bumps are just die out. Well, you rode yesterday.
Yeah, I rode yesterday. Is it starting to form the same now? Is it? Yeah. The pros have wrecked it, haven't they?
Yeah, they're useless, ain't they? They're rather useless, aren't they?
There we are, mate. Well, you solidified it. Anyone you want to thank? This is the last, obviously, winner's circle you're going to be doing all year. You want to give it a big shout out to some people?
Yeah, I want to thank all my family, girlfriend, all my sponsors. Obviously, Wainwright Plant and Haulage, NM Joinery who gets me tyres, Michelin MX who supplies me with a stick kit, Dirt Shifter, everybody, ESP with the graphics. Yeah, thank you to everybody.
And there we are. That was Ben. Put on a good show for you this weekend, and I'm sure you'll be back next year in the amateurs. Yeah. We look forward to seeing that, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, a good season put together there by Ben Wainwright, going back-to-back titles. He doesn't get the chance of the three-peat because we put a rule in with the Michelin MX Nationals. If you win 2 titles back-to-back, then you're going for a third. You're kind of sandbagging it a bit. But Ben's earned the right, with good cause, to move up to the amateur class. Okay, talking of the Clubman, this is the Clubman MX1 brought to you by Works Sports Insurance. Before these guys come off the line, I've been joined by a man that works for a brand that basically without them, none of this at all would have happened. Andy James from Michelin. Andy, thanks, before we even get going, thank you for the amazing support since 2014 or late 13, when you probably had the first conversations with Paul and Neil. From a Michelin standpoint, you've been with us from the very start. We're now wrapping up another year. How's this year gone, with regards of, from Michelin's standpoint, with the progression of the series?
Again, it's, Paul and Neil and you guys, every year we think you've kind of reached the pinnacle, and then every year something, be it the start gates, be it this now live streaming and stuff, every year you take it up another notch, and we're just excited to get today over, let Paul and Neil have a bit of a break and maybe go and have a chat about what's up for 23.
Oh, I like that. At least we're doing something enough to keep you guys on board. I'll just get these guys off the line. This is the Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1, and I'll catch up with Andy again in a minute, get them round the first corner, just make sure there's no incident. And of course, when they cross the green stripe on the opening lap, we'll tell you who's where. Looks like Adam Reed going for another whole shot. He's had plenty of them. And he was in contention for the Planet Moto first lap leader, but Billy Askew looks like he's got it with an unassailable lead. But if he hadn't missed the round at Cusses, Adam could have potentially had the Planet Moto whole shot award and going on a nice holiday down in Spain. So Andy, obviously a busy year. It's always busy in the motorcycle industry, particularly with you guys at Michelin. We've highlighted how difficult it's been post-COVID, and obviously, you know, lots of things have happened. Shipping containers getting stuck in the Suez. You know, we've gone to war, which has messed all those kind of things up. It's been a difficult year, hasn't it, really, in the industry?
It's been a difficult few years, shall we say?
Yeah.
We seem to have lurched from kind of crisis to crisis. As you say, containers, logistics, wars, COVID, Brexit, and lots of other factors going on. The good news is that, you know, motocross side of things is getting a lot better. We've got the new Starcross 6 out this year. Supply is starting to come through now, which is bad timing end of the season, but it does mean that as we go into 2023, supply should be pretty plentiful, and demand is good. So we're pretty happy.
I mean, you're not the only brand. Michelin's not. Everybody's catching up, trying to catch up. So at some point, let's hope that this off-season, like you said, stuff starts arriving in the UK, you know, cleared through customs, and we can start getting all the products out there.
Absolutely.
And doing that. The new Starcross 6 does look amazing. This circuit in particular is a kind of game track of two halves. You know, and I know that you've been working with teams like Phoenix Tools, even Strokes team, you know, with tyre development and whatever. You've got to be pleased with the feedback of the new tyre.
I know for a fact, speaking to Barry from Phoenix earlier, that our technical guys were down there with him looking at some warm product. It's now, you know, the first tyres that they've used. I think they've got about 30 or so of the Starcross 6 different compounds. So they've been going through, looking at the wear patterns and the wear rates and stuff on it, and the feedback's been really, really positive. I think the big problem this weekend was that no one really knew what the surface was going to be like when they got here, and I think a few people have been changing tyres in earnest. It does seem to go from soil to sand and back again quite quickly.
To be fair, I don't think we knew what the surface was going to be like until Thursday ourselves. We had so many people messaging us, what tyre? We're like, we get back to you. We're not quite sure yet. The Planet Moto first lap leader, another point on the board for Adam Reeve. He's going to get second in the standings by the end of it, so well done, Adam, on his performance. So like you said, you haven't had the opportunity yet. Obviously, it's been a long slog of a season, short in many ways, but they've come thick and fast, all the racing. It's reassuring to know that you're going to sit down with the guys, you know, and talk about the future of the Michelin MX Nationals. From your standpoint, where motocross sits in your market, with all the road tyres, whatever, you know, how important is it, the motocross market, to a brand like Michelin? Obviously, car tyres, tractor tyres, you know. For me, it always feels like motocross is not necessarily a big chunk of it, but it's got its relevance, it's got its importance.
It's absolutely relevant now more than ever. I think that the big key for us moving forward is, you know, we obviously want to promote the Starcross 6, but the interesting thing is when you look at the paddock here, the number of motorhomes, off-road vehicles, cars, mountain bikes, all the other stuff that's parked in the paddock there. You know, we need to be promoting maybe the fact that we make tyres for all of these things as well. Yeah. And it's more of a branding exercise as much as anything for us now. It's fine that, you know, if someone wants to use our motocross tyres, that's absolutely brilliant. But we want Michelin to be front of mind. So when they're maybe looking at replacing their car tyres or their scooter tyres or their tractor tyres, if they happen to own tractors, all these things we're still front of mind. And when they go to book a restaurant, they consider a Michelin-starred restaurant.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I could.
Yeah, me too.
Not quite at that stage yet. I need to speak to Paul and Neil about upping my wages before I start going to Michelin-star restaurants. But yeah, I see your point, you know, like sort of brand awareness, and that's the point. And of course, the live stream over the last couple of years, again, Neil and Paul took a punt. Certainly in COVID, we were the only national championship to really get out there and run. I know others did eventually, but the MX Nationals took the decision to run, and we started this live stream. And have you seen the knock-on effects with that, regards of even your bosses above, you know, like you've now got something palpable to show them?
Absolutely. And unfortunately, in the modern world, everything's about return on investment. You know, gone are the days of spending money just because something was fun or felt good. Everything now is return on investment, and obviously we invest some money in the MX Nationals, and we have done for a number of years, as you say, and it's about, unfortunately, justifying to the big bosses why you spend that money and what you get in return. And the live stream has actually been a massive godsend. you know, Neil can supply me with data, whether it's the live stream, whether it's the review videos and stuff like that, and the Facebook and social posts. It's fantastic because you can measure an audience.
Yeah.
I can say for this investment of cash, this many people have seen, this many people have interacted. It's very easy. Before this, it's like, well, how many people go to the events?
Yes.
How many people register some interest? It's impossible to measure. Whereas actually now it makes it fantastically easy for me. So thank you very much.
I tell you, now you've told me that, I'm actually starting to feel the pressure of what we do now. I haven't really got overly nervous about doing the live stream. Now I know big bosses are watching us.
Oh, they're watching.
Oh dear, we better get this right.
I'm quite worried that my big boss will probably pull out this segment of the stream and broadcast it to the whole team in the marketing meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
You've done a grand job.
Oh, that's all right.
I might just jump out and have a coffee, and you can just take you could just take the lead on the commentary. Look, Andy, it's been great again for the continued support. We thank you from a British motocross, not just from the MX Nationals, but from a British motocross standpoint. You are enabling us as a brand to develop the sport, push it forward. So for that, I thank you very much on behalf of everybody. Get yourself out there, because I think you had a coffee which might be going cold. I've seen this man at the burger bar about 4 times today. I could have managed to say that as he went off air, because there's no comeback. He'll have me for that later. Andy, thank you very much. There goes Andy James from Michelin. Without their support, we wouldn't be doing it. As I said, right from the get-go, back when we started this series in 2014, we wouldn't have done it without Michelin. So thank you very much to everybody there. Adam Reeve has gapped the field to 6.8 seconds. Grant Martin is there in 3rd, and then Billy Saunders for 4th. Mitch Best in 5th. Now, the one that is the key one here is Grant Martin up against Mitch Best. I think Mitch Best is just going to be able to do enough to secure 2nd place in the championship. He pulled 2 points on him in the first one, so he's now losing another 2 back, or 4 back, so it swings back the other way. But he had Mitch had a nice little gap actually going out into this one. So as we said, I think he's going to get it done, the championship done. Connor Baldry has already won the championship, so he's riding around on like basically almost like a parade, really. Just as the champ, loving life, can go home knowing he's got the title in the bag. But it was all about 2nd, and it was after the first race today. The gap had opened up to 11. It's now down to 7 by my maths. So if Mitch Best stays where he is, he's moved up a spot. Or has he gone down a spot? No, he's gone down a spot. Okay, this is going to get interesting. That might make it a 5-point swing in his favour. So Grant Martin doing all he can to try and stop Mitch Best finishing 2nd. Mitch can't afford to drop down the leaderboard too much more. He's holding tough, the Aussie. Adam Reeve has been immaculate. I don't really know the reasons why Adam missed. Could have been a number of reasons, couldn't it? Unfortunately, he missed. It could have been injury or family commitments, but unfortunately, Adam missed the round 4 at Cusses Gorse. If he hadn't, he would have obviously been a title contender, because he's won a fair few races this year, and he's pulled a fair few first lap leader awards as well. But as we said, not quite enough to get it done. That Planet Moto first lap leader award and prize is going to go to Billy Askew, because he's got it done. The closest competitor to him was indeed Adam Reeve, but this is Adam's last race, so he's going to finish 2 points behind in the quest for that. After this weekend, we'll get all the social media, we'll get all the standings up on our social pages, final championship positions. We are having issues with our actual MX Nationals website. I won't bore you with the details, but we will be working on a brand new website, championship website next year, as part of our many plans to improve this series. So keep your eyes out from that, but we're still more than active on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, the big 2 really. Next year, who knows, we might have a TikTok account, all kinds of things going on, but you can follow us on that. There's Jorgen Telvik, who doesn't realise that he's dead centre of the screen, out looking at the circuit. At least I think that was Jorgen. Might not have been. It looked like it was. Only caught a quick glimpse. There's Mitch Best. Again, shout out to all you viewers down there in Australia that have been supporting Mitch and watching from down there. We appreciate your support. Hope Mitch gets back and does the series next year. And even if he doesn't, we hope that you guys down under or anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere tune in. At this stage, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't continue with our free-to-view live stream. The only thing that we're thinking about already before we even finish round 6 is ways of improving it next year. And we got a few ideas that we hope to roll out next year to improve the coverage. So we haven't got too long left, I think, in this one. They had a reduced race time anyway. We've got 1:55 left. When we get to the one-lap board, we'll probably pick up the race leader, Adam Reeve, give him some love. As we said, champion is Connor Baldry, rider in 7th place. He wrapped it up. Yeah, was it the first race this morning, or was it? It might have even been yesterday, actually. So you heard a few people had Martin Barr's his perspective with Callum a little while ago, how the track's holding up. It is starting to get beaten down. There's no doubt about it. I'm amazed it's held up this far, considering, as we said, it was only really finished this week, which is just a huge effort. There's Adam Reeve. You can't miss him in that MX, that new MX brand kit with the bright flow colours. Yeah, the track's held up incredibly well. I know that when we come back next year, we'll have a whole year of the track to settle. And if they can get this done in a week, basically if we've got a whole year to improve the circuit next year, I can tell you right now, this will look a very different venue. All the infield will hopefully be green with either grass or some kind of foliage. Probably more weeds than grass, but I've heard that maybe somebody said that they're going to seed the infield with grass seeds, which is just awesome. So hopefully we'll have nice, aesthetically, the whole venue will look nicer, and I'm sure the track will, Alfie will get out there, make a few refinements, a few tweaks. I know for a fact that he's already talking to a load of riders and getting their feedback and making notes. And he'll be out there once he can actually have a rest, because he's worked tirelessly on this along with Justin Barkley and Johnny Douglas Hamilton and the Putnam family and everybody. Just an incredible effort. So we'll get this weekend out of the way, and then they'll probably have a bit of a breather. Not much, because we've got some more races coming up to finish off the domestic UK season. But then they'll go away and work how to make this basically a better venue still. Like, there's so much potential with the infrastructure here. Potential infrastructure here at Oxford MotoParc. We've got good road links. We're pretty central. You know, looks like we may be able to put some sort of maybe semi-permanent or permanent structures on site as well. And yeah, it's just exciting times with the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. It's can't wait to see what the guys roll out for next year. Their plans for the series and what classes we're going to have, etc. The format of racing. Always looking to evolve, always looking to maybe change things up, keep it fresh. And I've got to say, the kit that Adam's got on is pretty darn fresh. Got the matching boots as well, and he's gone all in. Looks the part. He's going to get his basic parade lap round here because he's looking good for the overall win this weekend. So we're going to give him the limelight that he deserves. Not far behind, though, is Grant Martin. That was the same in the opening moto this morning. He had a big lead on the last lap, and Adam sort of just really slowed it up. And it was borderline there, but I just saw a sneaky look over his left-hand shoulder. He's slowing down. He knows exactly where Grant Martin is on the track. So motocross, it's a tough old game on a new circuit for most of these guys. Nobody knew how it would form. It's chewed up. I mean, it's not necessarily like got these massive rolling bumps like you'd see at a sand circuit like Lommel or anything like that. But what it has got is a lot of sharp-edged squares out there that basically rattle right through your body. When you hit them, it's like a little, like a Kango hammer. It's like your whole rib cage rattles, and if you're not fit and you're carrying a bit of excess weight like myself, that starts reminding you that you need to get fit. That just basically gets wobbly, goes everywhere. So yeah, it's a kind of jarring experience on a track like this, and I'm sure they're going to bring in more soil, more topsoil, and mix it in with no doubt in the future we'll probably see wood chippings brought in to retain the moisture, all those things, but we just didn't have time. There's Adam Reeve. He takes another race win. We are going to go down to winner's circle. I'm going to go down there and speak to Adam, and when we come back, we have got the expert class coming up next.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool, man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
Yeah. Kiki. We're live. I've been told to hold the water. Come on in. Come on, this is a family thing. Adam, another solid weekend, another overall win. Just, I never did catch up with you. You missed Cusses. What were the reasons for that?
No, not really.
I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry I did. Either way, you've put together a brilliant season. Just show the people here what motocross is like. The knuckles, the fingers still shaking. But you've had a great day here. How was it?
Yeah, really good. I'm glad I topped it off with a 4th win. Track road really good. Yeah, I've had a good season so far, apart from missing Cusses, and it's gone really well.
Early plans for next year? I mean, will you be coming back to try and win this thing?
I probably might move up to amateurs. So yeah.
I like that. Because I really like that, because you could just, the ruling we put in place, if you win 2 back-to-back, you've got to move up. You could easily stay down. I love the fact you're going to challenge yourself.
Yeah, I do. I ride better when I get when I got a chase. Yeah. And being out front, it's all well and good being out front, but the pressure that comes with it, it's like I do prefer to be back in 5th. I ride better when I'm back in 5th. 5th, 6th, battling for the lead. So.
But if you're back there, you might not get so much TV time. It's a rough balance.
I'll be glad of that.
Easy, don't worry about it. Natural. Well done on a good season. There you go, Adam Reeve. Bring the family in. Come on, get on TV, at least for one shot. There you go. We're going back racing. Okay, here we go. We're back. We are with the expert class here then. No, this is the amateur class. God, we've got so many classes. So this is the Moto Verde amateur class. Again, big shout out to the guys at Moto Verde for getting behind the series and supporting this class. So Josh Greedy looking good in this one. Coming in and wild carding, he's looking good for the overall. There he is now, 33 in the middle, but it looks like Callum Murphy's going to hog the inside, is he? No, he is not. Look like 272. It looks like he's out there on a borrowed bike, maybe. I'm not sure. We're going to get them all over the line here. Then I'll be able to tell you exactly who is where. As they sort themselves out on the first lap. Track is, as we said, starting to go away now, deteriorate a little bit, but these guys will be probably thankful that this is their last race of the year, and then they're, as in the MX Nationals Championship, but then they'll probably have about 2 or 3 weekends off in the off season and then be absolutely like just chomping at the bit to go and race again. We always say we need a nice break at the end of the year, but you get about 2 or 3 weeks in and then you're like, oh, I'm bored now, need to go racing. These guys just can't help themselves. So as they sort themselves out on the opening lap, looks like potentially Ben Thompson has now worked his way to the front. Is that Ben? It might be. Yeah, it's got pretty holy and pretty deep over there now in that sand section. That's probably the most natural loamy dirt that we've got on the track. That was already kind of there. So that's a good section of circuit. We're going to have to definitely start bringing in and mixing up the soil. Although we like the fact that we've got a bit of hard pack mixed up with sand, as you heard Andy James say a little bit earlier there, like tyre choice. It's kind of critical because you've definitely got a track of 2 halves. So lot to consider. You compromise. It's is that Jack Seaborn? No, it might be 27. We've got wild card riders rolling out this weekend as well. So we're going to get them over the line. I'm going to get the timing up on screen. Just got to sort a few things out here on the laptop, and then we'll tell you who's what. I don't want to touch anything after what happened earlier. Not that that was our doing, like we said. I thought that was Jack Seaborn out front. Yeah, good to see Jack back racing. He got a good start in that one. Logan Wilcox it was on the Suzuki in second, who had a little bit of early pace setter, but Jack Seaborn taking a point to the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award, but too little too late. That has already been won by Billy Askew. We're going to get Billy over and present him with his award later on. So Logan Wilcox in second, Callum Murphy for third, fourth is Niall Cregan, then it's Archie Hicks for fifth on the opening lap, then Josh Greedy, Jamie Dixon in seventh, eighth is John Kirk, ninth Callum Gordon, not such a great start from him, then Josh McCorkle. So this will be a good one. Some of the front runners, that's all obviously mixed up, that's not by class. 250s and MX1 450s out there racing together, but scored separately. Callum Murphy was on the power slide as he came into view there, number 500. He goes round the outside, that berm starting to rough up, but look at, we got the lines forming proper now. Oh, Niall Cregan goes off the track. He'll have to come back on in a safe manner. He won't get dock points for that. As long as he comes back on in a safe way and doesn't gain any positions, he should be okay. He certainly didn't gain any, definitely probably lost 1 or 2. Yeah, so it's all changed this lap around. We'll sort out in a minute. We'll separate the classes on the time.
Quick, Suzuki.
You've missed it. You're too busy out there doing the pre-recorded stuff, and you're such an avid Suzuki fan that he was. Logan was actually leading the race for some time, and you
Cool.
weren't here to call it.
That's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Love
At least he's on the right bike.
Love a Suzuki, don't you?
I do. Even though I rode that Honda yesterday, and I was a bit like, the engine's pretty good on this.
Oh. Yeah, we've all got our favourite models, our favourite brands.
I just need to make mine feel a little bit more supple.
Right.
I'm going to work on a bit more, finding a bit more comfort in the chassis.
Mate, it sounds like you're it seems like you're right in full focus for 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah,
I can see it.
I am.
I can.
I'm going to have one more. Do you know what? I want one more go before Cooper sort of like
one more year.
You know, wants to have
one more year.
You know what I mean, though. Before
Yeah.
Cooper wants to start riding, and I've got to put time into it.
Yeah.
I might as well have a go.
We're going to see a lean, mean,
no, I don't know about
race-ready Callum Swan for 2020.
I'll try. Maybe if you put the pressure on, who knows? I'll be able to do something.
You heard it here first. There's no going back now.
Put a bet on, mate. Put a bet on. I'll do it.
Right.
Well, I do a bit of crowdfunding for a bet. Hey, that's where we could use Paul's app.
Yeah.
Right.
So Swanee's going to get his act together and going out.
Yeah, but even if
it's going to be a Callum Swan song.
Even if I got my act together, there's no way I could even be close to the top 10 in the Clubman MX2. But
it's not about that. It's personal improvement.
Yeah, I want that. I want that.
Setting targets, realistic
Top
targets.
20.
Yeah. That's it. And if you're not in the top 20, I'm going to beat you with a wooden step. This is good stuff from Josh Greedy. He's got to work up through the field. He's starting to do that now. Where is he? He is now into 4th. He's looking good for the overall win this weekend, I think. If I've got it right. Where is he on my little list down here? He's had a second, a first. I think he won the last race out. So, yeah, he's looking good for the overall win. He'll probably pick off Seaborn in front of him. But Jack's riding a strong race, Jack Seaborn.
Yeah, he is. Jack, well, he was going to come to the pub last night. Didn't come in the end. Probably a good thing.
See, that's the difference, isn't it? You're off to the boozer.
To be fair, though, I just had a few. I had a bit of food.
Okay.
I had a bit of food. It wasn't a mad one.
Right.
It wasn't a mad
you
one.
went out for a meal. That's different.
Went for a meal, yeah.
You
Had a few drinks, like, but
you didn't go for like just a mindless drinking session.
No, I got back to the van. We put AMA on, and I fell asleep like a dad. Just pop a like, just what you know what I mean. I'm old now, mate.
Yeah.
Josh Greedy though, he's riding really good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, you know, he's never been at the level of his brother. But
Glad you said that.
But I don't think he I don't think he had the will, the desire to do it from when he was young.
Yeah.
Like Ash. I think it was a little bit of a different dynamic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's cool to see him like kind of picking it up. Like this amateur class is fast. Don't get me, don't get it twisted. It's really quick. So I've watched him, riding throughout the years and stuff, and he's just progressively like built on it and slowly got better. He wasn't like a star 85 big wheel rider like his brother, so a bit different.
Good value as well.
Yeah.
What I mean by that, the greedy boys are always good for a chat. They are good value. I spent a little bit of time with them at their kind of ranch over in Florida. Anthony, their dad, they've got a place over there. Get over there in the off season, just sort of casually walking around, and there's like they got a pet. I wouldn't say it's a pet alligator. They've inherited a gator in their garden. Really? Oh yeah, you're just working the Supercross track riding, and all of a sudden there's just a alligator sort of just casually.
Is it not mine for anyone? Is it just sort of like?
I think it's all right, provided you don't get too close to it. They're just like, yeah, just let him do his thing. Once he's walked off the track, we get back to riding.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of cool, isn't it?
I didn't know they had a place out in Florida, to be fair.
Yeah. So, the guys, they are, like I said, the
Do people use that track?
No, it's just like a private thing that they've got. So they get out there and they work hard for it, and they beat the British weather here at home. And
fair play.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just outside. I think they're not too far from James. I think they're like Haynes.
Yeah, near Haynes City.
Yeah, not too far from there.
There's a lot of space around there, isn't there? A lot of it. Like, it's just
there's a lot of space in America.
So much space. Like for anyone who's never been there, like it's a bizarre landscape, isn't it? Because you can just go for miles without seeing anything. I went to Washougal the other week. My mate was like, "Dude, make sure you fill the van up, like." Not like about an hour away from the track because there's nothing, and he was right. There's like literally nothing. You know what I mean? Like
But what
Crazy.
what a venue when you get there.
Oh,
my
so
God.
cool. Have you been to Washougal?
I've had the privilege of racing Washougal.
What a track.
When I say the privilege, it was a wasted privilege. Yeah.
Didn't go right.
No, it went well. The evening entertainment went well. That's the point I'm making. So I actually rode Washougal with, let's say, mild to severe hangover. It was only like a little industry race. I wasn't racing as a pro or anything, but you know, it was kind of like, I wish I could have enjoyed it a bit more. But the trouble is, I went out for a night with Denny Stevenson and Doc Wobbs, and that went drastically spiraled downhill. Or uphill, whichever way you want to take a spin on how your weekend was.
But what a track.
What a track.
Did you do the sky shot jump?
I did that. The whoops were the issue for me. It wasn't resting well on my stomach after several shots of Jägermeister and Jack Daniels and all kinds of things. But, you know, I was a retired racer then, just living the weekend. It was an epic weekend at Washougal. That's all I'll say.
Oh, Josh Greedy just getting to the left of the track there. And you can see how tacky the track is. Like, there's still a lot of grip. So if you get to the side, you could catch your foot or anything like that. It could go very wrong.
We are definitely getting down to sort of more that the real hardcore bass, the underlaying bass that the guys have put down. What they've done is they've scraped all the soil around and they've put literally like almost like a road. What they've done is put more hardcore soil, the chalk, and you know, like stuff like that. They've laid that as a base, so for let the water to drain off and through, and they've raised the track. That's why I'm saying we're now getting, and then they've put a layer of topsoil on top. We're now starting to get down to the base. Over the next coming 4 or 5 years, however long we're here, they'll keep adding to the circuit.
Yeah.
So eventually we'll get to a point where we won't be getting down to what is basically the drainage system underneath.
Oh, that's why they use the chalk, isn't it? That's
exactly
why Matterley drains so well. Like, it can be absolutely sloshing it down, and you can ride Matterley. Like, it's a bit of a weird track.
Obviously, the beauty of this venue is that you can come in and we're not going to an established venue that you can maybe need to tweak. This whole thing was literally a blank canvas.
Yeah.
And so that gives the guys the opportunity right from the outset to say, okay, let's work out the circuit. We can put drainage and irrigation into place from the get-go.
Yeah.
They've literally sort of shallowed the infield, so all the water will run off the track into the infield and not on the track if we get heavy rain. You know, all those kind of things.
A little bit like Fat Cats does.
Absolutely. You know, everything, the whole thought process about it. You know, where the start was going to be in conjunction to the pit area. All those things.
Clever.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of it when you can start with a fresh venue.
It's a lot better, isn't it? Josh Greedy just getting a little bit tired now, I think. Looking behind him.
Yeah, up on his haunches a bit, up on the pegs.
Is that Neil Cregan behind?
Sean Springer moving.
Sean Springer,
yeah.
is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the 818, Sean Springer. He's not had the best season this year compared to the other.
No, he came in and raced some races though, wild carding, and obviously rode well. I think it was Lyng was a particular round that he rode particularly good. But you know, Sean is from the outskirts of London, so
I think he had a bit of time off though, didn't he? After that season,
he had a lot of time.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he disappeared from UK motocross for quite a while actually.
Oh man, yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, he did.
Sean was a flipping good rider.
Yeah.
And then he came back to us. Was it last season or?
Yeah, I think it was last
season.
It might have been this season. I don't know.
No, it was last season, and then he seemed to have a bit of a break, and then he's back again. And I think it's took him probably till now to get back up to sort of, you know, where he wants to be at the sharp end of this amateur class.
So you got Logan Wilcox leading. I think he's leading the race still, isn't he, on the Suzuki, or have we got Josh leading the actual race? No,
I
Logan.
think it's Logan, yeah.
You need to tell our boys here, our directors.
Yeah, can we see the 271?
You just love a Suzuki. So
of the Suzuki, can we get him? Can we get him on here? Because I'm a fanboy.
Just so Callum can get his yellow fix. Can we please, Phil? It's nothing to do that he wants to watch Logan.
No.
Or Logan's leading the race. It's just so Callum can get his Suzuki.
Give him we want to give him a shout.
There he is, running through the shot. They're going to pick him up.
We'll find him. There's that lovely Meredith Suzuki.
You'll love this.
Good to see. It's good to see him out front showing the big dogs what the bike's capable of. Much more able to show what it's capable of than myself.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Well,
you've got the potential. You just haven't reached out to your inner potential, Callum.
Look at it though. Look how good it looks. So beautiful to watch. Gary Pottinger, I think is the guy
Gary,
behind
yeah.
it.
Is yellow your favourite thing?
No, I just like. I don't know why I like them. I think anyone who's got any sort of taste.
All right.
Knows
Sorry.
When they look at a Suzuki, yeah, they may not be the fastest bike or whatever. They look the best. Okay. With the yellow wheels and all that.
So you're basically implying if you don't like a Suzuki,
you're a moron.
You have no
you're
taste.
You're an actual moron.
That's a bold statement.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's your opinion.
You know, it's like looking at a piece of Gucci clothing. Yeah, it might not be the most functional thing in the world, but it's Gucci, man. It looks cool because of what it is.
There is an avid, I think it's fair to say, avid Suzuki fan.
My hair's even yellow, man. What, you know, like, it's all going on, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I think Gary Pottinger puts a pretty good bike together, actually. I was talking to him about some of the mods he's done. I mean, that's got A-kit. It's got A-kit shower shock in it. And I think he puts the KTM throttle body on it. You know, because Suzuki just are too good to want to do that. So you have to leave that to other people to do the modification. No, so I think they put a KTM throttle body, a few little tweaks, and he reckons it's a good bike anyway.
I would love to see.
He's telling me to use a Pro Circuit piston like they're using. So
we know that, you know, if you follow motocross, we kind of know that Suzuki have just basically sort of slowed down, stopped almost development.
Well, do you know what?
It would be fantastic. I mean, I put it this way: I would be disappointed if they don't make a resurgence at some point.
It's coming.
They have. Please don't just step out of motocross altogether, Suzuki. That would be terrible.
2030. Oh, look, he's been passed now. What a shame. That was Callum Murphy just on that slow KTM, just going up the inside of him. Obviously nowhere near as good as the Suzuki. But no. So what happened in 2013, there was a tsunami in Japan. Remember?
Yeah.
And it literally destroyed Suzuki's R&D department. And then they had a choice. They were like, right, what do we do here now? Were we going to focus on superbikes or motocross? At the time, they chose to focus on superbikes. They won a world title in 2020 in MotoGP. And then I think that's the job ticked off the books. And now there's a resurgence of adventure bikes. They're selling all these companies, motocross, you know, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, whatever. They're selling more adventure bikes than any other bikes on the market. So that means more budget is going to come back over to off-road. So 2024, watch this space. There'll be a Suzuki out there with a button.
Good.
That's what I feel anyway. And from talking to people, 2024. But these things take a lot of time, especially in Japan. Development takes a long time.
Does indeed. 1 lap to go. So Callum Murphy is your new race leader ahead of Logan Wilcox. Then Sean Springer is in third. Fourth, Niall Cregan. Then it's Josh Greedy. I don't know how it's going to affect the overall, actually. Josh down in fifth. He still might get the overall done. I think, maybe. In the MX1 category. Archie Hicks is currently in seventh. Callum Gordon for eighth. John Kirk is currently in ninth. And then Aaron Gardner in 10th. So there's Callum Murphy. He's got one more lap to keep it on the island. He looks good at the minute,
Jeff.
Yeah.
Saying he looks like he's taking real, good lines. I think Logan just looked like he tired himself out a little bit, right? Trying to sort of override the track a little bit. But Callum Murphy doing a real good job of flowing. You see he's standing up a lot, not using loads of energy. Yeah, look, he's doing it right, isn't he?
Yeah, he does look good. He's definitely improved as the weekend's gone on. I don't remember. Let's see. Let's just go through the... I've got all the sheets here in front of me.
That tabletop he just went over there, that's a big jump, going back into that the other side of the track. And we've got some family there cheering Logan Wilcox on. I think he'll be happy with a second, actually. He's been sort of up and down throughout the year. But Callum Murphy just taking a little look back, making sure Logan's not hot on his tails, but I think he's got this done. A nice whip as well. He sort of lent it in then and did a big whip.
Just trying to see.
So he's obviously comfortable.
Yeah, Callum Murphy. I think it's because he's wild carding, so I can't. Basically, he hasn't contested the whole championship. So in the championship standings, indeed he is wild carding. Hence why we don't. His full name's not on there. But if he brings it home, we'll be chatting to him. Callum will go out there and speak to him, find out what he thought of today's racing. As you can see, some square edge bumps really starting to hook out now.
Yeah.
Some of those ruts are huge.
Ben said to me it's worse than yesterday now.
Yeah.
Like it's super choppy.
Well, you get the pros out there and it makes a very different circuit, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was just had a little chat with Tommy, to be fair, and I said, "Come on, mate, we're gonna see a bit more flair in the next one." He said, Swanee, that the track is like a Grand Prix track. It's the speed.
Yeah.
You know, the speed is like a Grand Prix track, and you need your suspension a lot firmer. And he felt that he was just a little bit on the soft side. So hopefully we'll see something if they make some changes.
So. The race win goes to Callum Murphy in this amateur MX1, MX2, brought to you by Moto Verde. He took the MX1 race win there. Fastest lap of the race, Ben Clark, Keck's fastest lap with 2:32.630. Callum's gone down there to speak to Callum Murphy. We're going to go to a quick ad. We'll come back to you with the winner's circle just after this.
Julep, julep, julep.
Callum here with Callum. Bit of a confusion. Mate, so you did a good job then, didn't you? You sort of was pacing behind Wilcox and you made the move at the right time. Anything you want to say? Like, I know you've been a bit sick. You want to sort of elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm sort of not the happiest with my riding. I feel like I could have definitely done better, but I've been sort of ill all week. So just to come out here and have a fun time on a new track, you know, it was making the best out of a bad situation. So I'm happy with how I ended it, and yeah, looking forward to the next couple of races I've got coming.
Yeah. Did you? You said to me you found a bit of a flow at the end. I was speaking to a few of your riders. It's got mega choppy, hasn't it now? Did you just trying to? I saw from the stream, it looked like you found some better lines and got a bit of a flow on.
Yeah, the wider entrances and trying to sort of double the bumps helped me save a lot of energy, and I've got a feeling that was a big part in me making that pass, just having that more energy and that better flow.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
I think he was just smashing into everything, wanting to slow him down. But well done. Anyone you want to thank in particular before we sign off?
Yeah, I've got quite a few people. Moto Loco, they helped me out with my kit. Danny Dirt Bikes for bikes and stuff. Justin Morris. You've got Bickers, who do the oils and everything. Moto Verde for the bike cleaner and stuff, and there's probably a few others that I've missed, but yeah, PP Sports, yeah, they've helped me out a lot this year, and obviously my parents for bringing me here and helping out throughout the year.
Well done, mate, and hopefully see you back here next year then, yeah?
Well, might be happening, yeah. I sort of need to finalise my ideas, but we'll see what happens.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see what happens with Callum. That's it. You're going to see the next race, and you'll be back with Jeff in a moment.
Indeed, we are back. This is the RFX Expert race. Tom Murphy on the far outside. Sean Southgate got the championship wrapped up in the MX1 category. So no champions to be decided here. It's all been done and dusted. This is for basically just bragging right. Well, no, that's not fair actually, because we got a gate issue there. Did they all hit the gate, or did we have a gate issue? It's not decided. It's very much between number 7, Louis Kessel, is leading the MX2, and he is being hunted down by Sam Atkinson. So that is going to go the distance. Have we got we got a full stop? Okay. It looks like this might be, well, I haven't seen any sign of a red flag yet, but a lot of the riders are just still sat there like they're going to pull it back. They indeed are. We're going to go maybe to a very quick advert. No, we're going to stay as we are because it's taken a little while to reset. So we're going to very quickly just go back to another ad. Hopefully they'll have the gates sorted when we come back.
Here we are we live? Yeah, I'm with Luca Pegg. You are the amateur MX2 national champion. Feeling good, mate?
Yeah, man, feeling good. Just a shame about that last race, probably my worst race of the season, and I've already won the championship, but good job I've done it in the race before, so I'm happy, yeah.
Pressure's off, mate. I'm going to drench you now. You do know that, right? Right, here we are. And you're done. I'm going to get you done. There we are. Job done. We'll get back to the racing soon. They're just going to sort the start gates out, and we'll be back for the next race of the day. You like that?
Okay, while we've got the guys sorting out the start gate down there, we've got another technical issue. We were going to show you. It doesn't matter. Let's see. You know, we get it. We was going to show you an onboard lap with Stewie Edmonds, but we're just going to resolve that issue as well. So we're getting a few technical gremlins going on. Actually, we probably won't have time now because it looks like they've got the gate reset. So yeah, hopefully we'll be getting going again with the amateur class, sorry, the expert class. Then, of course, we are one race away. We've got 2 races left here to wrap up 2022 Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. So the guys are working hard here at, in our production. We've just tried, because we tried to put an onboard lap with Stewie Edmonds from this morning, and we've had to basically rush the file through and get it done. But hopefully we will, and we can hopefully show you before the broadcast is over what it's like to do a lap round here with Stewie Edmonds on the Pico Husqvarna. Let's hope we get a nice clean gate drop this time around. So Sean Southgate, as we said, he's already won the MX1 title in the RFX Expert class. In the Expert MX2 category, it's all between number 127, the rider in second in the 250 category, Sam Atkinson, there on the green Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki in the red Just One race kit, against rider number 7, just pulling into the other side of the box, Louis Kessel on the Kes Commercials Honda. That is basically what it's come down to. By my reckoning, it's Kessel that's got a bit of a lead to play with, to work with, but he's just got to basically keep Sam Atkinson within 2 or 3 places or more ahead of him, and he should bring it home. Obviously, if he beats him, then he definitely brings it home. The rider from down there in Cornwall, way on down near Red Roof. So they put some miles in to race the Michelin MX Nationals. But then we kind of get that with a lot of riders. Certainly all the Irish and Northern Irish contingent that come over. Thank you. We've got Ben Edwards from Scotland. He lives way up above Inverness. He put some miles in as well. So everybody that commits to the Michelin MX Nationals, thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated. You help us make the series what it is. And in return, we keep trying to improve the series for your benefit. Right, we really hope that the gate drop works okay on this one. Southgate is in a good position. He's got no riders either side of him, which is always nice because you get a bit more freedom of movement if you fishtail coming out of the gate a little bit. He's looking forward. He's looking towards the middle, which is the chain you can see in the middle. They're all safely away this time. Whoa, who is that on the outside? Oh, it was Ash Greedy power wheeling up the gate. But it's Charlie Heyman on that 252 stroke moving out of the MX125 youth category. He won the championship a round early and he's gone straight into the expert class on a 252 stroke on the SJP KTM. Champion in the MX1 class, Southgate right where he needs to be to stay out of trouble to bring his championship to a close. And a great start for Sam Atkinson on the Phoenix Tools. Even strokes Kawasaki. So where is Kessel? This is going to be close. There's Kessel about 5 places back. I think he's okay there. I don't think he'd want to let that open up more than that if he's going to get this championship done. They all sort themselves out. You can see there that hard pack area is looking a bit slick now as they continue to get water on it throughout the day. Jaden Ashwell looked like he just got pipped off there by Sam Atkinson. Sam, yeah, he did. So Sam Atkinson on the 250. He is your leading 250 rider. Actually, he's not, is he? Because Charlie Heyman has stepped up to the class on a 250. So he's leading the way in that category. Run it a bit wide, but then maybe he did that on purpose to miss the water and those huge braking bumps that formed down the inside there. That doesn't look much from the angles we've got that set up because you're just getting the front-on view, basically. That's a big old launch up over that hill. I think it's probably the longer jump of the track. This next one is certainly in regards of, like I said, height and just general, the actual amount of tons of soil in it is the biggest jump on the track. Then they come round to the finish line, this kind of right-left. They've put some little humps in today that weren't there yesterday, just to open up the track a little bit. That's definitely worked. Southgate all over Charlie Heyman through this really gnarly finish corner now. Your Planet Moto first lap leader goes to Charlie Heyman. He will get another point, but as I said, it's too far gone. That award has already been won by Billy Askew. So we had a relatively healthy crowd for the first time here at Oxford Motor Park, I'm sure. Now, as we establish this track, more people will come out to watch now they've seen it. You know, it's great being here. We've got a brilliant potential infrastructure, a brand new venue with loads of potential. So hopefully people will come out. Lovely creative line that was from Charlie Heyman. Just turning off the berm early, getting out of that loose stuff, and then cutting across all those big bumps, those sharp edge bumps that have formed out of that corner. That is why a lot of people are, you know, like basically looking at Charlie Heyman as being the one of the future stars of British motocross. Be interesting to see how he gets on the Honda 250 next year, riding for the newly formed True 7 Honda Academy team. I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on as well, along with Callum Green. Oh, makes a little bit of an error there, made some mistake, has to foot it round. That's obviously rutted out quite a lot. Sam Atkinson is putting a good race together. Where is, on the leaderboard, Kessel? He's keeping it pretty safe in 8th place, but he's got a couple of MX1 riders between him. So really, he's only dropping probably a couple of points probably 4 or 5 points, which is he's got wiggle room basically to work with. So Heyman launching out of the trees over that massive jump. You can see from when they take off to how long they land. It's not a very high jump, but it's kind of just sends you forward through the air like a dart. You can see Sean Southgate was looking behind him there, just pressure's all off. He's so thankful of winning the championship. He had to borrow a bike this weekend to get the job done. And he's very good friends with Jake Nichols, rides Jake's track a lot. You know, Jake's backyard track, if you want to call it that, is, you know, just so good. One of the best in probably Northern Europe, actually, and it's not even a racetrack. But so Sean gets to ride with Jake quite a bit, which keeps him on his toes. And now he's closing in on Charlie Heyman. He's Charlie's, by his own admission, has run out of steam a little bit in the tail end of these races today. He's not used to racing a 252 stroke. Just said it's taken a little bit more out of him than the 125, the weight and the power. But that's good for him. Gives him something to shoot for. He then knows that he's got to get, you know, basically get with it and train hard before he starts making, as he edges more towards his pro debut. There's Ash Greedy closing in on Sam Atkinson. There is Sam there doing his very best on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki to try and put the pressure on Louis Kessel and force him into a mistake. Obviously Sam moving up from the MXY2 category last year, and the champ, and moving into the expert class. Sam, I don't know if his bike setup is like that, I guess it is, but old school in the fact that I notice he's running his levers quite far down. That seemed to be, you know, like towards the 90s, it became a more sort of riding technique, a fashionable thing to sort of ride with your levers up more. He's keeping it old school, keeping his levers down. I guess that's what works for him. Everybody's bike preference is different. So, just being handed the overall results here. I'm not sure, yeah, these are for the amateur MX1. So the race previously in the amateur MX1, overall this weekend the race win went to Callum Gordon, then Josh Greedy and John Kirk. And in the Moto Verde amateur MX2, Callum Murfitt took the overall ahead of Luca Pegg, who they tied on points, but Callum had a better final ride, and then Ben Clark was third. Back to the racing here then in this final expert race of the year. Here comes Ash Greedy now, definitely applying some pressure on Sam Atkinson. It won't matter to Sam because they are racing effectively separate classes, but what it will do is at least put a bit of a buffer between him, if he can keep them behind, and Louis Kessel. But he's gonna, I think he's gonna succumb to the power of the bigger bikes anytime soon. Ash has got the run round the outside. So two Kawasaki's battling it out. The one in front, the 250. And then you've got Greedy. So are we looking like we might have lost Louis Kessel? He has, he's dropped it. Right. Okay, this is going to be interesting. And you know what? I'm categorically not going to try and work out the points. I'm not, because I didn't know what the points were. I wasn't given the information leading into this race, only what the points difference was at close yesterday. All I know is it's darn close. And I'm hopefully somebody in timing and lap scoring can tell me the points difference between these two and get that information in my ear, because Kessel has thrown it away. Has that opened the door to Sam Atkinson to win this championship? It was 27 points at the start today. Sam, I think, took some points out of him. So I am frantically text messaging the guys, Nick, who we had in here earlier on in timing. I'm going to message him. He's way over the other side of the circuit, so I'm going to message Nick to tell me what the point, if he can let me know the points difference. That would help. I can let you guys know at home what the difference is here. It's going to be close. I think Kessel might have enough to work with. It's going to be frantically close, though, as these two go at it. Greedy and Jaden Ashwell. Apparently, Kessel crashed right on the finish line, went over the handlebars. So that, I don't know if he's got a bent bike or anything like that, but that might be that might play a factor. So Atkinson, although he's been overtaken by Ashwell and Ash Greedy, he hasn't lost any points in his category. He's still there, leading the MX2 category. It's all about really Kessel and how many points he's now losing, and how many points are currently between them. So yeah, we got the guys, Nick and Becky in timing are on that. They're going to currently work out the current points as they run on the previous lap around, and then we can tell you where they're at. There's Ash Greedy. Looks like he's enjoying the ride. He's obviously family man now, doesn't ride as often. Works, full-time job. So that as well. So he's he just rides for a bit more for fun these days, Ash. Still got the skill set when it comes to arena cross, though, and he still likes a good tear-up, doesn't he? But he looks like he's starting to run out of juice a little bit here as well, which is understandable when you can't commit to training and riding as much as the others.
So where does this leave Heyman in the overall? Is this...
Well...
Because he won the first moto yesterday. To my understanding, Sean Southgate won the other two.
Yeah, but
if Heyman wins this one,
no,
he's got the overall, hasn't he?
But I think he's registered in the MX2 category, Heyman, isn't he? Or has he gone into MX1?
I don't know.
No, I think he's in the MX2.
Oh, so he's got it anyway.
So I think he would have, yeah. There's Kessel. Look at his clutch lever. Look how far down.
Okay.
So he's basically, that's not where he'd normally run that clutch lever. So with that crash, that's bent down a little bit. It's certainly making it more difficult for him. You can see how much lower it is than his front brake lever. Look how he's having to punch right over. So he's doing it the hard way. There's basically, as it stands, he's got a 10-point lead. So he can't afford another mistake.
No. So we'll be crowning another champion.
Louis has got a 10-point lead in this.
I need to prep this champagne. It's your job this time.
He's just got he's got to get it over the line. First and foremost, I'm not going to say anything. I've just commentators curse, all those kind of things. He's just got to get it done. He's got to concentrate to not make another mistake now. Sam Atkinson is doing all he can. He's out front winning his class, the class. That's all he can do. He's just got to hope that by winning the race, it's putting pressure on Kessel. But that little over the bars incident, by all accounts, it wasn't little, would have probably given Louis his wake-up call.
Well, you take your eye off the ball for that split second, anything can happen. We saw a big crash from Harry Bradley yesterday, had a bit of a moment on a jump. I think he hit a false neutral, but there's many things that can happen. When you're riding a motocross bike, there's a lot going on. The terrain's always changing. The jump face could have gone away. There's so many factors. And, it's one of them sports. It's not just physical, it's mentally tough as well. And you've got to be on your A game. You've got to be on your toes, And out of experience riding a bike like that that's a little bit bent, it's difficult. It really is. I imagine if it's had a knot like that to the lever, his yokes are probably twisted up a bit as well. You won't be able to see it probably in the picture, but it could be like a few mil out, and the whole bike will feel alien. It makes a big difference. Charlie Heyman out front though on the 252 shirt, like you said though, MX2. I think. Let me just split the classes up, see what they've done. I think you will be right though, Jeff. Yeah, so Charlie Heyman is in Expert MX2. And Sam Atkinson's back in 5th, so he's got a good lead.
Yeah, so my bad. Yeah, so obviously Heyman leading the MX2. I forgot to say, basically, so Atkinson's not leading the class. But what I meant by that was, although he's taking points, he's no threat in the championship because this is his first ever race in the expert
it's almost
class.
irrelevant to the championship.
Yeah, and he's in front of Sam
and
anyway,
this is just a little teaser for him anyway. I imagine he'll be in the pros next year. Charlie.
No doubt, MX2, I would imagine.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah. I mean, he's proved that he can come straight into the expert class and win it. So for his development, it's probably best if he gets straight up into that pro category.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's the plan with the new team, and I'm sure Jake Nichols will give him loads of honest
and I imagine that's
feedback.
Why Nichols is on the 250 at the minute. Is he just trying to develop that bike a little bit?
Yeah.
So the kids get so he can go, right, that's your base.
Yeah.
Get on it. Let me know what you think. I imagine that's the plan.
You know, Jake has been that rider. He had a good youth career going, and then look, there's one thing that Jake can know. He's been able to get through loads of adversity.
Yeah,
he knows how to do that. He's had a lot of injuries. If anybody can guide a rider through his career of the pitfalls and how to bounce back when things don't go your way, it would be Jake Nichols.
Yeah, and obviously directing a really successful company as well. True Plant. They're big. They're a big company, so it's a good financial backer as well for the team. And I know that they're just mega keen, aren't they? If Jake's not going to be riding full time, it's obvious looking from the outside in that they still want some involvement in motocross. So why not give a few young lads a bit of a chance? You know, they're spending the money anyway. You might as well.
Yeah, Jake is and his dad Guy put him back into sport. Also want to thank them for their investment into what we do, our little club events and midweek event at Steelhawk Motorcycle Club. They get behind us with that as well.
Yeah.
So Jake Nichols very much, although he's kind of hanging up his boots, officially did earlier on in the year, but he's come back to ride this race. You know, here want to still be involved, and that is really the sole reason why they jumped on board to do the new Honda Academy team.
Yeah.
Good on them. So yeah, we're counting this down. Like we said, Kessel is sat back there now in 12th. Just no heroics from there. I'm sure Dad Larry will be on the pit board with the classic think, bring it home, basically every kind of thing you can do to just make sure he gets over the line.
There's no point in jeopardising it, is there? You know, like you can push and you can make a huge mistake and it'll be the worst thing you've ever done. So you just manage the situation that's been dealt out to you. That's what you've got to do in that position. He's still leading the championship. He's in a nice spot.
Yeah.
Call it a day of that.
Yeah, even the coming out of the sand section there is now starting to get down to a little bit more hard-packed dirt. You can see and you can hear when they're on the gas those stutter bumps as they come round there that are formed. There's Kessel, just doing what he's got to do. Basically, as I said, the crash would have shook him up. His heart rate would have spiked.
I imagine, yeah. He seems to be managing it pretty well, though. Just being waved by, I think, or by somebody.
Yeah,
like a bit of arm pump.
just as he was getting up off the ground there, he would have been worrying about how many positions he's lost. He's just got to keep his calm, regain his composure. He's managed to do that. Still airing it out over that huge jump. Up on the pegs. He's a tall rider. I think he's about, what, 6'4"? Something like that,
Yeah.
6'3".
Towers over me anyway.
yeah, you and me both. Oh, there you go again. See, that's how easy it could happen. He just nearly tucked the front end.
Well, if you're reaching for that clutch as well, there's a, it can be probably be a bit unstable in some of the turns. Just trying to grab it. It depends how he rides. I mean, it looks like he's using the clutch still quite a lot.
Yeah. He's doing what he needs to do here, and so is Sam Atkinson. Really, you never would really expect Sam Atkinson to, such as Charlie Heyman's debut, to go out there and beat Charlie. But he's doing what he can and coming in at least second, trying to get some points back on him. But it's going to be close, but no cigar by the looks of it. What have we got left? We've got 18, so we're on the, I think it's like we might be on the 1 lap to go. So it looks like he's on his victory lap here. Charlie Heyman, he's going to come straight into the expert class. He is going to basically first ever ride in the expert MX2 class after winning the Youth 125 category with a clean sweep up until obviously the last round, because he's then moved up into experts, and it looks like he's going to have a basically 100% win record regards of overall wins in the MX Nationals across 2 classes, which is quite incredible, really. Definitely, as we said, one that we're not going to start dumping too much pressure on Charlie or pinning our hopes on in that sense, but he is obviously going to be at the forefront of British motocross, hopefully stay injury-free for time to come. So sorry, they wasn't quite on their last lap, so they must have missed that last lap around. He's got 1 to go, so now he's on his kind of cruise lap. Well, he's not, because he's got Southgate behind him, but he could easily let him go past and just win the MX2.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to, though. I think Heyman, he wants to solidify the weekend with another win. Track's got rougher, actually, as well, and he's got a bit better. After talk, no, he throws it away. Oh, Charlie, and Southgate must have made a mistake in that corner as well, because he was a little bit behind. But what a shame! I thought Charlie would have was on for another win then. What a shame. But there we are. That's what happens. This is motocross.
Yeah, just switched off a little bit. Listen, he's still going to win the overall. He'd have loved to get one over on Sean.
Yeah, he would have.
He's still going to win. Both of those riders are both going to win their classes this weekend.
Got another bullet head, mate.
Yeah, I'd be more annoyed that I'd broken a peak than anything else. But Charlie's at a level where he doesn't have to buy a new one.
No, Paul will have to get him another one.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah, Toby Lightbound is probably watching at home. Toby was meant to be racing today, by the way, in the Clubman class.
Happened?
He's had a knee operation, so getting it done.
Was that a scheduled knee operation? Because he was racing at Fox Hills.
Yeah, no, he's getting it done, so he's got more time to recover for the start of next year. Toby is the Bell brand manager. Like I said, he's probably watching at home and going, right, that's another
send that another lid out to
another
Charlie.
bit of budget gone out the window.
That's it.
But yeah, Southgate, well, he's going to inherit the race lead here, nice and steady as he goes. Just got to bring it in. Remember, we have got one more race to go. It is the Lifeline's Fastest 40 finale, final race of the year. The championship in the Leah MX1 has been decided. Harry Koulas is your 2022 champion. Who is going to be your 2022 Pico MX2 champion? It's either going to be the GRT Impact Machine of Jamie Carpenter or the Chambers Racing Gas of Tom Grimshaw. We're going to find out in about half an hour.
It's going to be a good one.
Grimshaw's got to go for it. Grimshaw's just got to leave it all out there. All of it.
Yeah.
He's got to muster some
magic. I'd hope to God that Jamie has a mistake, but Jamie's been so solid all year. I just can't see it.
No. Me too, but you know, as they say, it's never over until the old fat lady sings. Are we on the? Yeah, I'm going to go over there and catch Sean Southgate. Have another word with
Louis
him.
Kessel as well.
Louis Kessel, hopefully we can get him over. If we can get Louis Kessel over, if anybody's out there listening, if you can send Louis over, we might be able to do a quick
champagne shower
with him.
Okay, we're here with the champion for 2022. He wrapped it up in the last race. I think he's glad that he probably did get it done in the last race because you look absolutely spent. That last moto was tough, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's Charlie. He's a clever rider. He's good. He knew where I was going. So the lap later, he switched his lines up, which made it more interesting for me. But that was hard work. But yeah, he's unlucky. He should have won that, really.
Yeah.
But
I mean, he kind of handed it to you at the end with a mistake. But obviously, you're kind of in separate classes anyway, so you were still winning MX1. Sean, just try and wrap up your season. Obviously, we spoke to you a moment ago. You won the championship, so just kind of, put a cap on it. How's it been?
Yeah, it's just been a great year. I've just had fun and great series, great tracks, and yeah, just brilliant. I just enjoyed it and done well. So yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks Steve from Hearts. Yeah, everyone who helps me, Mark Eastwood, my wife, my mum, dad, and obviously all my family will come out this weekend. So yeah, it's great. Thanks.
Nice one. We'll move Sean out of here. Hopefully we've got time to keep rolling because we're gonna. If Sean just comes out of the shot, we're going to bring in the expert MX2 champion. I don't know if we've got any champers down here anywhere or anything to give him. We've got the gold plate. Let me find it. We can at least give him that. Come on in, Louis. So here he is. He is the expert MX2 champion, RFX. Louis, you have fought long and hard for this year. You got it done, even with a big crash in the last race. There you go. Let's give you that first. You've earned that. Give it up for him, everybody. Just taking the championship in the Expert MX2. Brilliant stuff. Tell me, Lou, what went through your mind there? I was told you had a big off over by the finish line. Did you just suddenly see the championship drifting away?
Yeah, it was a big one for sure. Didn't know really what was happening after that. I didn't know what the points was, but bent bars, bent levers, but just kept charging to the end and got it done. So.
Got it done the hard way. We commented on you're obviously way down there in Cornwall at Red Roof, a lot of travelling with you and your dad or whatever. It must be so gratifying to get it done. A championship like this, we're building this series. It's a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to ride where I live. It's probably 3 hours from anywhere really, and I work 5 days a week, so I only really get to ride on the weekend. So it's hard, but just same for everyone. So you just got to get it done.
You've got a load of people I'm sure you want to thank, so let's get it done because you wouldn't have done it without them, I'm sure.
Yeah, my dad, main one, KS Commercials. Need any vans, go and hit him up.
Nice.
CI Sport for the gear, helmets, boots, Blazy MX for the bikes, Moto Verde for the best cleaner about, Sean Reynolds, electrician, he helps out loads, so.
I think people are just trying to tag on to your championship now and throwing names out. Fair play.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice one. I wanted to get some champagne down here, but I can't see any. So luckily, you're probably going to have a proper shower and not a champagne one. One more time. Give it up for your champion in the Expert MX2, Louis Kessel. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. This is a live, well, not live, it was recorded earlier on this morning in practice, onboard lap with Stewie Edmonds on the Apico Factory Racing Husqvarna team. You can see the layout of this new circuit round that sweeping first corner, over a little bump that just unsettles the braking into these short set of rollers before they go down the pit straight. That's the pit lane on the left. You can see heavily watered and already some big old ruts starting to form, getting super technical. That's tacked up. It's this nice bank turn over this awesome little spine jump where they Dylan Walsh had that thing literally nearly scraping the handlebars in practice. Then again, camber turns, the first of this little kind of ski jump. The bike G's out into a nice tabletop, but then you land and it goes from clay to sand. Callum, you've ridden it. Tell us what happens there.
It's technical there. The front wheel, it's hard to trust your front wheel because of the surface changes, and then you're switching back to clay now for the jump. This track's been built with a bit of thought behind it, and then you come through here over a tabletop into a little bit of a speed check jump into the sand corner. It's just designed to unsettle the bike a little bit, create more room for passing. It's not to slow the track down. Through these sand rollers.
Yeah.
Jeff, take it away.
Well, no, I was just going to ask about the rollers. Well, you know, obviously you had an inside-outside. You can see Stu cleaning the camera. Bless him, doing his best job he can for us, which is amazing.
The outside into those sand rollers was very, because if you went through that corner at high speed and then hit the rollers, for me as a Clubman rider, it was technical to hold on to the bike. I was a bit like, whoa, God, it's buckaroo-y everywhere. So I was choosing to go inside and accelerate through the rollers instead of coming into them fast.
Yeah, gotcha.
You know, just because of my fitness levels and things like that.
This section, lovely, drops down into almost like a wooded section, like Lommel Wood back in the day. Yeah. Sandy, loamy. Then this big old step up. It doesn't look much, but trust me, you're in the air for a long time. Again, there's a lot of forces on your body on this track. Although it's flat real estate, relatively flat, because of the jumps, because of the landings and the G-outs, your body is just constantly moving. This one in particular, there's a lot of compression going through your body about now. And you can see, I mean, how much he just launched that.
Yeah, but the whole bike sort of squats in the bottom of there. My knees today and ankles are quite sore. Again, I'm a bit heavy for doing this sport, but I can feel the G's on my body.
Yeah, a lot of G-outs, and they come around the finish corner, they opened up a bit more, and inside-outside. Finish line is there, then another big step up over the finish line. It's still some ways.
That is really big. I was just jumping onto the top of it, and I was going inside because that was the best for me, and I was full chat, and I wasn't getting over it.
Yeah. And then he swings round onto the first corner, and that is a lap.
That is a lap.
Cullum Motorpark, not Cullum,
Oxford.
We have been going there for so long, I can't get that out of my head.
It's a similar place.
Because it's only just over the road.
Then back into the rollers.
Oxford Motorpark, and it's a long day and I'm tired. Right, let's get ready then. We've got one more race to go. Okay, here we are, back live action, live cameras. We have got the Lifeline's fastest 40 riders down there in the waiting zone. I'm not sure if we've got a camera down there. Maybe we'll switch to that in a minute if the guys are down there. But if not, we're just fixed with the fixed camera.
Yeah. What is Lifelines, Jeff?
Lifelines is a brand new sports nutrition brand. Basically big on hydration, but also, you know, other stuff as well. You've got, you know, power bars, all those kind of things. Dave Hamlet is working on a load of stuff. He's got a lot of experience in the industry. He comes through every round, offers up. You can taste, sample it. Feedback's good. We've got a lot of riders signed up, a fair few riders to the brand.
That's good.
And yeah, go and check them out. Lifelines. So they are the fastest 40s. So basically, that's where we put the combined scores of MX2 and MX1 together. Just as, like I said before, the real reason we've done that, we kind of know that an MX2 rider is not going to win the fastest 40 championship. It's pretty much always going to be the front runners of the MX1 class. But it's interesting to see where, you know, at the end of it all, where the lead 250 rider actually ends up. And obviously, it's shaping up to be the lead 250 rider is going to be either Jamie Carpenter or Tom Grimshaw.
Well, we've got a camera down there. That was Jorgen Telvecu. Then there is the Crescent cab screen. Rider of Harry Kulas. There's Tommy Searle getting ready. Always got a bottle of water in his hand, Tommy Searle, and he always drinking. If you notice that, a lot of people don't notice, but a lot of these athletes, they get a lot of water down. Martin Barr, great qualifying. and also a great first race.
Just to back up on what we were saying about the Lifeline's fastest 40. So we know that Harry Kulas has already won the Liat MX1 championship. We know what we're going for this big rundown for the MX2 championship. But Pico MX2 championship. But the fastest 40, this is where it currently stood coming into this weekend. So the leading MX2 rider in the fastest 40 in 8th position, Jamie Carpenter.
There we are.
With Tom Grimshaw 9th in the overall standings.
And they are 1 and 2 in the in the MX2 championship.
But obviously, if we want separating them by class and on race results in the race, that's where they'd be in the championship. So it's quite interesting. Good to see a couple of 250s breaking into the top.
Yeah, for sure.
Top 10. Next year, let's see if we can get MX2 rider into the top 5 in the fastest 40.
Is the red plate holder, Jamie Carpenter, lining up for the final time in the MX Nationals 2022 series. He has got a big task on his hand. He's got to defend this. There's Tom Grimshaw. He is second in the standings. He needs to beat Jamie, and Jamie really needs to not have a great race. So this is going to tee up to be a good finale. I'm so pumped that it's going down to the last race of the weekend, and this pro final is going to be absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's great to have, as we said, some riders that Conrad has been to a handful of MX Nationals now this year. So he wasn't signed up to do the series because of his GP commitments, etc. But he's kind of dropped in and done a few this year, and it's been good to have him. Like I said, I really, really hope that Conrad does the entire series.
I love watching Conrad ride. His style and everything is great, isn't it? He's just got some. He's got some extra sauce, bit of extra flavour. He's young. He's got age on his side. I think he could have a very good career doing British domestic championships and then dipping his toes in the GPs. When he gets a bit of confidence behind him, Conrad needs to have a few solid years of confidence building.
Yeah, I agree. There's if you're not pressured enough to win a championship, you go and have a cameraman come right into your face. But all eyes on the leader. That's the pressure you got to get used to if you're going to be top of the tree.
I can't imagine what they're feeling like now, those two boys.
No, they are pretty nervy. Callum Mitchell there on the KTM. He's currently 3rd in the standings, number 32. But he's not mathematically, I don't think, got a chance of winning this championship. Conrad News, Martin Barr, who came in with you, he had a good first race.
Great first race, good to see him. Good to see Elliot Banks-Brown back as well.
Great.
On a 250 as well.
Yeah.
Doing a bit of same as 47, Jake Nichols.
Yeah.
Going back on a 250. They're older guys now. They want to be doing, probably having a bit of fun.
It's funny that we call nearly 25
25
minutes of putting your body through absolute hell is fun, but incredibly it is.
And also older guys at the age of 30.
Yeah. There's something very addictive about motocross. It absolutely gets under your skin. The challenge, I think that's the thing of knowing that you've accomplished it and you're out there doing it. It's a big thing. So we've lost a few riders in this one. Obviously, a couple of people that may be fatigued, injured. But here we go, the final gate drop of the Michelin MX Nationals 2023, powered by Milwaukee. Here we go. Who's going to pull the whole shot? It's Kulas again down the pipe.
Oh,
flyer!
What a start!
Oh!
Who's gone down?
Grimshaw. Was that? It was definitely one of.
Where's Carpenter?
It was one of the Chambers bikes going down. Absolutely was. Oh, it was McCormick. Blimey. Okay, so it looks like the two championship riders
got through.
Got through, yeah.
Oh my
See
gosh.
where they are at the minute, but that could have well been.
I had heart palpitations then. Right, back to business. Harry Kulas out front.
Better start from Searle as well.
Yeah, better start from Searle. Searle wants to do some mustard. He stiffened the bike up. He said, this track's like a Grand Prix track. I need more I need the suspension to hold up a little bit more. He felt like the bike was just going into holes and it was just sapping too much speed out. So I'm no doubt they've made some changes to the suspension. And,
I'm pretty sure of that.
We'll be on for a good one now. We've got Putnam with a real good start as well. Charlie Putnam, he's got some confidence around here.
I think it's all come from the racing AMA.
I would say so.
It is.
Yeah,
just
definitely.
It levels your intensity. That you've got no time to waste in AMA qualifying or racing, and I think it's stepped up its raw first
Big
lap
time.
speed. But Kulas, I'm sure, I know. I don't even need to speak to him. He didn't win the first race. He's already the champion. He'll want to win the overall. He will not want to get beaten by Conrad in this one.
Yeah, especially going into next year as well. Conrad's sort of finding his feet. You don't want him to get too confident, especially if you're Kulas. I'm sure Conrad does. But Conrad getting confident and comfortable is a very, very dangerous recipe.
Yeah, just Nick in Timon has just sent the message across that Carpenter came into this race with a 12-point lead. That's what he's got to work with.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's definitely room. He can afford to, let Grimshaw beat him by a few spots, 4 or 5. But when you start getting around probably gap of 5 positions between them, it's going to be tight.
It's tough.
So he can't
and there's a lot of good guys in that little packet as well, where they are as well.
That was so nice how Kulas went over that thing. He just turned up on the dirt.
So
on the
annoying.
Little preload over that, what was actually formed as a braking bump. Just used it as a preload to jump over the top, made it like a little mini step up.
Charlie Putnam's.
That's
Gilbert. I was thinking, what Putnam's staying there? But he's only a few spots back.
Yeah. So this is, look at him all lovely up on the pegs, looking immaculate in that fly racewear. It's good stuff.
Yeah, the setup looks proper top-notch, doesn't it? I reckon that'll be Valerie that's, telling them what to wear. She's the style master over there, isn't she, at Cab Screens? She'll be going, boys, I want you in this kit. Yeah.
I honestly think you're hedging for more cakes, aren't you? That's what you're doing. Let's see. Okay, first lap. Let's talk through who was where then on the opening lap. We're going to try and get the timing up for you in a minute. It's Harry Kulas who leads on the first lap around. Conrad Muse. Tommy Searle was third ahead of Josh Gilbert. Jorgen Talvicu is in 5th ahead of Charlie Putnam. Then it's Sam Nunn for 7th. Jake Nichols in the top 10 in 8th. And it was Dylan Walsh. Okay, 10th was Gavin Stevenson. Martin Barr not making such a good start on the Pico Husqvarna. Then Stu Edmonds. Ben Edwards was 13th, Elliot Banks round for 14th. There was Petr Petrov. 16th, Carlton Husband. Ben Franklin for 17th. Bobby Bruce down in 18th. 19th, Liam Garland. And would you believe it, way back in 20th and 21st is Tom Grimshaw, and following him is Jamie Carpenter.
It looks like absolute carnage back there. I just got a bit of a clip of those two going through the sand rollers, as I just saw Tommy blow off the track as well as he came out of the rollers. He came into the corner with a bit too much speed and had to make a bit of an off-track excursion, but he didn't gain any time from what I saw.
Okay, what would you do in this situation if you were Carpenter? You're sat behind the guy that you've got 12 points on. Do you sit behind him? Or do you go, I'm going to go past him and just try and get it done?
Well, the risk is there's a lot of MX2 guys in front of him.
Yeah.
He's going to have to charge on, isn't he? It depends. If
well, he's just got to stay with him.
If Grimshaw starts going, you've got to go with him.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But he doesn't have to overtake him.
No, he doesn't. He's got to sit there. He's got to manage the race. He's got to look at what Grimshaw's doing and work it out. Be very mature about it, and just do what you got to do.
Yeah. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe we'll actually be able to find them on track in a while once it spaces out a little bit. We're going to be looking for number 16, who is doing his best to claw back 12 points on the 184 of Jamie Carpenter on the GRT Impact machine. Tommy looking good in red. Actually, I like all that red kit, red bike. It's kind of like the old HRC team of the 80s.
Doesn't it? I can see what he's on about, though. I think even still now, the suspension on his bike looks a little bit soft. Probably settle for a bit more comfortable, normal style British Championship tracks. That's what they do all the development and testing on, of course. And yeah, the back end of that Honda just sitting a little bit low. But that's just something they'll have to work. They know that now for next year. Like, this is a track that I imagine this is going to be used for top championship racing.
Oh, I don't doubt it. It is already. So, yeah. Our MXN-TV co-colleague Ben Rumbold, who steps in and we do the Revo British Championship together, he has just text saying because he loves a good points, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he loves a spreadsheet.
He's a man of facts.
He's
and
at
figures.
home scribbling away. He's not even here.
Mate, he's ticking away. He'll be ticking away through his program.
He's texted me because he loves it. He's texted me to say there's 12 points is the difference between a 1st and an 8th place. So basically, it would take Grimshaw to win the race, and then obviously Carpenter to finish in 9th for the championship to swing Grimshaw's way. That's a big ask.
Yeah, big time. Tommy looks a bit more comfortable in this one, do you not think?
Yeah.
He seems to be like, he's not too far off those two guys. They're not actually, he's gapped him by a little bit, but he definitely looks a little bit more in control. See Putnam there cheering on Josh Gilbert.
Yeah. Yeah, Clinton, a massive integral part played in putting this track together. And you know what? He'd probably have a go at me for saying that because he wanted zero recognition. I don't care.
Yeah,
He's
he
getting
deserves it. Yeah, he deserves it.
Because without basically all the time and effort and investment and that they've put into it, this wouldn't have happened. So whether you like it or not, Clinton Putnam, thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes. Here we go then. Tommy Searle is he's been gapped basically. Kulas and music. It looks like Tommy's just using this as a shakedown, maybe for you know, he's got the Motocross of Nations coming up. I wouldn't read into this if you're thinking that Tommy's selection. If you're thinking that Tommy's selection was the wrong one, don't read too much into this. He is just having a little shakedown. Mark my words.
Yeah, I mean, I had a chat with him a bit ago. He wasn't feeling the best. But Tommy will tell you that. You know, if he's not like on his groove, he'll openly tell you. He's honest about it. He said he just, you know, trying to find a bit of comfort with the bike and himself, I think. So
say what you want, and some people do, and they think he's been our most successful rider for the last decade.
He's phenomenal.
3 times in the world. He's represented Team GB on so many occasions and done so well. Many times people say he didn't perform. A lot of times people didn't even know the backstory with equipment, getting stuff there, all those things.
There's always, yeah, like if you give Tommy the right kit, he'll do well. Like that's what Thorpe's done with him. He's put a good bike under him, and they've developed it over the last few years. And this year he's been absolutely mind blowing in the British Championship. So you just cannot shoot him down.
You can't.
He's a grafter, and he'll work when he's got to work.
And here go to Redbud, and he will. It will be his last Nations, I should imagine, and he'll want to go out in style.
Yeah, for sure. Last time we were there, he did pretty well. He was actually quicker than Tomac at points, and
got us on the box again.
And he was on a stock bike because if I remember right, he blew his engine up in the first race. Yeah.
Yep, done his bit, and got Team GB on the box yet again.
Yeah.
Hopefully him, Max, and Dean Wilson will do the same this year.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's coming up at the end of the month. Let's get back to this. We were trying to find, Grimshaw is still ahead of Carpenter, interestingly. So Jamie Carpenter back in 17th in the race. Just split the classes there, Callum on timing, and let's see where they actually are in their class. But Kulas will want to win this one. He'll want to win the overall. So Telvicu is leading the MX2.
See, this is what I mean. If Tom got a move on and put a few in between him, like, you know, it's possible. But
yeah, it's such a big arse though. Like we said, like Ben said with the points, he's got to get to the front and hope the Carpenter is lower than 8th, and that's a big ask. I think at this stage, you know, for any Tom Grimshaw fans, they've got to hope that you know, something happens. I mean, he's keeping him honest, and I know, absolutely know, that Tom Grimshaw will be nothing but gracious in defeat.
Yeah, of course he will.
If it comes to that, he's still got a shot while this race is still going.
And I think Jamie would be as well.
Absolutely.
They're both mint kids. They've got the head screwed on, and they want a career. They don't want to be mucking anything up for themselves, and they've both got a bright future in the sport.
Yep. There's Ben Edwards. Good to see Ben, rider number 3. He was our expert champion last year, and he could have stayed down in the experts.
Yeah.
Didn't.
No, he's doing all right.
Decided to move up to the pros, and like I said, travels so many miles. He lives way up there, above Inverness.
Yeah.
And he's always
like that would be crazy, like, wouldn't it?
Yeah, him and his dad and the rest of his little team always here, smiling, good to go. They're normally one of the first ones here. It's probably because they have to set off on a Wednesday. So it's great to have the Scottish riders. And while we're on that subject, by the way, Stuart Flockhart and everybody up there running the Scottish Championship, well done on a great year. The guys have got a bit of backing from Milwaukee as well, one of our co-partners. And Stu and the team up there, you're doing great stuff for Scottish Motocross. Keep up the good work, my man.
That's nice. That's very nice of you, Jeff.
Well, he's doing a good job, credit where credit's due.
That's very true.
So, yeah, Billy Mackenzie won the Scottish MX1 Championship this year.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, so Billy's still going strong. I'd like to see Billy at some of these races next year. Maybe we'll see him.
Yeah, I think he'd do it, wouldn't he? I think, like, you know, he's a working man now, and he's not riding full time anymore. But yeah, it would be good to see him come along and show his face. It's still good to watch. One of the best memories, well, the worst memories, but very vivid memory of Billy Mackenzie was at Donington MX Nations when he stalled it, and we just fell off the podium. And we were just watching that Cass Honda not fire up, and he was kicking and kicking. I think the bloke was in tears. Yeah. And I remember just seeing flames coming out the exhaust, because you remember the old carb 450s?
Yeah. I remember the moment.
Could not get it going. Everyone was just like head in their hands.
Remember it well.
But do you know what? He did his best, didn't he? And it was just one of them things. It wasn't to be.
Etched out a brilliant career, you know, all said and done. You could argue that...
Well, he was unbeatable in Japan, wasn't he?
Yeah, you know. Multiple British Championship. Yeah, you know, maybe his GP career didn't quite go how he wanted to, but one thing you got with Billy Mackenzie was always 100% effort.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And commitment. Right, there he is. He's trying to get it done, but he has just got Jamie Carpenter sat behind him. There's Tom Grimshaw on the Chambers Racing gas, doing all he can. That's the only thing he can do is focus forward, finish as high as he can to try and get this championship done. But as each passing lap goes by, it's becoming more and more of an unrealistic task.
Conrad now 6 seconds back off Harry, so Harry's having a good one.
Told you, he might, you know, he could go, do you know what, won the championship, doesn't matter. But it does matter, and like I said, he's got you know, another championship to try and win next weekend. He wants to keep on his A game, keep everything flowing, keep that momentum moving.
I think obviously same for Tommy as well, but a little bit like, I think Tommy's in, I would say subconsciously in a bit of a reserve mode.
Yeah.
Do you not think like he would never voice that, and he probably doesn't even feel that, but he's probably in a sort of a let's not do anything daft. Let's not do anything daft. There's a few quid on the line here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's get it. We need to get this done, and you can't just stop racing and do nothing going up to that date.
Well, I mean, for Tommy, it's a big thing. Obviously, we all know the reasons why he couldn't ride the Vets Motocross Nations. Vets or VMX Nations at Fox Hills. He, you know, he's on. It's his contract to go and win a British Championship for Honda.
And he's paid to win a British Championship.
He's paid to win a British Championship. His bonus is to win a British Championship. You know, he's not going to go and throw it away here riding if he's not feeling comfortable. No. You know, when he's got to go and seal the deal next week.
He's a little bit closer than he was the race before, though, so it's good to see he's obviously worked a few bits and bobs out. I think, you know, he's 13 seconds back off Harry. We're almost 15 minutes into this race, so he's closer than he was before. So he's obviously worked some bits and bobs out to feel a little bit more comfortable. Josh Gilbert's still there as well, a little bit off Tommy though for the minute. So fourth place for Josh Gilbert. Jordan Telvaku, he's on a 250. He's just behind Josh though, but he's leading the way in MX2. Dylan Walsh is second in MX2. Jake Nichols is third in MX2. So good ride by True 7 rider Jake Nichols. Bobby Bruce is there in fourth. Elliot Banks-Brown, nice to see Elliot back to pro racing, is fifth at the minute. Tom Grimshaw, Jamie Carpenter, Ben Franklin and Charlie Cole. That is he's in ninth in MX2. And in 10th is Callum Mitchell. Top 10 in the Pro MX1, Harry Kulas, Conrad Muse, Tommy Searle, Josh Gilbert, Martin Barr, Sam Nunn in 6th. 7th is Stuart Edmonds. Better ride for Stuart, he's going to be a bit happier than that. 8th is Charlie Putnam. 9th is Petr Petrov. And rounding out the top 10 for the moment, Dan Thornhill. And he had to come back, he's had to ride through quite a lot of riders. I think Dan was one of the guys who fell off on the start of this motor.
So it looks to me like Harry Kulas has broken the spirit potentially of Conrad Muse in this one. Still 16 minutes to go plus 2 laps, but obviously Conrad could come back at any time, but that gap is widening all the time now. Harry Koulas is winding it on, stretching his lead at the front. Tommy Searle is 18 seconds back now off the leader. Josh Gilbert as well there, followed by his young teammate Jorgen Telvicki is currently in 5th, and the lead in MX2 rider. He's got 3 seconds on Dylan Walsh, so maybe we'll try and pick up on that battle shortly. There he is, there's Jorgen. I think that's Jorgen there. Yeah, so 3 seconds back is Dylan Walsh. That's the battle for the MX2.
Yeah, let's get eyes on the 53 on that Revo 7 Kawasaki. Obviously 7 being one of the series supporters as well. 8 minutes
Sorry,
to
our
go.
Our timing was lagging. It needed refreshing. 8 minutes to go, not 16.
Yeah, I think we were 16 minutes into the race.
Gotcha.
But then it flips over. But
okay.
8 minutes to go. There we are. There's Dylan Walsh on the Revo 7 Kawasaki. Look at that gear in that Ethica 7 gear. Pretty cool stuff. That was what Ben Wainwright was rocking that as well. 7 do some nice collabs with different brands, and that's the Ethica one. Available at any shop that stocks RFX products. So if you've got a local MX store stocking RFX products, you want to be asking them about that Ethica gear, because I don't think it's going to be hanging on the shelves that long. But Dylan Walsh is getting the hammer down now, and he's got a few seconds to catch up to Jordan Telvecu on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He's moving, Jeff.
He is. He's always good value on to watch, Dylan Walsh. He's just loose, but controlled loose. Obviously, he's very flamboyant on a bike. You know, he just throws that thing around. He's comfortable when it gets kind of squirrely. He just kind of pull it back into shape. I mean, we've got this little kind of start breaker on the new track, like this little kind of rise as they go up over the start. He rode out on track yesterday and scrubbed the start straight.
I was talking about, we were talking earlier, like he had the whole shot device on as well, and he scrubbed this so hard. See that new line on the inside there? But he scrubbed this thing that hard that the whole shot device didn't even unbutton. Pretty mental. I think he's taking a little bit of time out of Telvecu, isn't he? He's looking over as well. See him looking over, see where he was.
Yeah, this could tighten up. Telvecu looking good. He's just round the corner there. So let's see if Walsh starts taking a few tenths out of him. You know what it's like, Callum. He's not quite. Obviously, he can see him on track. What I mean is he's not quite on the same section of track.
No.
As soon as you get on like a shorter straight, oh, big front end tuck there. Probably lost a tenth or two just having to back it off into that corner.
But he will be looking at where Jorgen is and trying to mark him. So he'll be like, right, okay, he was there last time I came round. Have I made any time on him? Oh, I've made a bit of time. You know what I mean? Like, he'll be checking that. And he'll have areas on the track where he'll be casting his eye over to where Jorgen is, I've no doubt, and seeing whether he's actually gaining some time.
Yeah, as you can see, just coasting it in there, really trying to get at least powering over those braking bumps, then back on the gas. A lot of riders now turning up tight there because that outside line has got chopped out.
Yeah, the tight line was the same yesterday as well. That's where you want it to be towards the end of the day.
A fair few of them now are actually chasing the, going, in some cases, the longer route round or whatever, just coming out of a rut early to find those smooth bits
They'll
of
be
track.
trying to find it.
There's not too many smooth bits out there now, it has to be said, but...
No. Like when in my last race yesterday, I was having to take sort of like a lot of subprime lines, like taking some insides that you had to slow down too much to get onto them, but just to save my own energy and stay on the smooth bits of track. But I mean, even probably less extreme, but for these guys as well, they want to conserve energy and be able to go the distance.
Yeah, well, obviously this is going to be the last race you're going to see of the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee for 2023. We really hope you've enjoyed the year with us and tuning in to the live stream at MXN-TV. It's not an easy task. Again, I'm not asking to get the violins out for us here at MXN-TV, but what I will say is, we go nearly, a full day, 8 hours of relentless racing now. It's all very well saying, other live streams. Most other live streams, like the AMA National, they got 4 races.
Yeah.
We got
It's hard work.
We got 7 races in one block.
Yeah, I know. It is tough.
So we do get the occasional little technical hiccup. We also sometimes don't always comment on the actual racing. If the racing is settled down and nobody's overtaking, we try to highlight, bring industry people in, you know, those kind of things. So for those of you that think, oh, you know, why are they talking about that? We'll concentrate on the racing. Trust me, if the race gets hot, we're on it.
Yeah,
if nothing's happening, we like to bring guests in and talk a little bit about the sport and the industry. So hopefully you guys will understand that. Obviously, when you just got 4 motos in a day, like MXGP or AMAs, we go all in flat out on the commentary.
And you know, no disrespect to the Clubman, but if anyone was watching me for 20 minutes, it'd be like watching paint dry. So sometimes we have to fill the gaps. No, I'm only kidding.
I mean,
I'm only kidding.
I get that, but you know, obviously some of the clubmen this year have given us great racing.
Wicked racing,
and I'd like to think
especially Ben, like, you know, fighting for that title in the MX2.
And I'd like to think that when it gets, you know, when it gets really good and they start chopping and changing, you know, we're on it. So that's all I'm saying, really. 8 hours, nearly 8 hours of continual talking.
My voice is struggling now.
So, you know, hope you enjoy the coverage of what we try and do.
Should we get the eyes on the number 184 of Jamie Carpenter? So when he crosses the line, we're on the ball, and we want to see the emotional side of motocross, because this is going to be a big moment for Jamie.
It is.
Massive moment.
We're following the guy that's trying to beat him, but Carpenter down in 17th. But
a couple of 450s in between, so
exactly.
not any issue. It's literally 2 spots.
Well, he's not even that. He's still 1 point. He's still 1 place behind Grimshaw, because all the riders, Brad Todd, Dan Thornhill, and Putnam, Charlie Putnam, are all on MX1 bikes. So Carpenter,
you can't imagine the feeling that's going through his body right now, the adrenaline, everything, all the emotions, all the hard work. It's all gonna feel amazing. He knows there's not much longer left.
See him there. He was just surveying the situation, checking who was behind him. You know, working out. He'll know that's Elliott Bank behind him. He know, even though Elliott's in MX2, he could probably let him by, but he probably won't. Just keep it as it is. Maybe right on the last lap he might.
This is going to be a proper magical moment for him.
Yeah, and for the team. The GRT Impact team have had a great program going on with the youth racing over the last few years, you know, stepping it up each year, more riders adding to the roster as well. But this is the first year, really, I'd say, proper.
Yeah.
They've gone into pro racing.
And I think they had a massive hiccup at the start of the year as well. I'm pretty sure a big title sponsor pulled out at the last minute. And that was stressful for the guys there.
Yep.
And it's really good to sort of go, you know, we've put something together here. We've put a proper program together, and we're going to go and win a proper British pro title.
Yeah, well, look at that. He's just literally just yielded and let, or did not.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
What? He literally, what happened there? Because he almost like just let both Elliott Banks Brown and Carlton Husband
I know,
by.
I was like, no.
And then I think he might have realised, hold on, they're in my group.
Yeah, can't do that.
And it just goes to show how he's riding in reserve, because he literally got straight back on the gas after they passed him.
He needed a bit of a spike, didn't he?
I honestly think that's what happened there. I think he thought, oh, those guys are in MX1.
Are they going to get the lap? No, I think they're going to get the...
It's going to be 2 to go. I don't think they get the ball.
I don't know whether they'll get it, though. I don't know whether Harry would have probably already gone through, I would say. But I think let's keep the eyes on Jamie. And let's see him through the last couple of laps, because, I want to be a part of this moment for him.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're probably going to bring it home. We know that Harry Koulas now is, you know, there's going to be nothing from Muse now with just over 2 to go. The board, let's see if it's out. I don't think it is. No. Was Barry holding the board there? I couldn't quite see from that angle. Didn't look like it to me. I think it's next lap around. Who knows? We can't quite see.
Who knows?
Well, we don't we? So we're trying to see on the time, but time has elapsed now. So I think Koulas was over the line before the time elapsed. So I think next lap around we're going to see the 2 lap to go board. Again, look at him just looking over his shoulder.
He's managing the situation, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's actually catching Putnam now. Won't make any difference if he overtakes Charlie Putnam, because Charlie's in MX1.
Yeah. All right, okay, so Mel Pocock Sr. just dropped me a message. It was Impact who stepped in
Yeah, oh, totally.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to save the team.
Impact,
when they lost the other sponsor. So I'm not going to mention this sponsor. It's not fair on. I don't know the situation, but yeah, Impact stepped in.
Yeah, they did at the 11th hour. Became title sponsor of the team, and well,
because I think it was all sort of like we ain't going to be able to do this, wasn't it?
It was touch and go.
It was touch and go.
And good on them for stepping in and helping out the GRT team. And well, you know, they've reaped what they've sown, haven't they?
Big time.
They've had a great year. They've already got Billy Askew as a champion in the 85cc category. You know, obviously they were hoping for a title in the Youth 125 and 250, but Charlie Heyman and put pay to that, and certainly in the 125 category. But then Joe Brooks was injured, had a knee injury.
It's just, I mean, even on his shirt now, he's got giveaway life. My old company.
Oh yeah.
He's got Cal on there, and you know, it's a dead company now. So we were helping Jamie out. It's a shame that didn't carry on, but that's life.
Sure, you might do something with the
well,
your new one.
That's life, mate.
Saffel. Yeah, Jamie is. And I'll tell you what I've noticed as well. Don't know if he's been running that all the time, so apologies if he has. I don't know if he's been running that all year, the GoPro, but he's stuck the GoPro on, certainly for this race. I don't recall him running that every race.
No, he did earlier as well. He did for the race 1, but I don't know whether he has done all year. I'm not sure.
Well,
maybe they're doing it to review footage, you know, being all pro.
Well, not only that, like if you're going to win a championship, you're going to want that.
You want to see it.
When he comes in and he's going to get mobbed by his team,
everyone.
That will make fantastic footage.
A big shout out to Goswell Limited as well, stepping in for Jamie Carpenter for this season as well, helping him out with his racing. So thank you, mate. We need more people like you guys, more people to invest in this sport, to give the kids a platform to succeed.
Indeed, indeed. This is, like I said, a big moment for Jamie. He's from down my neck of the woods in Ringwood. And I've seen Jamie grow up at our local Rogers Hill Raceway at Bear Regis. He's done many laps round there, too many to mention probably. And the soil is pretty similar to this here. See how you got to concentrate to the end.
Don't be doing that sort of stuff to us, Jamie. We're nearly 30 minutes into this moto now.
I know, crazy.
It's a long lap.
We're going to stick with Jamie though. Maybe right up to the point where Kulas crosses the line. Maybe get Harry going over the line, taking a race win. But we're going to stay here and bring in Jamie Carpenter if he can bring it over the line. He's got Elliot Banks-Brown behind him. You know, even if Elliot went by him at this point, Elliot's riding in the MX2 category. It wouldn't make a difference. He could maybe let 4 or 5 riders go by him at this point in his class and still win this thing. I think he knows it, but he will be getting all kinds of boards. I'd love to be able to get, unfortunately we don't have a camera facing the right angle. I'd love to see what's written on that pit board.
Oh, I would too.
On the last lap. There's Jamie again.
We need a little static pit board cam, don't we, next year, guys?
Just make a note of that.
Make a little note.
But there's Charlie Putnam, who's had a great ride. There's no doubt.
Really cracking. His dad's going to be chuffed with that.
Yeah. Yeah, and like we said, there's no doubt that since he's been coming back from America, that Charlie Putnam's raw speed has definitely gone up.
He's got quicker and quicker.
A couple of notches, isn't it?
I think he'll, you know, if he can keep this momentum up, he can have a top season next year, pro racing.
There's Dan Thornhill on the second cab screens out of 3 of them actually, because Sam Nunn's moved up to this class as well. So Sam Nunn also riding MX1 this weekend. So, but that was.
Yeah, let's try and find Harry Kulas, number 151. Try and get him crossing the line, and then we'll shoot back to Jamie Carpenter as well to try and catch the tail end of some celebrations.
Putnam made a bit of a mistake there in front of them. They're starting to all pinch up behind now, basically behind Jamie Carpenter. He won't care about that one bit. He knows he is 1 lap away from winning his first ever pro national title.
There we are, Harry Kulas.
There it is, checkered flag.
Just in time, guys, just in time. Race direction, just doing that perfectly.
So he takes the race win by 11 seconds over Conrad Muse, might be even more at the end. So he's going to win the overall. Kulas, the champ, going out in style. Muse is going to get second.
And this is the shot. This is the money shot as they come over here. Let's see the reaction of Jamie Carpenter live on MXN-TV. And here we are. Here's Jamie. This is his final lap. I can almost feel it myself. I've almost got goosebumps just watching it for him because he's such a nice lad, works super hard. And I know how committed Jamie is, and the team as well. And with that bit of a hiccup at the start of the season that obviously was no favours to them, and they managed to come around. Impact stepped in. Goswell Limited obviously helping Jamie out as well. They've just messaged me. So shout out again to those guys. You see, coming back to the back end of the circuit, it's really choppy around here, really, really rough. Going through the different sort of soils, different textured soils. This whole track's been screened and sort of separated in different areas for like a bit of continuity of the different dirts. And you can see that the whole way around. Taking a little look back. You can have a breather, mate.
You can. Right now, he's got, I tell you what, there's all the crew back there are just like, just get it over the line. You know, Jamie will be, no doubt at this point, you know, not now maybe, but before that, the last lap, thinking about the bike, you know, just bring it in, bring it home. Here it is then, your 2022 Apico MX2 champion, elite. It's Jamie Carpenter getting it done. There it is. Look at the, wow, he's just buzzing. Look, the big panic rev.
All the camera guys
I don't know if we can keep it on him. He's going to come straight over the winner's circle. So we're going to get out there now and speak to the winners. Me and Callum are going to do this, and we'll sign off this stream from out there, try and get the raw emotion of what's happening. We'll come back to you shortly.
And here we are with Harry Koulas, who's took another win in the MX1 class. You took the championship at Hawkstone. You've sort of solidified it today with another overall win. You didn't quite get it done in the first one, but that was a stellar performance there, mate. Track's super rough now, but I suppose doing the GPs has sort of prepared you a little bit, maybe. How did it feel for you out there?
Yeah, I guess every small thing they make a big thing in the end, like big picture. Like, yeah, I think when I started with GPs, I gained a little bit confidence there, and the last 2 GPs was pretty good, especially Parc in France. So, and now we have last 2 races in Parc, so that's pretty good. And like you said, the track is quite GP layout, you know, like quite wide and like many jumps. They put enough water all day, all night. So that's the main thing. That's what we need in British, you know, like to create more lines, more bumps. It's like technical, like, yeah, in the morning I said like, oh, track is quite flat and like easy. But when they went on, like many rods, many bumps, like acceleration bumps, that was unreal. I never seen so big. So I think it needs like a little bit time also the track, but for the time what they had, I think 1 week or 10 days to build a track, it is mega job. So thanks for the guys.
I think obviously it went down to the hard base, didn't it? And when the more soil gets on there, it'll be a bit more consistent.
Yeah.
But as a track, amazing. The line choices as well. There's no like optimal line. You can pick two. There's 2 good lines for every turn. Do you not think?
Yeah, I think you can work a little bit more on that. But again, like I say, it's the first day, first weekend, so like you have to figure it out. They also changed after yesterday, so they see the track and you know, they have been riding themselves, so they know how to do these tracks, and that's like what we need, I think, in England. So I think if you will come next weekend, the track will be already way better.
Yeah.
So yeah, no.
Is there anyone you want to thank just to like sign this off?
Oh yeah, for sure. Cap Screens, Crescent, Yamaha, they have been really, really good for me. Like we are like big family, like all the suspension family. Yeah, we have many sponsors and all the families. They come to the track. My team boss, Lee Weber. Thank you to Steve, my girlfriend, yeah, everyone, you know, who is backing us, you know, and we are a small team, but we have big families, big hearts, and yes, and I think we have done pretty good, like the last 4 years when we joined England, you know, together, and now we are fighting for the wins, and obviously today 2-1. Great riding with Conor in the first race, and second race, yeah, a bit older, so I had to do it, you know. So luckily I had good start and had good riding, so I managed to win. So yeah. So thank you for everyone, and see you next round.
Well, there we are. And said he had to do it. It gives you a bit of motivation when you've got to get the job done. That's Harry Koulas, the MX1 winner of the day and MX1 champion, and elite champion, and every champion. We've got Jeff Perrett now. Do you want to come in here? We're going to get Jamie Carpenter in.
We certainly will. Yeah, we got brilliant from him, by the way.
Congrats, like what a guy!
Doing it in
what a
style.
guy!
We're going to bring in Jamie now.
He's just an athlete, isn't he? Just look at him.
Very much.
Just like us.
Very much like us too.
We got Jamie Champagne.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to go to a quick ad before we get Jamie in. So stick with us. We're going to bring Jamie Carpenter in and have a chat with him.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Here he is then, your 2022 Pico MX2 Pro Elite Champion, Jamie Carpenter. It's been a long road. Try to put it into words if you can. I know it's not even beginning to sink in. You're already doused in champagne. You're going to get doused again. Lead us through your emotions right now.
Yeah, I struggle to put it into words. It's been a long road, many injuries. It's been a great year, but a tough year. Little do people know, Thursday I was on my hands and knees at a practice track. kind of dizzy and didn't even know if I'd be riding after a crash. So yeah, to come here and get the job done, yeah, I can't put it into words. It's amazing.
Talk us through those last few laps. You know, we could see that you were calculating it. There was a funny little moment on the last few laps. You kind of let Banks Brown by and Carlton Husband by, and then you kind of, did you then realise, hold on, they're in my group, and then you just suddenly accelerated back past them?
No, Carlton was getting lapped, but
okay.
me and him have got a bit of a thing going on. I'm over it, but yeah, he felt the need to when I was lapping him. Kind of put me off the track, which I let Elliot by, but then I got Elliot back. Luckily, he stayed away after then. So, no, yeah, just calculated, trying to get the job done. But yeah, we did it.
Yeah, you're looking behind all the time. So obviously a new team this year, you know, regards of you riding for them. First time the team, GRT Impact, have gone into the pro ranks. And I mean, you've rewarded them. What a year. Just try to sum that up with how it feels for you and the team and what you've got to say to the team.
Oh, it's so good. I'd like to thank the team a lot. I've been a privateer for many years, so that added help of mechanic and stuff like that behind the scenes has definitely elevated my riding and my results. Yeah, it's made a big difference. So thanks to them.
No worries. I'm going to step out of the way because you're going to get this. I'm not. I got my favourite 7 hoodie on, so I'm not going to get roosted. Take it away. Give him a damn good showering. Your 2022 champ, Jamie Carpenter.
It stings the eyes, doesn't it?
It does. It does sting the eyes. Come on in, Callum. We'll wrap this up. You can stay here, Jamie, and you go around this side. Fellas, thanks everybody watching the Michelin MX Nationals this year on MXN-TV. It's been an absolute blast from our standpoint getting it done. We want to thank all our series sponsors and all you guys watching, wherever you are in the world. It's not an easy task putting a nigh on 8-hour production together.
Well, it's not an easy task to keep you talking for that long either. The amount of cough sweets that go in this guy's mouth, unreal.
But we got through it. We're going to be back next year, bigger and better than ever, with new ideas for the live stream, maybe for the racing as well itself. So thank you from me, for Callum Swan, for everybody at the Michelin MX Nationals. Thank you for your continued support. We'll be back in 2023. We don't know where, we don't know when, but mark my words, it's going to be 6 rounds of awesome racing next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and I'll be back with Jeff too, I hope, if I'm not going to be sacked. And yeah, we'll see you in 2023.
Right, there's loads of bottles of champagne spare. We're going to hit it. We'll see you soon. Take care, everybody.